that tell me subscribe.
Make no mistake, we're the only black people in y'all that only eat rat, eat cat. People, you ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Bitch. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. You ain't wanna get down, now you're around, hating, faking. With the linear in and out, the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Make no mistake, we're the only black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat. People, you ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Breaks, pause, we built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you're around, hating, faking, with the linear eating, now the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say,
I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, may Africa reap what they sow, so Africa wants to keep what they sow. No, no, no. You showed us, you told us, bye, bye, bye. You owe us tonight. I ain't forget. I'll fight for my lineage as long as I live. Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, Rosa Parks, Philip Randolph, and Dr. King. I do it for them, I do it for her, I do it for him. We don't flee, we don't flee, we don't flee, we stay. I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, may Africa reap what they sow, so Africa wants to keep what they sow. No, no, no. You sold us, you told us, bye, bye, bye. You owe us and I ain't forget. I'll fight for my lineage as long as I live. Harriet Tubman, Freddie Douglass, Rosa Parks, Philip Randolph, and Dr. King. I do it for them, I do it for her, I do it for him. We don't flee, we don't flee, we don't flee, we stay. I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh,
All right. Grand Rising, Grand Rising, Grand Rising. All right. Peace to the chat. Peace to Aki Betha. Salute to you, new in the business in the building. What the song called? I want to share it. So that call. So if you go to my channel, Papa Mahim, if you go to my channel, just go to my videos because it's not live. Go to videos. It's called Pledge Allegiance to the Code. Yeah, and I tell everybody, it's free. You know, you can use it. I don't. It's free. You know what I mean, it's copyrighted, of course. It's mine, but anybody can use it as long as you use it for the right purposes. Don't try to, you know, make it sound stupid or alterations. As long as you just play it, it's free for everybody to use. Hey, Fresh always in the super chat early with $4.99. Lineage love support. Thank you very much. A McMill. So Aki Betha, Pop Up Mahim. We got a unusual suspect in the building. Song is called All Dose. I don't know what that means, but see that right there. Don't use it for that purpose. Yeah, you see how unusual suspect said song is called so and so. That will get you flagged if you're using that song that way. You give it a new name. It's called all the songs are on my archives. That one is called I Pledge Allegiance to the Code. Matter of fact, before I get started, let me play one more. So it's four together, but I played two. I'm gonna play just one more three. This is let me see. This is called where's the other one? Oh, I'm Black and I'm Proud. I hate when I can't see the I hate when I can't see the shared. I hate when Zoom does that. Zoom take away the shared thing. It's usually like a green outline. I know. Okay, there we go. All right, last song, then we'll get started.
Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. 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 Say it loud, I'm not ashamed of being black. Black Panthers, Black Wall Street, Black power, Black love, Black man, Black woman, the Black dollar, Black love. I'm not African, I've never been to Africa. I'm never going to Africa, no ancestor from Africa. We're Black American, but don't forget the foundation of say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. 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 Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud.
All right, family, I lied. I got one more song. I'm in the background trying to make my tea before I get started. All right, right. All right. I like to go live and either drink coffee or tea. But lately, I'm more of a coffee drinker. But lately, I went to Walmart and I just bought tea. I like Earl Grey tea. I bought that instead. I've been drinking like tea when I'm home. No coffee. It's just something I just wanted to do. Try something new. So if I buy coffee, is when I go out to the diner and when I go live. I'll get coffee there. But when I'm home, for no reason, I just started drinking tea only. So give me a little. I'm boiling the water. I'm about to make it. So one more song should hold me down. So give me a second, family. All right, and we'll get started. I got some news and updates. I got some ice updates. I got some interesting updates before we get into the show that you might want to stick around for.
Reparations are lineage based, not your image erased. No different than carrot comes, so you could keep your African and run somewhere else with your marathon. Laugh now, cry later, cause we gonna laugh when you cry together. Alligator, Alcatraz, there's no soul leader. The code is the leader, there's no soul leader. The code is the leader. Subscribe to FBA News and Updates, yeah. Subscribe to FBA News and Updates, yeah. I heard tethers flock together, so if you hit one with a rock, then they'll drop together. Why cosplay? Accept your own and be yourself. When you're left alone, you can feed yourself. There's no soul leader. The code is the leader. There's no soul leader. The code is the leader. There's no soul leader. We gatekeeping the culture. From these gate-seeking vultures. Dr. Color says someone gotta hold the line, and somebody gotta hold the signs. No coons, no tethers, no room for white supremacists. We fight, we got it. Mayweather, Mike Tyson. We fight, they take flight. They got Spirit, Delta, U.S. Airlines, messed up hairlines. Alligator, Alcatraz. There's no soul leader. There's no soul leader. Say it with me, family. There's no soul leader. There's no soul leader. There's no soul leader. Make sure to like and subscribe. Make sure to like and subscribe. I heard tethers flock together, so if you hit one with a rock, then they'll drop together. Why cosplay? Accept your own and be yourself. When you're left alone, you can feed yourself. There's no soul leader. The code is the leader. There's no soul leader. The code is the leader. There's no soul leader. The code is the leader. There's no soul leader. The code is the leader. There's no soul leader. The code is the leader. There's no soul leader. Say it with me, family. There's no soul leader. The code is the leader. Make sure to like and subscribe. Subscribe, FBA News and Updates. Subscribe, FBA News and Updates.
All right. All right. Still ain't finished, but whatever. Let's see what I got here. Some ice updates.
Your immigration bus caught dozens of illegal drivers, and some of them with questionable licenses. Oklahoma's governor is standing by for us, but first, senior national correspondent William Lajeunesse is reporting live in Los Angeles on that. What are we learning, William?
Well, that's just a spotlight, Sandra. U.S. roads are inundated with hundreds of thousands of commercial drivers who don't speak English, can't read road signs, don't sleep, and undercut U.S. driver wages by some 70%. That's a conclusion by the feds, came after this Florida crash in August, prompted a deep dive into actually who's driving America's 18-wheelers. According to Secretary Sean Duffy, sanctuary states like California and New York and some red states are giving Biden-era asylum seekers commercial licenses.
The process for issuing these licenses is absolutely 100% broken. It has become a threat to public safety, and it is a national emergency.
Duffy highlighted crashes across the country like this 17-car pileup in Texas in March, 5 dead, including an infant. The driver, an asylum seeker from Eritrea who spoke Ethiopian, now indicted for manslaughter. And in New Mexico, this big rig makes no attempt to stop, killing one, injuring another. The driver, according to court records, only spoke Mandarin.
Our highways are full of what we believe to be hundreds of thousands of improperly licensed commercial truck drivers, a lot of them being illegal immigrants.
Last Friday, Duffy ordered states to stop issuing CDLs to any non-U.S. citizen or lawful resident. He estimates 190,000 non-domiciled truck drivers should lose their license. An audit found California issued 25% of its CDLs illegally to immigrants. Now in Oklahoma, a highway checkpoint found 20% of truck drivers were illegal immigrants. Some licenses had no first or middle name.
The vast majority of those people had crossed the southern border into the United States between 2020 and 2024. And all of them had crossed on the southern border.
So states began issuing non-domiciled CDLs in 2021 when President Biden addressed a dispute over driver shortage. Duffy says any state that continues to issue those CDLs to foreigners will lose their highway money. Sandra?
All right, William Martinez on that for us. Thank you. John?
All right, let's dig deeper on this by bringing in the governor of the great state of Oklahoma, Kevin Stitt. Governor, thanks so much for being with us. Really appreciate your time, sir.
Now we got the gist of it. Okay, let's move on. This is interesting.
Just a few hours from now, one of the defendants in that alleged Medicaid fraud scheme is heading to court.
Yeah, this case is so big, it's being called the largest ever prosecuted by the Minnesota Attorney General. Audrey Russo's live at the...
Okay, I almost missed a super chat in the building. Shabazz American, I think it says Freeman. Let me just make sure. Okay, when is a super chat? But down, how am I gonna get there? Yeah, I think it says American Freeman, my bad. But it don't show the whole name when it's like more than certain characters. I gotta go to it won't let me do it. Okay, but anyway, shout out Shabazz American for the 1999 super chat. Early lineage love, appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I probably could find his name now. Yeah. So we got some new people in the chat. If you're new here and you are FBA, or you could trace your lineage, whatever you call yourself, you could trace your lineage to slavery in this country and the United States of America, let that be known so I can give you a lineage wrench and make you a moderator. But Grand Rising.
Hennepin County Courthouse this morning, tracking the latest developments. Good morning, Audrey.
Good morning. At 9 a.m., the person prosecutors describe as the principal actor in a nearly $11 million Medicaid fraud scheme is due before a judge. And this comes just 5 days after the defense tried to get all of the charges dismissed due to a lack of probable cause. Now, that motion was denied by a judge. Take a look at this paperwork we found through the court website. Now, Abdi Rashid Saeed is charged with 10 counts, including perjury, racketeering, and aiding and abetting a theft by swindle. Saeed and 2 others are accused of operating personal care assistant businesses where they allegedly overbilled clients to secure Medicaid reimbursement funds. Saeed was already convicted in a different theft by swindle case back in 2021, and at that time, a judge ordered that he not have any work with companies that accept Medicaid reimbursements. Again, that was back in 2021. These most recent charges stem from 2023.
There you go. Immigrant troubles, man. Immigrant crimes. Okay, what is this right here?
Well, now to our series, Migrants in America. Tonight, a closer look at the West African population that's arriving here in New York City.
While some people welcome the new arrivals, others are having a hard time accepting the influx of migrants. Fox 5's Stephanie Bertini reports.
Hold on, let me do a morning Grand Rising roll call. Host shift shut 22. Democrats let these people scam the system. Facts. Pinky Wells in the building. Guillory in the building. We have Black Feather Archery in the building. We have BR says, how come no FBA person is part of the government? I mean, I don't, the government's yeah, BR, that made no sense. I'm going to time you out for that. Because let me explain. The government, which government? Federal, state? Okay, that made no sense at all. Let me time you out for 30 minutes. When I time people out, it's normally 30 minutes. All right, so you might want to watch what you say if you want to contribute to the chat. We got Maxwell Jenkins in the building. Shout out to you, Grand Rising. Bebe Rodriguez, Grand Rising to you. We have Mama Deb. Peace, Grand Rising. Ray Ray, same. Fresh always. Drum and Bass said something stupid. He said, we immigrants will take over by 2025. Good luck. We're not in your way. I mean, what you telling us for? Yeah. He said, we immigrants will take over by 2025. Good luck. Why are you telling us? We're not white Americans. Like, we just want to be fair. And we want stuff for us to go to us. We don't really have a problem with legal immigration. We got a problem with illegal immigration, but we're nowhere near as radical as white America. So you need to go tell them that. They're the ones getting you up out of here. All right. It ain't us. We're just applauding. All right. Sounds Bind 2. Peace to you. New Kim. Peace to you. Hustle Network. Grand Rising is right. 1865 in the building. Shabazz, American Freedmen. So I was right. That was the whole name. Thanks for the lineage love, the super chat. And Zone, whatever his name is, said something crazy. Let me see what Zone said. Zone said, y'all logic make no. All right, cool. I want a person like Zone in the building. So Zone, you said our logic made no sense. Now, be careful, Zone, because we're 43 million deep as a total. All right. But those who claim that they FBA, we're at least in the thousands. Do you think everybody has the same outlook on FBA? Our logic is the same. So Zombie, so before I throw you out of here, I'm gonna give you a chance to call in and explain. So I'm gonna time you out first. I'm gonna time you out for 30 minutes first. All right. So now the only way to talk to me or to chat now is to call in. All right. So I timed you out for 30 minutes. And you can own Salita Marie. Peace to you. Dragon Pat 13. I think you're saying you're FBA. So I gave you a lineage wrench. Made you a moderator. Yeah, so 227 sounds like it's going to be an interesting morning. Satchel Ohio in the building. All right. So I think Unusual Suspect was here. Akibetha, Papa, Mayhem, Sam B is in the building. Who else? All right. So let us move on.
Reports from Harlem.
Central Harlem, West 116th Street, between Malcolm X and Frederick Douglass Boulevards, an area defined as Little Senegal years ago, has become home base for new migrants and asylum seekers from West Africa, like this woman from Senegal, who in French tells me she got to New York City the 7th of February. Through word of mouth.
Asylum seeker wearing a North Face jacket that big. You know how much that jacket cost? Yeah, these guys be killing me. Asylum seekers. My God. Go asylum somewhere else, man. Go asylum to Canada or goddamn UK. And you see how they funnel them all to one location. Like they purposely make these areas little synagogue or this or that.
She says she learned she could find help at the Senegalese Association of America. The small office located on 116th has a newfound level of need. Traditionally a place for Senegalese immigrants to get resources, now it's packed constantly, assisting migrants on immigration matters like asylum claims and other things required to settle in America.
And by the way, family, they're all going to get welfare. They're all going to get housing vouchers and all of that. They're going to get SNAP. They're going to get, just name it. You name it, SNAP, voucher, Section 8, you name it. They're going to get everything that was for needy Americans, right? And they're going to skip the line, by the way. So whoever's in line waiting for some housing vouchers or assistance, SNAP, child care, all those things, they're going to get access to all of them things first in line.
Drame is the president of the association. He says the new demands on his office, fueled by the surge of migrants coming to New York City, forced him to expand what's offered here.
We usually do work from Monday through Friday, but we open Saturday and Sunday for the folks.
Every individual has their own story, and on this day here in central Harlem, this woman decided to share hers in her own words.
Little Senegal, that shit gonna be little Iraq in a few years. It's gonna be gang ridden just wait. Just wait how that area look in a year or two when they settle in. And when they get accustomed to American ways, they're gonna be, because they didn't come here as H-1B or student visa. They didn't come here at like a normal migrant would. So they were. So basically, what I'm saying is that they were not highly selected. So these are the true Africans, right? Not the highly selected that into tech or your doctor. Those are their elites. These are their regular folks right here. So compare us to these folks right here, not the elites. These folks right here, they are the ones who normally get into scamming. We just seen this, the Medicaid fraud. That'd be these folks right here, the PPP, the hush puppies. That'd be these folks right here. Okay, and then again, whole gang stuff. That's what they get into, the asylums and the refugees. But the H-1B, the student loans, all those other guys, sponsors, those be the elites that they try to compare us to. Well, look how they outperform you. They outperform everybody, bro. They're the elites of their entire country. They're supposed to outperform the average person, the average citizen. But these folks right here, they outperform in gang activity. Some of them, not all, some.
In Senegal, I lived with a girl and my family didn't support it. I had problems with my brothers and sisters, she said. Adding her sexual orientation was putting my life in danger.
Let's take the example of Senegal that we know better. If you are, let's say, a gay person, you are most likely subject to a target. You can be stoned to death.
Drame says the growing demand on his office is not only...
So they're fleeing from Africa, but trying to tell us, hey, go to Africa. Make more room for us in America. Take y'all butt to Africa, to Liberia, and make more room for them to be settled in Little Senegal or whatever place you're living at right now. Leave, go to Africa so they could settle there next. It's a bait and switch.
Coming from Senegalese migrants, but new asylum seekers from different parts of West Africa.
To mingle with your folks, to speak your language, you feel a sense of belonging.
African migrants crossing the U.S.-Mexico border are among the almost 200,000 that have made their way to New York City since spring of 2022. Many arriving in buses from Texas.
200,000 of them since, God, 200,000 since 2022, since the pandemic. Family, like I say, housing vouchers, all that. We work hard. I came here with $1.75 and we pay for college. Lies. All of these folks are going to be on assistance. The only people who really never got on assistance are FBAs. We were the only people denied, deprived, rejected, from getting assistance, and we were the only people shamed. Right now, conservatives try to shame us for getting assistance, welfare. They try to shame us for having to use welfare assistance programs, but everybody else, nobody else was shamed. White folks were not shamed, Latinos were not shamed, and these Senegalese people right now that's going to be on welfare, nobody's going to shame them from getting welfare or public assistance. But watch out for the trick bags, everybody. Watch out, man.
The strain on city resources, including shelters, is being felt by all asylum seekers.
Some of these folks are sleeping underground, train stations, outside.
Language, we've learned, is an extra barrier for African asylum seekers.
People were saying that they were stinking, they don't shower. But we just realized that the shelter system, they use a language that these folks don't understand. You're going to be talking in English or in Spanish because these people.
So basically, they were saying that before you invite these folks over, order shiploads of root work. They said that. They said that they had an order. So I'm saying that's a plug for Tariq Nasheed to advertise that root work.
People, they understand French or the local languages.
There are cultural barriers too.
Some of the shelters are really hard for some of our folks because if you're a Muslim and then the food that they offer in the shelter, because they don't eat pork, they don't eat ham.
Drame says the situation is causing more and more migrants from Africa to navigate towards not only his office, but the area of Harlem it sits in.
Community does what community does. New York does what New York does. America does what America does, which is generally we'd like for it to welcome immigrants.
Longtime Harlemite and Deputy Borough President Keisha Sutton James says to her, it's not surprising at all. She's lived in the area for decades.
And they're doing the work that they can do without a work permit. So that's a lot of times delivery work. Have a lot of downtime. Right. So they are, as I'm told by Senegalese community leaders, as I'm told, they are spending time hanging out in between their deliveries, you know, on the street, again, where they have, when I say on the street, I'm saying on the sidewalk and in the street, hanging out with, you know, other folks that they know.
And 116th is generally where they're congregating, right by the Senegalese Association of America and right across the street from Canaan Baptist Church. Senior Pastor Thomas Johnson shares his take.
I got to tell you, the wave came in like a tsunami. It didn't trickle in. One day, I pulled up into my parking space, and there it was. There they were, hundreds.
The pastor says many are uncomfortable with the new faces.
I don't go to 116. I used to go to 116. I avoid that area at all costs.
Like Anita Elam, who has lived in Harlem for decades.
It's overwhelming. It's scary, but it is.
And family, what they would do is, these politicians, they will always drop them off in the real black populated areas, amongst us. Nobody wants to be around these folks, so they drop them right where we live at. Like, very disrespectful. I mean, like, nobody defends us. Hey, no, why there? Like, why not drop? Hey, yo, listen, South Carolina got hella space. I just came from South Carolina. They got hella space in South Carolina. There's many places in South Carolina where you could bring them to, open area. They won't be in nobody's way. Nobody will even know they're there. There's so much land in South Carolina, especially the southern part of South Carolina. But nope, they want to drop them in our areas in the city.
That's what it is.
Why are you scared?
I don't know them. It's just a lot of them. They're just all over the place.
Community leaders confirm recent headlines of migrants committing crimes, like the group responsible for attacking 2 NYPD officers in Times Square, are fueling some of the concerns in Harlem. But Drame says the majority of those here are not making trouble, rather just looking for a safe place. And
safe places back in Senegal. Hey, peace, DJ L Rock. Grand rising to you.
Acceptance.
We exist in peace. Most of these people, they just run away from being jailed, from repression, from persecution.
The realities of their lives might not be apparent at a glance, but their presence is surely being felt as New York City continues to contend with its migrant crisis.
They keep coming, and I don't see an end to this anytime soon.
Stephanie Bertini, Fox 5 News.
Both a founding father of Brooklyn drill music and also a gangland godfather.
All right, today, Brooklyn rapper Chef G turned himself in for a 5-year prison sentence, and only our Lisa Evers talked to him while he was walking into court. Lisa.
Well, Stephen, Natasha, 27-year-old multi-platinum rapper and ex-gang leader Chef G has long-term dreams of music superstardom and luxury living, and he's made progress towards that. But first, he has to handle unfinished business from the streets he used to run, a 5-year prison term for attempted murder and conspiracy.
I like Lisa Evers. I like her content.
Michael Williams, known to his millions of fans as Drill.
Right, Taya, they trying to swap us for these Senegalese people, right? They want to get rid of us so bad because they know we fight, we don't catch flight. Delta, Spirit, U.S. Airlines, messed up hairlines. They know. Jeezy voice.
And sexy drill rapper Chef G gathered on a corner across the street from State Supreme Court with his girlfriend, family, and his attorney Arthur Aidala.
All right, Chef G got him a white woman, looks like. Oriental
Face a
something.
tune no one ever wants to hear. Time to turn yourself in. But first,
Chef D do all that rapping about the black woman, but found himself with an Oriental.
First, he left a few words for the kids he knows look up to him.
Stay safe, be safe, play safe, and do everything that you dream about. Win a circle.
Okay.
Thank you, Lisa.
Inside the packed courtroom, Chef G stood with attorney Aidala and asked the court to consider deducting time he served on a related gun charge. Last spring, Williams pleaded guilty to multiple counts of second-degree attempted murder and conspiracy after being arrested in one of the biggest gang cases ever in Brooklyn.
One of the big gang cases ever in Brooklyn. Wow, I wonder what his background is. Chef G.
The Brooklyn DA said he was a leading member of the 8 Trey Crips and 9 Ways gang, accused of shootings, gun possession, and stealing cars.
Damn, very violent, huh? He'll be classified as black, right?
Instead of the 20-year prison term sought by prosecutors, Supreme Court Justice Danny Chun gave Chef G 5 years, noting in the record that the evidence did not prove he was a trigger puller himself.
They wanted Michael Williams, Chef G, to go to jail for...
His name is Michael Williams. Wow, I know a lot of immigrants named Michael.
decades, literally decades. But the judge read the 1,800 minutes of pages of the case, and he felt very differently. He felt that their case wasn't that strong, that Michael Williams, it was questionable about what he actually did, and he did the best he could do, the judge, and he offered him the least amount of time in prison.
We're going to find out right after this, Yo-Yo 103, if he's a tether or not. Somebody say he's Trinidadian. We'll find out. Let me make Yo-Yo a moderator. Yo-Yo, and everybody who got a wrench today, like the video, subscribe, and hit the notification button so you know when I'm live. Normally, mornings and late night. Normally.
Which is 5 years.
Tonight, Chef G will be sleeping on Rikers Island and may spend several weeks there before being transferred to state prison. Attorney Aidala says he will still try to get the time reduced. And Chef told me in an exclusive interview that he intends to continue his music career and steer clear of the streets. Stephen, Natasha?
Yeah, 5 years.
There you go. This is what happens when these guys get settled in America, when they flee from their country as asylees. Asylees are definitely fleers and refugees. So literally fled. Michael Williams, also known as Chef G, has Haitian and Trinidadian ancestry. His mother's from Trinidad. His father's Haitian. He was born in Brooklyn, New York, and grew up in a Caribbean household in the Flatbush neighborhood. All right. But his crimes will go down as black. He'll add to the black crime in New York, in Brooklyn, and we'll get the brunt of that blame. Just some FBA updates and news and updates. I got some humor for you.
What does that mean for our spirits primarily? Because I feel like the spiritual liberation is essential, especially for if we're returning ourselves to our like original state of being, right? As humans existing on this planet, then there has to be a connection to that pure essence of like what connects us in spirit that all indigenous traditions have had, right? But then I think we do that with a both and. Like we don't have to throw out the proverbial baby with the bathwater. Like there's certain things that we've gained in this cycle, this degenerate cycle, and all the challenges that humanity has faced in this destructive cycle that I think that we can still learn from and utilize to expand even beyond where we were ancestrally. So to me, it's like it's a very creative thing. I feel like to be repaired, we have to come back to our creative essence to be able to imagine beyond where we are and where we were, and like marry the two. So that's my perspective.
Appreciate that. Sister Alexis, you want to build on this?
Sister Alexis is gonna build, right? She knows the facts. Okay, she's gonna speak on reparations for Foundation Black Americans, and she's gonna speak to why immigrants need to be attached to reparations solely for Foundation Black Americans.
I really appreciate that Peru's eye view perspective and looking at the past, present, and the future. Because I
remember the topic is reparations, so she's supposed to stay on topic. She's supposed to speak to reparations and why immigrants, like the ones that was dropped off in New York, why they should be attached to our reparations claim. Okay, so she's going to speak to why immigrants, like the ones that was dropped off in Brooklyn, should be attached to our reparations claim. But let's see if she stays on topic. Okay, 'cause sometimes they be too woke where they be sleepwalking.
that is really essential for us to have that larger perspective to give context for where we are right now in this moment. And there were a couple things that I was thinking about.
Not this space cat again.
Like this dynamic between the individual and the collective. I definitely agree that it has to start with the self, and our ability to be free collectively is really dependent on our ability to be free as individuals within ourselves, and however that looks for each person. And lately I've been thinking about just the way that I'm trying to find the right words to describe what I'm saying, because this is really my first time attempting to vocalize these thoughts. Like the way that we navigate the world and perceive ourselves in relation to the world is upside down and backwards because of our conditioning into the European mindset. So like
she is so woke. Hey, those Senegalese people, don't forget, it was white America who went and saved them and helped them flee their country. So they'll never be anti-white. At the very least, they will join a conservative party and they will join the anti-FBA rhetoric, especially when they find out it pays. It pays to be anti-FBA, literally pays. Because most of us, some of our FBAs, we like to subscribe to their channels. We barely come to our own, and we make it a career. We help make it a career for these tethers to disrespect us. And we subscribe. But our own spaces, we don't really have that same energy. We don't make it valuable to speak highly of FBAs. We make it valuable to speak down on FBAs. So those Senegalese people most likely turn conservative, have a love for white folks because they saved them, and they would jump on the bandwagon. Those 200,000 Senegalese people since 2002, if they hadn't already, they're gonna jump on the bandwagon of the anti-FBA hate. Watch.
Something that I've really been contending with is how everything starts within. And it sounds like a simple concept.
Now, forget, she's supposed to be explaining why African immigrants should be attached to Foundation Black American reparations claim.
But
she got to stay on topic.
I feel like it's very complex, and it can be difficult for us to fully understand because we're not oriented into like the original, we're not fully integrated into the original African worldview, the original African cosmovision, like the scientific way that our spirit exists in our bodies, and how
the scientific way the spirit exists in our bodies. Now, she's speaking about reparations and why Black African immigrants should be attached to it. The scientific spiritual ways of our body.
the way that our spirit is occupying our bodies influences our sensory experience of the world. And I think there's a lot of wisdom there for us to tap into, because we have to be able to see both the microcosm and the macrocosm at the same time. And the macrocosm is a reflection of the microcosm and vice versa. So yeah, I feel like that's one of the major things that we have to contend with in our community. Like any way that we feel obligated to pull outside of ourselves, we have to ultimately go within and recognize like what wound, what void, what barrier, what blockages exist within ourselves that's characterizing our perception of this situation or this dynamic. Because it's like right now, I feel like I know that globally, a lot of us are experiencing mental health issues. And I've also been thinking about this current era within the context of the Kali Yuga, which is what the ancient Indian, Hindu, and Vedic people described as this current planetary cycle. And Kali is a Hindu goddess. She's the goddess of time, death, and war and transformation.
All right. I'll continue that later. All right. What do we have? Okay. Remember this guy right here? Okay, so the title, I'll get back to her in a second when I feel like laughing later. Okay, but I will get back to her. I'll give her a second chance. Okay. So let me first remind you real quick.
They really saying.
So remember this nut right here from yesterday?
That we have to come together to reach our goals. We don't need everybody.
No,
right?
not at all.
We don't need everybody. But it's based off of tangible things
that dude, okay? So he called in, remember, it's about whether Africans sold us or not. Now, I didn't know this was a thing until like really about 2-3 months ago. I didn't know that there was a movement. There was a tether Pan-Africanist movement to deny Africa's role in the slave trade, triangular trade, the trade, the buy and seller thing. I didn't know that they were pushing white folks actually didn't buy anybody. They just went and stole us. They went and kidnapped us. They went and took us. I didn't know this was a thing. All right. So he called on my show first and we had that conversation. Then I'm going to play, I'm going to go back to her, Mayat's channel and play Amawali deny it. And then I'm going to play another person who denies it. Unbelievable. But the brother in the red, this is him calling the show. You're familiar with the transatlantic slave trade, right?
I certainly am.
Okay. I heard so that avatar is for the brother in red that you just seen on your screen. I want you to see how crazy he is. You cannot take him seriously. He goes on the net to just embarrass himself, and then he calls everybody pseudo, but the main one who has misinformation. This is embarrassing right here. But he can ignore this and act like he never said this and go on about his life and act like he's a teacher and he's not pseudo. That would hurt me. If I was so wrong, I would have to address that. I just couldn't act like it didn't happen. But that's how some folks, that's why people call him a narcissist. They say like it doesn't bother him to be wrong. He'll just be wrong again and again and again. Do you use the term, do you still go by this term? Do you still go by that we were kidnapped?
Yeah, because you got to get kidnapped first to get enslaved.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just asking. Okay, so now when we were kidnapped, who did the kidnapping?
Dutch, the Portuguese.
Okay, hold on. Stop right here. And a lot of that so, brother, you said you're not into pseudo information, right?
No, so you saying that the Portuguese.
Okay. Right. All right. Now I'm gonna share my screen this time. Are you familiar with slave raids in Africa?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know how unsuccessful the Dutch and Europeans were in the 1400s when they went over there and tried that? They died from diseases and they got killed off by African resilience. Do you know that majority of all the kidnapping were done by Africans?
I mean, come on, bro. Like
that's false. Okay, let me pull it up.
I'm saying yes. You
Okay,
know what you're talking about.
Okay, you got it.
Hold on. Okay. Hold on now.
Oh my, this is gonna be easy one right here.
What you're doing is you fucking it all up.
Okay, sure. So I'm gonna read it and you correct me.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you fuck it all up. Then I'm gonna get you and beat you all up. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. And present the false narrative. Go.
Okay, got you.
Go. I'm muting out.
Let me share my screen. Yeah, cool. All right, Peter. So you're gonna see that when I'm going to show you the pattern, you're going to see Unc, you're going to see Amawali, that disgusting dude, and you're going to see another Pan-Africanist. They all change the narrative. We just simply asked them to acknowledge, hey, Africans did sell us, right? You can't just acknowledge that truth. And instead of saying yes, they'll go into a whole new direction. It's like, wait a minute, but that direction didn't tell me no. Says, okay, I'm glad you told me the politics behind everything. Now back to my question. The African sellers. Okay, so he's going to try that. Amawali's going to try that. And then another Pan-Africanist is going to try that. So just get used to those positions because I'm going to invite them on this channel. I'm going to debate them. I want you to get used to, it's a simple question. The African sellers, yes or no? And they're going to run somewhere else and that's not going to answer the question. It's just going to tell us the reasons and politics behind why they had to. And then once they're done, it's like, okay, did Africans sell us? Okay. Now, he's going to change up everything I just asked and watch.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm going to force you to deal with chronology. See, you can't play me with the crazy Christian game. That's the Christian game right there. Well, you know the Africans enslaved themselves. You know, you're a Christian talking about a slave trade that don't got nothing to do with the way you thinking. But go ahead.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, go for it. I'm the right dude. And I got 2 more minutes. So you got 2 minutes.
Okay, got it. Okay, let me cook this guy real fast. I mean, R.I.P. this dude.
Crazy.
Man.
Crazy. Now the
I'm gonna leave.
Africans enslaved themselves. How?
I got you.
Yeah.
Got you.
Wasn't even called Africans. Nigga, they was just, give me the tribe and the clans. Nigga, don't play with me.
And Zinga. Queen of Zinga. She went part of slave raids?
Yeah.
Okay, got you.
Absolutely.
So don't ever ask me another question like that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you have that for a moment. Then I'm gonna beat you up on it. Definitely got an answer for it.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead. What you doing? You said that.
Hold on.
Supposed to hand that already, bro.
Got you.
Ain't nothing you can read that's gonna say what you saying, yo. Go read that. We want to see it on the screen, nigga. Put it up there.
I will.
Yeah. What you taking too long?
Relax. I'm gonna get it right. I'll put my
Don't
get a
get it
Cash
right.
App tag on the
Give me a
screen though.
source to say that. Don't play.
Okay, sure. I got you.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, we do that. We can ask AI for sources nowadays. We ain't got to go do it
No,
ourselves.
read the AI, and then we want to make sure that the source back up what it's saying, because AI be dreaming sometimes. Get it right.
Okay, sure. No, yeah, but they give you sources though. You can ask for a source.
The sources don't match up at times. You gotta fight.
Sure.
Don't play. Come on, bro. We do this for real.
Okay.
We do this for real. We don't just chat GBT.
All right. I'm gonna use the same.
No, use chat GBT, yo. Put it in there and read it to us. Thank you.
I got you.
Thank you. And I want to know what the question you asked it.
Cool. So it's called African slave trade. All right. Transatlantic. So do you see my screen right now?
The Africans had a slave trade before Europeans colonialism came out.
We know about that. We know about that. Okay.
Go.
Do you see it? Do you see it?
Yeah. Read it.
Okay. So I'm gonna go to the most simplest one. So wait 1 second. I'm gonna get your spaghetti.
No, just read the African slave trade.
The African slave trade or transatlantic slave trade involved the transportation by slave traders of enslaved African people to the Americas. European slave ships regularly used the triangular slave trade route and its middle passage. Europeans established a coastal slave trade in the 15th century, and trade to the Americas began in the 16th century, lasting through the 19th century. The vast majority. No.
We gotta stop right there.
No. I'm gonna read. No, I'm gonna leave it up here.
Keep reading. Why?
No, because I'm gonna leave it up here. You read back.
Okay.
The vast, because you don't want to read right here.
I want to keep going, but I want to be chronologically correct in what we're saying.
I'm gonna leave it up.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna leave it up. The vast majority of those who were transported into the transatlantic slave trade were from Central Africa and West Africa and had been sold by West African slave traders to European slave traders, while others had been captured directly by the slave traders in coastal raids. European slave traders gathered and imprisoned and enslaved at forts on the African coast and then brought them to the Western Hemisphere. Some Portuguese and Europeans participated in slave raids. As the National Museum of Liverpool explains, European traders captured some Africans in raids along the coast, but most of them from local African or European dealers. European slave traders generally did not participate in slave raids. You're dead. Go, you're dead.
So here we go. So it says the Atlantic slave trade and transatlantic slave trade involve the transportation of slave traders and enslaved African people to the Americas. European slave ships regularly used the triangle trade route and its middle passage. So if we stop right there, and the context is it was the Europeans that established these trade routes first, right? So there is no Africans prior to colonialism planning a triangular trade route and building ships. And so these people are at the source of dysfunction in that particular region. There's no argument over that. So now that we got the chronology proper, no need to take slaves to the coast or raid anybody and send them across the world without the European involvement. So they are at the source of this, okay? It's business for them. The next sentence says, Europeans established. So European, not Africans, but Europeans established a coastal slave trade in the 15th century, and trade to the Americas began in the 16th century, lasting through the 19th century. So Europeans did this, and based off of Europeans doing this, they established the slave trade. Matter of fact, what most people don't know is that these particular Europeans, right, they put the whole African trade in dysfunction. I'm gonna say this again, meaning there was nothing else valuable but slaves. They decentralized trade. That means the trade was based on one thing after they came in. It wasn't based off of fruits and vegetables and wood and all.
That's what I mean. He want to tell me what the slave trade was based on. That's what I'm trying to tell you, family. You're going to see everybody do that when they just ask a simple question. The African seller. So I asked him that. Dr. Mayat's going to ask that Kun Amalawali that. And the Freedman dude's going to ask some Twitter tether the same thing. And they want to tell us the reason why, the politics, who financed the ships. I don't give a damn. This question is, did Africans enslave us? Real simple. And look where he's going.
Kind of a bartering system. It wasn't based off of that. They made it based off of slavery. So prior to Europeans coming to Africa, they had a bustling trade in all types of commodities, including slaves. So now you would have to research what an African slave trade looked like, what those slave markets looked like. It was part of the overall market system. Okay? Don't be a Christian and think that, oh, they was doing. No, it's totally different. Two separate things. Now, let's read on to the next thing. It says the vast majority of those who were transported in the transatlantic slave trade were from Central and West Africa. So there you go. It say and had sold and had been sold by West African slave traders to European slave traders. So why would they do that? Because they was already fighting each other like powers do, right? And they already had a system in play. Okay, so now at this point, the only thing that became valuable was the slaves, so they sold them to the Europeans at much higher numbers, right? Why? Because they're in a state of dysfunction at this point. Europeans are coming in to take their land and take their kingdoms, misuse them, pitting each other against each other. So that's all part of the game. We're not going to run away from that. And we're not going to run from the fact that they did sell Europeans as slaves. Why would they sell Europeans as slaves? Because their economies had fell. Why did their economies fall? Because the only thing you could trade that was valuable was goddamn Africans. Because Europeans, not Africans, decentralized the trade in Africa. So that's the only game left in town. So for their survivability, food, clothing, shelter, the main trade was in bodies. That's just what it was. Reading? That's just what it is. So let's get to the last part. Hold on. So it says the vast majority of those who were transported in the transatlantic slave trade were from Central West Africa, right? It say and have been sold by West African slave traders, right, to European slave trades. I agree. It say while others have been captured directly by the slave traders on the coastal raids, European slave raiders gathered and imprisoned the enslaved at forts on the African coast and then brought them to the Western Hemisphere. It says some Portuguese and Europeans participated in slave raids. Okay. It says as the National Museum of Liverpool explains, it said European traders captured some Africans in raids along the coast. It say, but brought most of them from local African and African European dealers. See, African European dealers. But
they were African. But go ahead.
No, it's a man, African or African European dealer. So what's the African European dealer thing, yo?
Read the next sentence and you'll get it.
Okay. It's a European slave traders generally did not participate in slave raids. We know why. You explained it. Because the niggas couldn't handle the heat and the malaria and all that. It say this was primarily because life expectancy of Europeans in sub-Saharan Africa was less than 1 year. Why you move it?
So you can read the rest.
Wait, because due to the endemic, malaria. Okay, you messed me up. Sub-Saharan malaria.
Right here. You right here.
Okay,
you was right there.
Coastal raids found that slave raiding was too costly and often ineffective. I said ineffective and opted for commercial relations. Yeah,
okay.
Yo. Hey, so how does that make your point? Okay. You explaining the intricacies of it. That's okay.
Okay. So it made my point.
Hold on. That is a summarization of it. I'm giving people the details that can be backed by scholarly sources, bro. So there's a
Okay.
reason why they gave you why. They couldn't go in there because they was catching malaria. So now you rely on
And
us.
Africans were defeating them. They would lose it. They was taking L's because the European army was not strong at that time.
No, that's not
They-
what that's
they-
saying. Hold on, where that's at? That's right here. My fault. You just adding some context to it.
No, that's part of research. So you don't know
Okay,
is
that's
that
part
I,
of research. Yeah,
yeah,
they
yeah. So
was.
you don't know that I already debated this with a dude named Revenue who trolls Tariq Nasheed, and he believed like you and most Pan-Africanists. You guys believe that Europeans were kidnapping Africans and Africans were so
They
innocent,
was.
but
No, they
the opposite.
was.
No,
Hold
no.
on.
Okay,
Hold
well,
on.
look,
I never said none of that.
wait. You just cut
Hold
me
on.
off. Wait.
Okay,
So
but I never
so
said that
I'm
though.
reading.
So I gotta cut
Okay,
you off
cool.
on that point.
No,
I never
okay,
said
cool.
that. But go ahead.
Okay, cool.
All right, go ahead.
So this is a key word right here that you kind of just skipped over.
I ain't skip. You moved
Okay.
the damn thing. That's where you moved the shit.
It says European slave traders generally
Yeah.
did not participate in slave raids.
Right.
And then it says this was primarily because life expectancy for Europeans in sub-Saharan Africa was less than 1 year, the period of the slave trade due to malaria that was endemic to the African. But here's the main thing. It was the next sentence. It says Portuguese coastal raiders found that slave raiding was too costly and often ineffective.
Correct.
They tried it and they failed. They needed Africans to go do it. So it goes back to the kidnapping, as I established earlier, came from Africans, not Europeans.
No. It came from different ethnic groups, different nations, cities, states. That's what it was.
Okay, so let me just,
hold on. They wasn't all together. It's not that. That's like saying the French and the Brits, and the Germans, all the same. I just want everybody to know that. I want you to get that
now we
picture.
just can't say. So now we just can't say African. See, family. See, all day today.
Just
Wait.
like
Let me just say that. Why you keep cutting in? Man? I'm not trying to argue. Hey, family. All day he loosely said the term African. He didn't specify which countries, which tribes, which regions. Now all of a sudden I can't say Africans. Now we got to be specific on what Africans, what tribes and regions. Now I just can't say Africa anymore. So they pick and choose like white supremacists, like the whole per capita, whole numbers. Now I can't say African. I got to be specific, which tribe, which region, which country.
Is it my turn to speak?
Go ahead.
My fault. I thought we was talking about a specific event. And during the times of this specific event, those people wasn't calling themselves Africans. Those people was calling themselves by their tribal names.
Hey, chat, you see? These Pan-Africanists cannot just have a genuine conversation. Now when I say Africans, I'm no longer speaking about people from the continent of the 54 countries. Now I got to be specific. The tribe, the region. Okay, bro. The West Africans that was involved with the slave trade. I'm talking about those Africans. So are they no longer Africans? Are they no longer Africans? Okay. Yeah, those are Africans. Okay. They're from Africa. They're Africans. Don't you call us African Americans? You say we're Americans from Africa. All right. So which tribe we from? Okay. So let's stop. Let's stop the shenanigans. Like, that's just a bad faith argument, bro. That's just terrible. The bottom line is that you learned something. You were debunked, you were corrected, and you learned something. You learned that the slave raids were predominant by Africans. Yes, I'm saying Africans. Africans who participated in the slave trade. It's embarrassing, family. Simple facts. These guys want to dismiss in the name of the religion Pan-Africanism. They'll go out here and make a fool of themselves to preserve Pan-Africanism. It's crazy. All right, so now this is Amawali. So Dr. Mayat is going to ask him something similar, and he's going to do the same thing Unc did. He's going to beat around the bush, okay, and go around. Go get it. Oh, you dropped it. And he's going to go around the question, did Africans sell us? He's going to give us the whole history before, during it, after it, and then think he answered the question. It's like, dude, the answer is simply yes. All right. Anybody new in the building who don't have a wrench but your FBA, make that known, or you can trace your lineage to slavery, let that be known so I can give you a wrench. The wrench is for people of their lineage and supporters. Okay, so let that be known quickly. Everybody liked the video. I didn't check how the likes are looking. But like the video when you get a chance, quickly, not when you get a chance, quickly like the video, subscribe, notification bell, and those are things that you could simply do in a second. They don't take no concerted effort, just boom, got it. And the Cash App at the top of the screen, if you want to support. Normally I take the show to the diner, right? Or, Starbucks. If you want to donate to some of the expenses at Starbucks, that's their $1 or $2. That's fine. That's the Cash App is there for there. The Super Chat is there for their other reasons, but that's all. So this Cash App is there for the diner expenses, and that's it. But the show will go there regardless of what. Watch this guy do the same thing. The question is going to be, did Africans enslave us? Everything but the answer. Watch.
People will say things like that.
And yes, he'll give a history lesson as well. Like, dude, just answer the question without a history lesson.
You keep talking about this Pan-Africanism stuff, but you're going to the same people who sold your ancestors into slavery, and now you're asking them to help you out. Why, So what are your thoughts about that? They're like, I don't want to deal with Pan-Africanism. Some of these folks, they were the ones who were complicit in the transatlantic, slave trade. I don't want any parts of those African folks.
I mean, the first thing you would have to
All right, before you answer that, yeah, the likes are crazy down, family. We're like, we wilding with the like. And I always say, if you're not gonna like, at least send a Cash App. You dig? Support that way, because the like button is free. You can support freely. Let me read this. Yep. Tyron Luing said, yep. And many Pan-Africans are now Darwinists, believing they monkeys off DNA tests and reparation denialists, saying it's a handout. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff going on. Is there an op in the chat? That's a question from Kia Harris. Okay, yeah. So the question was real simple. Did Africans sell us? And look at this history lesson he's going to give, and none of the lessons is going to include the answer yes or no.
understand is that
I don't want to deal with Pan-Africanism. Some of these folks, they were the ones who were complicit in the transatlantic, slave trade. I don't want any parts of those African folks.
I mean, the first thing you would have to understand is that the Africans sold Africans into slavery mythology is something that has been pushed out there to help to maintain division between us, because the slavery narrative is much more complex than what probably our time on this show would allow for me to really kind of like break down and get into. But what I'll say, just very shorthand, just to try to touch on that mythology, and I really don't want to go too deep off on a tangent. So if I go too far off, please
brother, go in, brother. They love you in the chat room. They like, go in, brother. Holly.
So
yes, brother.
So what people have to understand is that the African continent has been under siege for the last 1400 years, right? So prior to the Europeans entering the current slave trade, there was a thriving trade that happened on the African continent. They refer to as the sub-Saharan slave trade, or the Islamic or Arabic slave trade, that was occurring for almost 1,000 years. And essentially, the justification for that trade was that when the Muslims invaded the African continent, they referred to all non-Muslims on the continent as pagans. And their religion allowed for them to enslave all non-Muslims and all black people.
Teach.
Essentially. So the black people who were the first converts to Islam were a group of people referred to as the Fulani. These were our nomadic group of herdsmen who exist along the Sahel region of the African continent, like right below the Sahara Desert. These people annually would engage in slave raiding, and the nations that they conquered would become vassal states of the caliphate. Right, the caliphate is just an Islamic state, a state put under Islamic law. Now, the nations that they conquered would have to enter into agreements, and as a part of those agreements, there was something referred to as an annual tribute. So annually, you had to give the caliphate a certain amount of slaves, and those slaves were often marched across the Sahara and sold into the Arab world. So this tribute system that was introduced to the African continent via Islam was the system that started the slave raiding that we see all throughout the continent. Because if a larger vassal state was conquered, that state isn't going to give the tribute of their own people. They're going to go and raid their smaller neighbor, and they're going to take those bodies and then give to the caliphate. Right. So even when, and you see this as well, and this is why a lot of the Aboriginals like to say that slavery actually happened in reverse, because what you see happening is on the western coast of Africa, when the Moors conquer Spain, there's a thriving trade across the sub-Saharan, but then there's also Africans who are not Muslims, who are pagans, who are being captured and sold and enslaved in Spain as well. This is why when the Spanish and the Portuguese kicked the Muslims out of Spain, the Pope in 1443 signs a papal bull that gives the Spanish and the Portuguese the right to now enslave all pagans, Saracens, meaning Muslims, and non-Christians.
So we're talking about Pope Nicholas and the dumb diverses. Keep on teaching, brother.
So this is where we see the Europeans enter the trade. Now, mind you, this trade that was introduced to the continent via the tribute system of Islam had already been going on for 1,000 years. So when the Europeans entered the trade, all they did was redirect the traffic. So instead of marching those bodies across the sub-Saharan into the Arab world, they sent those bodies across the Atlantic Ocean into Brazil and the United States, into the Caribbean island, because the Pope, when he split the globe between the Portuguese and the Spanish, and he gave the new world to the Portuguese, they needed bodies, right, to facilitate the labor over there. So this trade that was already ongoing, they then just took those bodies and redirected the traffic. So when people are saying Africans were selling other Africans, what you're losing is the context that this is happening in the context of war, right? It's Islamic war and a Christian war being waged upon all African people because we were not Christian or Muslim, and because we were pagans, based upon the Hamitic myth. The sons of Ham were meant to be the burden bearers, and all of our lands and possessions could be taken. Based upon that war being waged upon us, this is the context that we find ourselves in. So most of us, when we get over here to the Western world, we're either here because we were the pagans who were captured, or we were prisoners of war, right? Those Muslims who were captured, those black Muslims who were captured in Spain and also enslaved here. So that's what you see. So when people are talking about Africans and enslaved other Africans, it's much more complex and complicated. And you have to understand that Africa is at the time of the transatlantic slave trade, Africa has been under siege by Abrahamic religions for already 1,000 years. Europeans just got involved via Christianity and carried that on for another 400 years. So it's not as simple as, like, Yvette and those folks like to make it seem. So the reality is the majority of us are here because our descendants or our ancestors were considered pagan, and because they were considered pagan, they were considered, it was justified to capture and enslave them. So
no. Thank you so much, brother. For that walk back in time, that that history lesson, brother. But let me ask you this: what are your thoughts about ADOS and American descendant of slavery and the foundational Black Americans? Do you think that those labels divide us? What are your thoughts on that?
I don't have any problem with Black people organizing locally. The only problem that I've had with the ADOS movement and the FBA movement is the ADOS movement, like I said, its introduction was attacking Pan-Africanism. Like there was no attacks, like people. You have to understand, like within the Black liberation movement, the Black liberation tradition, there's always been internal opposition.
Absolutely.
Like there's always been Black people who like, listen, we ain't messing with that Black power stuff. Like we trying to, integrate. We ain't messing with it. Like so, none of that is new. The only thing that they introduced that was new was the attacks on non-African American people in terms of labeling all Black people who are immigrants as slave traders, and making it seem as though hey, all these people are trying to usurp us and are I mean, even with FBA, like one of the things that I had to I distanced myself publicly from Tariq Nasheed because even with his FBA, I just saw that as a spinoff of ADOS. So I don't want to personally attack him, and I won't. But some of the things that he was doing, like he was sharing videos on Twitter of, it was just one video he shared of an African immigrant that was getting beat down, it looked like in New York, we don't know who the person was that was beating him down, but Tariq shared the video and was like, it's one of those Black immigrants getting beat up by an FBA, like celebrating it. And for me, like when I'm seeing stuff like this is stuff that has never been introduced and to our movement. And the question is, where does it get us? Because if you're talking about reparations, then you need to understand the last 100 years of the reparations movement, right? And having that understanding, those people understood that white society was not going to support that particular claim. So we understood that we had to work to attain power, because the only way to get it is to force them to give it to us, right? And like nobody is going to respond to any threat if there's no power behind it. Like if they don't fear you, you understand what I'm saying? So that's why you have a need to use Pan-Africanism as a tool, right, to work to attain power. And that doesn't mean that you're like looking to like African heads of state, because me as a Pan-African nationalist, I don't even recognize those African nations. Those are neo-colonial tools that the foreign interests use to dominate Africa. So our people are enslaved by those nations. So like, no, nobody is looking to African heads of state to assist us, but we are recognizing that this fight that we're in for our liberation, right? And I think that that's the problem. Like the people who are in ADOS and FBA don't have they don't have a vision of liberation that goes beyond them living comfortable in America, right? Their vision of liberation is them being comfortably integrated and having a check so that they can access the American dream. Like that's not my vision of liberation. My vision of liberation is for me to be
self-sufficient,
self-determining, sovereign, like sovereignty over the land, over my humanity. I'm not looking to be made a citizen within a system that is created to kill me and people like me all over the world. And I think that that's the difference between people who are actively looking to resist and people who are actively begging for inclusion. I think that's the difference between the two.
Oh my gosh, brother. I'm over here stomping my feet. I know you hear me stomping. Yes. People in the chat room, they said yes. They said yes, brother Omar Wiley. Absolutely. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. So you said, look, I'm not trying to just get a check and to continue existing in a system.
So family, he did all that explaining. Okay. So okay, you're done explaining. The African sellers or no? Family, we are getting close with the likes. We're 11 down. Let's make sure we like the video. Thank you. Okay. So all of that, like they see this is the insecurities of Africans and Pan-Africans. They think that if they just admit the obvious, that they sold us 1,000 years ago, gazillion years ago, they think that we ain't gonna want to do nothing with them. No Pan-Africanism with them. Listen, why does it, if let's say we want to do something with Africa, why does it have to be Pan-Africanism? Why just can't be just business, like the same way Chinese do things with Africa, or the Russians, Putin, America, the French, Belgium? Why it just can't be business? Why it gotta be Pan-Africanism? This whole religion thing. So anyway, their insecurities, they think if they acknowledge they sold us, then that makes that goes against the belief, the religion of Pan-Africanism. It's like, yo, really? We don't want to do nothing with y'all because it's nothing. It's a nothing burger. You had 100 and some years to do something, to make something of Pan-Africanism, to show us why this is beneficial, and you failed to do that. That is the number one reason why no Black American, whether they acknowledge the FBA or not, is the least interested in Pan-Africanism. Like, it really produced absolutely nothing. And if that's your selling point, nobody's going to buy. Nobody's going to buy. Even Pan-Africanists are not sold on Pan-Africanism. Why they can't get together? If you look at the Pan-Africanist YouTube channels or Twitter spaces, be like 3 folks in there, 4 folks in there. It's never like deep. Look at Dr. Mayat platform. It's like a failing platform. Where all the Pan-Africanist support? See, that's what happens. That's why stay real with yourself. If your FBA push your FBA platform, and her platform would have been overwhelmingly successful. But they sabotage themselves by pushing this agenda, which the Holy FBA Codex believe they're getting paid to do. And I'm not that far from that belief myself. All right. Okay. Turn this down a little bit. Okay. So now let's get into the things that he have said. Okay. Let me get some of his T-roll first. I meant to say real quick or first at the same time. Okay. So I'm a Wally. A whole bunch of nothing. And I learned something yesterday. I learned about the Pan-African Federations. I never heard of that. I heard of West Indian Federation, but yesterday I learned something new. So of course I had saved that window, and I did some research on that. All right. And the dates are very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay, so I'm a Wally. He didn't answer the question. He didn't acknowledge that we were sold. He gave a nuanced history. Okay. He basically alluded that some Africans were involved, but largely under the yoke of Arab and later European enslavers, right? Blame somebody else. He cited the Fulani Arab slave trade, Papa Bulls, etc., essentially saying Africans were also victims of external forces, and the context was complex. So, yeah, we sold you, but they made us do it. Or, yeah, we sold you, but we were living under their system. Okay. Uh, but as you see with Unc and now this guy, and you're going to see the next video I play, Pan-Africanist, and he called himself a Pan-Africanist nationalist, some bullshit he made up. But they often, family, change the subject when you just flat out ask them, did Africans sell us? They'll change the subject. They'll romanticize Africa like he just did. Okay, go to bed. Hold on, hold on. Okay. So they will romanticize Africa. They'll redirect the blame entirely to outsiders, Islam, Christianity, Europe, which he just did, while never directly answering the question, which is, did Africans sell us to Europeans? Okay. So let's unpack what he actually said. So Africa had been under siege for 1400 years by Islam and Christianity. The Islamic slave trade, sub-Saharan Arab trade introduced tribute systems. European redirected and already had existing traffic systems, whatever. Africa were capturing pagans and prisoners of war. So Africans were capturing pagan and prisoners of wars. Okay. But he directly did not want to answer whether African rulers and elites sold captives to Europeans for goods at the coast. Okay, Dahomey, Asante, Oyo, Congo, etc., who built economies on slave imports. I'm giving names, I'm name dropping. He didn't acknowledge that well-documented exchanges of captives for guns, liquor, textiles, and cowries. So no, family, he did not answer the question. He framed it into a siege narrative, to absolve African agency. Okay? That's what he did. Let me see where else. Okay. So he responded to her question because she said, hey, a lot of FBAs don't want to rock with Pan-Africanists because of the whole narrative. They can say, well, you sold us. You sold us to slavery. Why would we want to do anything with you? So he called that, this was his words. He said, hey, the Africans sold Africans into slavery is mythology to maintain division. So basically, anybody who's acknowledging that truth, that historical truth, they are maintaining division. Okay, family, that you'll see from most Pan-Africanists. That is called denialism. Okay. Okay, good job. Okay, good. 1 second. That's when you know Pan-Africanism has become a religion of the worst kind of religion. They're just denying stuff. For what? You did have some confidence. That's why you know there's not a real FBA movement because there's no confidence in it. Family, there are mountains upon mountains of primary sources, ship logs, European trade records, African oral histories that record Africans selling captives as port like Elmina, Wida, and Bonny. So it's not mythology when Dahomey kings openly admitted their role. You heard me? Dahomey kings openly admitted their role. What's mythology about that? And chiefs in Ghana and Benin apologized in 1999, I'm date dropping, and 2006 for their ancestors' involvement. That's a historical fact. He talks about the Islamic Arab slave trade introduced tribute systems of slave raiding. Okay, that's kind of true but incomplete because the Arab slave trade was real and predates the Atlantic system. but the existence of an earlier trade doesn't erase the fact that African rulers still captured and sold us directly to Europeans once the Atlantic slave trade started. Because white folks can make the same argument. Because he's saying, well, slave trading was going on before we did it. Well, white folks could say the same thing. Hey, well, slave trading was going on before they did it. So, like, when does that stop? When does accountability start? Okay, so saying Arabs started it is like saying someone else invented guns, so I bear no blame if I use one. Okay, the Atlantic slave trade still required African middlemen. He said when the Portuguese and Spanish took over, they just redirected the traffic. Europeans didn't just redirect. They built coastal forts and negotiated directly with African rulers. One more time, I'll read it again. Europeans didn't just redirect. They built coastal forts and negotiated directly with African rulers who supplied captives from inland wars. The traffic didn't exist in Atlantic form until Africans began selling captives at the coast to European ships. One more time. The traffic didn't exist in Atlantic form until Africans began selling captives at the coast to European ships. This was not just a rerouting of Arab trade, buddy. It was a new, massive commercial system. 12.5 million shipped across the Atlantic, with African kingdoms like Dahomey building state economies on it. He said Africans were not selling each other. It was context of war, pagans and prisoners of war. What's up, man? We just making up shit? That's exactly what selling African means, buddy. Those captives, whether POWs, debtors, or rivals, were still sold to Europeans. I mean, so that's why I say when they get done with this whole, shenanigan, this whole thing, I just go back to the question. So what's the answer? Yes or no? Did Africans sell us? All this splaining, all this plebiscite babble, bro, it just comes back to the original question. So you said a whole bunch of stuff. You revise history, you cherry pick history. Okay, are you done? Now, yes or no? Did they sell us? It just comes back down to that. Changing the label doesn't erase the fact of the trade. Every slaving society justified enslavement as war captives, even Europeans now. Okay, Romans did it, Arabs did it, Europeans did it, Africans did it. Justification doesn't erase participation, bro. We don't listen. The question isn't about how and why and where. Is did you? Okay, the majority of us are here because of our ancestors were pagans, considered justified for capture. That's what he said. He said the majority of us are here because of our ancestors were pagans, considered that's considered justifying for the capture. So he's blaming us while we're here. We're here because our ancestors were pagans. Like, yeah, these guys are dangerous, man. This religious framing obscures the fact that African rulers made active economic choices. They didn't simply hand over pagans. They negotiated contracts, collected taxes, and demanded payment in guns and goods. One more time. African rulers made active economic choices. They didn't simply hand over pagans like Amawali wants you to believe. They negotiated contracts, collected taxes, and demanded payment in guns and in goods. It wasn't just religious justification. It was a business model. Ports like Ouida and Bani had slave markets where Africans sold captives at set prices. Okay, so he framed like they all gonna do. He didn't answer. Like the next video, the next videos they're gonna frame and not answer. Instead of addressing direct African involvement, he pushed the Africa under siege narrative. He shifted blame to Arabs and Europeans while avoiding naming African sellers. Africans did sell us, not in the sense of betraying their brothers, but in the sense that political elites in Dahomey, Oyo, Asante, and Congo capture outsiders and sometimes rivals within. Sometimes they sold rivals within and traded us to Europeans for guns, rum, textiles, K2, scissor, and fentanyl. Okay? All of those things are true. Africa was exploited by external forces and African elites participated for profit. Now, these same African elites are coming over here on H-1B1 or H-1B visas, student visas, work visas. These same elites are coming over here, highly educated, and saying, "We doing better than you, niggas, in America." They coming over here to spy on us and to join our movements and try to sabotage them. Like, you will not get payback, nigga. We will undermine you forever. Okay. So Amawali, Unk, and the next guy, all of them, what they want to do is try to preserve a romanticized Mother Africa unity. They want to avoid giving, like, I don't know, Charlie Kirk of the world ammo. Your people sold you. And they want to reframe slavery as a European only, Arab only aggression, erasing African complicity. Okay. But before I move on, notice how instead of answering the simple question, did African rulers sell captives to Europeans, he turns it into a 1400-year saga of Africa under siege. This avoidance, not clarity, right? Yes, Arabs exploited Africa. Yes, Europeans built the Atlantic slave trade. But here's the hard truth for these Pan-Africanists. African elites did sell captives to Europeans. And that's why it was called the transatlantic slave trade. Denying Africa's role ain't going to make us Pan-Africanists, all right? It's going to make us stay away from you even further. All right, so now let me get into the next video, which is another delusional nut. Watch this. Another delusional Pan-African nut who's going to deny the slave role. Let me see what the chat doing. Let me see what the likes doing while I sip on some tea. Tea's still hot. Likes. We 8 more likes, family, and we are there. Scissor and fentanyl. That's what they wanted. Intuitively wise says if that is true, that the America got its slaves from America indigenous, which would be the American Negro. Noki says they are the threat you never seen, but now they are clearly team white supremacy. Yeah, yeah. They're trying to assume our identity. Yes. Okay, Addison Arabella, we migrated to Africa. We had skills, and they were jealous. Tyrone Luong says that's Stockholm syndrome at its finest. Yeah, facts. These some sick people, man. Blaze said, I watched this the other day. It's about how the Fulani Muslims were starting wars. It's about 20 minutes Battlefield Africa, the battle of the Fulani historians won't talk about. That's something interesting that I might look into later. Blaze. DJ Biggs in the building. What they've been doing is claiming our ancestors and think us as the descendants are going to not say anything. They've been doing too much with their words, but I wish they were checked on one day. Yeah, well, we're going to get them. We're going to get them. It's Grand Rising Day today. Okay.
Tonight, I mean, we might open it up. I invited one brother.
So these are the freedmen. I believe on the left is Naeem. This guy in the middle, I think that, yes, Ali. All right. But they fell for the bait that Dr. Mayat evil ass fed them yesterday. So she was trying to get them to go against, to say something negative about ADOS and FBAs, and eventually they were on code at first, but the lady I was with them went off code, and they all just crashed out. So for that reason, I looked into their work, right? Because they claim they are freedmen, right? They represent the Freedmen University. So I looked through a couple of their videos. That's why I didn't go live last night. I said, you know what? Let me look through their work. Let me vet it, see if it's all good like it's supposed to be. And I found some chinks. So when I relocate to the diner, we're gonna go over some of their talking points when it comes to reparations. They made a video saying, should we call ourselves freedmen or ADOS? All right. And when most people say ADOS family, they extend it to FBA. Whether you want to believe it or not, when most people say ADOS, they're also indirectly attacking the FBA. That's in most cases. They won't say it because they know that those or we who say we're FBA, we're large in numbers, and they'll get a whole bunch of spam in their comment section. So they like to say ADOS to keep it light. But I'm telling you, when they say ADOS, they really extend it to FBA. All right. So anyway, I went into their work, and we're gonna look over this whole freedman thing, right? We're gonna nip. There's a reason why FBA hit and freedmen didn't. I'll just say that. There is a reason why FBA hit and freedmen didn't. There's a reason why people even say ADOS and they don't say freedmen. So I'm gonna get into why FBA is the best term. And in second place is ADOS, and there's nothing else. FBA, ADOS, and whatever you want to call yourself, fine. But as long as you're the lineage, cool. But I am going to look into freedmen. Is calling yourself freedman better than ADOS, FBA? And spoiler, no. Okay, it's their fault because I would have never looked into it if they would have stayed on code. But let's get back to the denialism of Africans' role of the slave trade.
From Twitter to come on, he didn't like a comment that I made on Twitter about Africans. You know,
Wait a minute. Before I play this one, we have a comment in this section. We have a comment. NBF said millions of slaves were kidnapped. There you go. So before I play this video, NBF, can you click the link and talk about the millions of slaves that were kidnapped before I go on with this? Okay. NBF, can you go ahead and click that link right there? I want to learn more about the millions that were kidnapped. Okay, cool. Well, this Tyron Luong. I want, because I got a whole show to go on. I want NBF to call in. Yeah, that's my question, Kip DR. Peace, Tyron Luong. What's going on?
What's going on? Can
Peace
you
to
hear me?
you. Yeah, I hear you good.
Yeah, it's a lot of craziness that I'm seeing with these pro-black quacks and Afrocentric Bantu peons going on in this conscious community. I noticed this Dr. Mayat woman is a grifter. Way back in the Onk's crack pipe days, like she was literally exposed in docks for by young Pharaoh. Her real name is Deanna Bailey. She is an ex-con that was let into the community by like Sinetta, selling like multiculturalist cartoons called Meltrack, if you're familiar with them.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I think I bought one some years ago, bro.
Yeah, she basically steals information from different people within the conscious community and turns into an animated feature by selling multiculturalism to younger audiences. When that goes against the rules of nation building that these pan goofies say we gotta follow, right?
Right. Yeah, because I do recall like a whole bunch of colors in those kids.
And so she came in the community over here defending a government agent, Ron Karinga. If you're not familiar with him, he's like the founder of Kwanzaa. And
Oh, okay.
he was rocking with the FBI back in the day, and allegedly he unalived Bunchy, Carter, and Huggy at UCLA and went to prison for it. And he also assaulted two dark-skinned black women within his US movement because he was paranoid and schizophrenic, and also a weirdo where he had a whole lot of harem of light-skinned and non-black women in his entourage that he romantically had interest in. And one of the persons that was co-abusing these dark-skinned black women that he was paranoid against, she's his current wife today. She's a Latina that was called out by John Henry Clark from back in the day, saying that you're not a black woman, you're just a Latina in an Afro wig. And it's crazy that these pan goofies align with Ron Karinga today, because many of these guys are passport bros, MGTOW, copying off of like these white incels on trad wife and, you know, things of that nature, participating in sex tourism, and they turn on that sex tourism thing into a Pan-African grift, because initially they was talking about going down there to Brazil and taking advantage of third world women that's low maintenance, disrespecting domestic Black American women because they don't follow the trad wife criteria.
Yeah, I heard some of. I remember them guys, that movement. Yeah, right. These guys don't got no game to go ahead and just approach a sister and just be real. Like, hey, just be honest. That's all. You gotta lie.
And on the other angle, you got some of these grifters that's mixing the dope with conservatism and Donald Trump stuff, like
I hate them. I hate them the
Bear
most.
Brennan, Pan-Africanism Strikes Back, or Afro think tank mixing the dope with liberalism, copying off the model of Boston Eugene King that founded that Oyatunji village in South Carolina. He was an overcompensating mulatto that he was self-hating his own self because European Jews had a holiday and stuff. So he figured he'd look into a National Geographic and copy off some culture of the Mandinka and travel over there and became a prince or a king, and came back here trying to force this fake African stuff on us. It's the same pseudo goofy grift with the Hotep Pan-Africanist that keeps pushing this Commission stuff.
Right.
It's crazy how like these people keep going off this trauma bonding stuff, misusing DNA tests, because that's a whole nother grift that these people try to get us with is, oh, the DNA test will prove that we some African slaves. No, it isn't. It's only talking about that we share a common haplogroup within the Flintstone times. It's not talking about somebody put on a slave ship and carried over here. It can't tell us that. What it can tell us is relatives that was born in the 1900s all the way up till now. It doesn't last that long, and they're not even actually digging in the areas that the transatlantic slave trade took place, that you had like villages or kingdoms that were toppled over by other kingdoms that had superior weapons or war tactics or whatever. And these guys gotta deny like the Africans when basically you got a majority continent of Black people. So a white man is not putting a gun in your hand to unalive your own people and to sell them into slavery. You've been practicing these indentured servitudes long before Europeans came in, and you taught them the tricks of the trade, because many of these Africans sailed all the way over there to Europe and then participated in owning white women as, you know, sex trade slaves and stuff like that. and turning their children into apprentices and teaching them alchemy and stuff like that, like the Timbuktu stuff and St. Corey University or the Greco-Romans in Alexandria. All these Europeans, that's how they got their knowledge from, with the Arabs and the Africans going up into Europe and teaching them civilization. Like, you can't deny the middleman, because you can't tell history without the negative parts. It's not all the time good. Just like over here with American Indian culture, you got like the flower wars. Some tribes didn't like messing with the Aztecs because they kept human sacrificing little children and stuff like that. Or people practice cannibalism in certain tribes and stuff like that. Everything in history ain't good. You got people that got villainy. And even if we live in an alternate timeline where racism, white supremacy never exists, there would have been new evils that would have took its place. But I'll leave it at that. What do you have to say for that? Hello? Did you fall off or something? Mr. Ron? Mm-hmm. Oh.
Uh, where are my headphones? My bad. I had got a phone call. Where the hell are my headphones at? Where'd brother go? My bad, brother. I had got a phone call, and usually I let it go to voicemail unless you call back. So they called back. So to me, that they were I guess important, but it was. But I heard most of what you said, and I agree. I'm glad that you exposed their pattern, their grifting pattern, and they call other people grifts. That's hilarious. But I appreciate that because I didn't know a lot of that background about these guys. But that explains a lot to me. It explains why they are so angry and obsessed at one person, and that one person is Tariq Nasheed, and it's mainly through jealousy. It's mainly because they want to be him. You know, they look at all the turns and circling and backdating and grifting that they did, they was hoping to one day become a Tariq Nasheed, who stayed on his square for damn near all, since we known him on the net. Always been to himself, always had his own platform, never had to grift in other people's platforms, stayed in his lane, and was always good at what he did. Okay. He wasn't an electrician who decided to start a dog grooming service. He stayed in the electrician lane, and that's an analogy. But Tyron Luong, I was here. I just on mute, so I got busy. So I appreciate you calling in though, and I heard probably 85% what you had to say. The last 15 seconds, 15% of it I had to get to a phone call. But don't think I left you out there. Yeah, Tariq Nasheed exposed those clowns as well. Let me just let them know. Okay, so I let them know I got a call. Yeah, I was on mute. I had got a call, and like I said, it was an important call, so I couldn't even push it back. I was trying to let you know, like, hey, keep going, you dig, but I couldn't get to the computer fast enough. Okay, yeah, so no, but that I appreciate that. But again, I appreciate you pulling up real good expose. I heard most of it. I didn't hear all of it, but I wanted to kick out the MBR guy. See if I can find his name, because he said that millions of us were kidnapped, and I was trying to challenge him. Like, pull up and explain us being kidnapped. So what was white people rolled in? They were kidnapped by whom? White folks who went to Africa and started kidnapping people? You bitch niggas, you better not say nothing. Like talking to the kings out there. What happened to the kings and queens and their armies? They gonna let the white man roll up in there. And by the way, this is the 1400s, family. It ain't like it's the 1800s where they like Berlin conferenced up. These are white people who are really not that strong. They really still, the world is not being dominated by one race. If it is, it's darker people at that time. All right. So anyway, I'm gonna continue this show. All right. So here we are.
I quoted my brother Logic from the conversation we had earlier, and he didn't like that comment where it said we were stolen. I mean, we weren't stolen. We were traded from Africa. We were traded for good. My man ain't like that. No,
why he didn't like it? What's wrong with it?
I don't know.
It's true.
Well, we can say, it was people that were stolen, but where were they? Who? That's not absolving those people that may have been a rival tribesman from over there, or there might have been a
he in the chat. He in the chat. All right.
Yeah, they still were stealing.
All right, look.
Let me tell you. You know how I say it. Mm-hmm. I always say we are the descendants of the people who were kicked out of that place.
Basically. All right, but my man is in the chat, so I'll
we were just that was funny. We were the descendants who were kicked out of that place. Oh my God!
No doubt. When people, come through and all that.
You gotta say that one more time.
Okay, so I'll
kicked out of that place.
That was funny. That caught me off guard.
All right, look.
Let me tell you. You know how I say it. Mm-hmm. I always say we are the descendants of the people who were kicked out of that place.
All right, but my man is in the chat, so I like that.
No
I like
doubt.
when people, come through and all
Thanks
that.
for coming through.
I gotta give shout outs to my people from my hood. Yo, Big Yang, I see you. My hood. I love to see my hood.
Big Yang, what up? Peace, Big Yang.
Let me see. All right, look, family, if you would like to contribute to the platform, you can hit the super chat button. You can
super chat button or the hashtag right there. $, unbiased Ron. Perfect timing there, brothers. Thanks for the plug. All right. So let's get right into the denialism. All right. It was around right here. Around right here.
Well, in terms of just that whole thing, you know, that whole see, here's the thing, right? They call it the transatlantic slave trade for a reason, right? And that's not something that African Americans made up. That's not something that we pulled out of the sky. That's not a terminology that we came up with on our own. That's what it was called, the transatlantic slave trade, right? And that happened because there were people who were working in conjunction with Europeans, trading people for things. That's what was happening. I was just watching a video that was sent to us the other day, well, yesterday, I think. Professor James Small talking about this very thing. The fact of the matter is, you had certain slave traders working with European slavers, whether they were Portuguese or Spaniards, that started this whole thing, which, you know, we can go into the papal bulls and everything else that is at the root of all of that stuff. But at the end of the day, it was a trading system. And we're not saying that all Africans on the continent were involved in trading people, but that's what happened. There were people who were involved with European slavers and were trading people, whether they were what do you call them, prisoners of war or whatever the case is, between different, you know, prisoners who were held between from different tribes, you know, different tribes that may have been warring with each other, whatever the case is, right? The bottom line is, it happened. It happened. You have people doing it. And we know that it happened because you have different African chiefs who had apologized for their people's roles in the transatlantic slave trade. There's documentation of it, whether it be the Dahomey tribe or whoever. Different people that were involved in it. The Dahomey, from what we've read in the research that is provided about the Dahomey, they built an entire economy off of slave trading. So it is what it is. We didn't get here by happenstance. It wasn't no accident.
So obviously he's right, right? It was a trading system. Africans and Europeans worked together. I like to say they had a joint venture, something similar to Dame Dash and Def Jam. Hold on. Yes, I like to say they had a deal similar to Rockefeller Records and Def Jam, a joint venture. Dame Dash and old boy. Okay, I don't see the why the rejection of this historical event. The homie built its entire economy on slave ports. That's a fact. Chiefs in Benin, Ghana, and Sierra Leone have publicly apologized, as I said earlier, 1999, 2006, for their ancestors' role. That's documented. That's in the archives, historical archives. You cannot deny what the chiefs themselves admitted to. Like, what the hell's going on here, man? Like, what is really going on? This Pan-African stuff is a junk nothing burger. It's a junkyard nothing burger, denying what people are owning up to. Like, can you imagine that? Can you imagine, like, white people from Ireland saying slavery never happened in America after America pays reparations for it? Oh, that never happened. It's like, yo, we got a check because it happened. What are you talking about? Like, but that's what these guys are doing. These kingdoms, these countries that had these kingdoms are saying, yes, we did that, and we apologize. You know, we acknowledge it. And these Pan-Africanist clowns are saying, these Pan-Africans, I like to call them cons, all right, because they are con artists. these Pan-Africans want to say, no, it never happened. No, there's more context. Shut the hell up. All right, so let's get into the meat. So now that was Ali. Now the dude is going to call in, and he's going to come with that YN energy off the back. Watch this. Right over here.
I'm gonna give you a chance to respond, and because we've yet to hear you prove.
And then we're going to examine later. We're going to examine with an objective eye, an unbiased eye. Is Friedman more fitting than FBA or ADOS? Because that is their position. So we're going to look at it. We're going to look at it very objectively. All right.
Prove the rebuttal that you tried to give to the tweet. Basically, what we said didn't make sense. Basically, if you sum it up,
it's actual historical fact, man.
Yeah, and the fact that we brought up this.
Yeah, Guillory said Morris Naeem. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. And although these brothers got good intentions, well, it seems like good intentions. They're freedmen. They're pushing the reparations narrative. But the question is, are they in the way? You dig, of the real work? And that's something we're going to examine later. But right now, we're going to have fun with them exposing these Pan-Africanists. But are they in the way? Because like Guillory said, Morris Naeem, are they bringing the plebiscite babble to the reparations argument? That is my concern. That's my question. Are they bringing the plebiscite babble to the reparations table and going to muck it up for us? That's what we're going to examine later on when we talk about freedmen, FBA ADOS. We're going to examine, are these brothers that's claiming Freedmen University, are they bringing plebiscite babble to the reparations table to muck it up for all of us? We're going to examine that later because some say that they're bringing that Moorish science citizen, sovereign citizen, plebiscite babble into the reparations movement. We'll see.
Actual historical fact is somehow childish, a petulant thing to say. So I want to give you the opportunity to come on. You can unmute yourself, brother, and just if you can explain to us how it's childish.
90 seconds.
90 seconds.
Yeah. Go.
You got to unmute yourself, brother.
You got to unmute
I never
yourself.
muted myself to begin with.
Oh, no, I had to mute you.
So I got to unmute myself? Oh, okay.
So you got 90 seconds. You said 90 seconds uninterrupted.
Before, the original statement was, we wasn't stolen from Africa. We were traded for goods by other Africans. It was a childish statement because regardless of the trade.
Family, look how aggressive he comes in. Dude, they're just trying to find out if you will admit that Africans sold us or not. He comes in with the YN energy off the back.
90 seconds. You said 90 seconds uninterrupted.
The original statement was, we wasn't stolen from Africa. We were traded for goods by other Africans. It was a childish statement because regardless of the trade that occurred after the theft of life, there was still a process where human beings were stolen. That is as simple as it gets. You have
That's a funny argument.
If you deal in stolen goods, anybody from the hood knows you steal a car and sell it. Okay, you trade it for something, usually money, but it's still stolen. Meaning, if you don't own it, if you're suggesting Africans traded their own children, now that's a different concept. But when you talk about the Dahomey specifically and the people of Benin, who specifically went into the interior and waged war to kidnap other Africans and then to trade them for guns, rum, combs, and other items, you're still dealing with human beings that were stolen from their people.
Let me interject.
That's not 90 seconds. Let me get 30 more.
I made the point.
Go ahead, brother.
I made the point. So that was why, in my opinion, unless we address, and that's surface, that's not even like going into the depths of it. But the most common thing is to understand that human beings on the continent of Africa before European interaction, no one owned anyone. Even if you were a so-called slave, you were absorbed into a community. So this idea of chattel or being a commodity or object is not indigenous to that continent. So
Wait, let me cut in before he goes further. All right, because he's about to really do some babbling. Okay. My son watching this Hill Hamster thing. That's funny as crap. So he says, even if you trade a stolen car, it's still stolen. Africans kidnapped their own people, so it wasn't theft, and it wasn't trade, whatever. Okay, so that analogy fails, family. I don't know where these guys get this stuff from, man. Cars are stolen property. Captives in Africa were prisoners of war or debtors, okay? African rulers claimed legal right to dispose of captives, and they negotiated directly with Europeans. That is legally and historically a trade. Okay? Europeans didn't say, hey, we stole these people. They paid customs fees, issued receipts, and kept ledgers with African middlemen. Those records used the language of commerce, sold for exchange, cargo. Okay, so the language of commerce was sold for, exchange, and cargo. Okay, these aren't words of something stolen. These are words for something in commerce. Okay, bought and paid. Let them go further with the foolishness.
So therefore, anyone that participates in the idea that they could sell another human being would have to steal that person from the people they belong to.
We get all of that,
Brother Ali.
So that's why I said it was
we get all of that. We've heard that.
That's why I said it was childish.
The fact that
and shallow.
Understood.
That's
understood.
why.
It's not childish. But let me show you how it's not childish and shallow. Because the people who stole other people, the stealing occurred on the continent. What you're talking about as being stealing occurred on the continent. These were intra-tribal or ethnic group battles that were occurring where people were being taken from one group and held by another group on the continent. So when someone says that Black people were not stolen from the continent, they were in fact traded, that's exactly what happened. If you're going to say the people on the continent were were stealing people from other groups and using them for whatever purposes within their ethnic group, then that's one thing. That's on that continent. But from the continent to the Americas, what happened was there was a trade. You can't get around that, brother. Everything that you said had nothing to do with changing the fact that the people were traded by African people with European people in exchange for things. Come on, bro. Let's not dance around that fact. It is what it is. It's a simple truth.
Okay. So he said Africans didn't believe in chattel slavery. They believed only God owns people. So it wasn't all stealing. Again, the dude that's aggressive with his romanticizing myth. Okay, so many African societies, Songhai, Congo, Oya, Dahomey, openly practice human bondage. Enslaved people could be sacrificed, sold, or kept as domestic servants. One more time. Enslaved people could be sacrificed, sold, or kept as domestic servants. The existence of local slavery proves they understood ownership. So when he says they didn't believe in chattel slavery, the existence of local slavery proves that they understood ownership. The difference is degree, domestic versus chattel, not existence. Europeans obviously expanded and weaponized an existing system. So Europeans just took advantage of a system that was already open business. So they basically, there was a business market. There was a Wall Street going on in Africa. And Europeans just came in there and said, hey, how do we sign up? And they just took it to a whole nother level. That's all. So they had their African Wall Street going on, right? Business was great. They were selling us.
Simple, straight to the point fact. You can't change the history because you don't like it. You can't change the history because you don't like it.
Okay, respectfully.
Hold
That's the
on,
bottom line. You can't change the history because you don't like it, bro. It is what it is.
I can respectfully disagree. I can say that within your statement, it becomes a matter of semantics because the initial comment was we wasn't stolen from Africa. Okay, that's the point. But let me say this. Let me clarify something.
They were traded.
He just spoke. Now I can't speak.
I'm glad you restated.
This is what I knew was going to happen when dude told me to come
It
on
doesn't
the
matter what
show.
you
I knew it. I knew it. That's why I was like, I don't want to do this because it's not productive.
Mute the brother out.
I'll
Right,
just
so look, right. This is an interesting thing he said. He said we were wrong because we were saying Africans wasn't stolen from Africa. He is still affirming our position because what he said, Africans were stolen in Africa.
I'm just laughing, right?
You know, so we never said that they weren't stolen in Africa if there was a theft in Africa, but the trade that got them across the ocean was a trade. It wasn't a theft. So the brother's bugged out.
It was a trade. You can't change that.
You can't change that. And
like, bro, you know what it is, man? Dudes.
Look,
dudes want to do these emotional, verbal gymnastics, trying to play with words to try to make it seem like, you know, something didn't happen that actually happened. You're emotional because you're emotionally attached to this whole Afrocentrism thing, this whole Pan-Africanism thing that ain't even real. You're emotionally attached to it. And so you want to try to flip and do all of this flavorful stuff with words, talking about the people was stolen. Yeah, it was African people stealing other African people, if that's what you want to call them, African people. They were stealing each other. What you just explained, and then the people that had possession of them traded them with European in exchange for different things. So don't try to say that the trade didn't happen from Africa to the Americas, because that's exactly how the people got from Africa to the Americas, by way of a trade. You trying to play with words, acting like somebody don't understand, and somebody's childish and foolish and shallow because you emotionally attached to something that didn't really happen the way that you trying to pretend that it happened.
Let me
go ahead, bro. My bad.
Brother, was he you know, a native Black American? Was
he jumped back in, but I want to speak to something that he said, right? He said that the concept of chattel wasn't known on the African continent, right? So when we're dealing with chattel, we're dealing with usually in the way that it has come to be used as ownership in other human beings. Correct?
We might have to start getting into definitions on people, bro, because they think they're gonna play with words. We don't play that.
Not here.
We don't play that.
So if even if he's gonna say, well, maybe there was some stealing intra-Africa, then you still moot out your own point when you say that this idea of chattel in Africa didn't exist, because really to steal something from someone implies that the thing that is being stolen is owned by someone else. So if there is no chattel, as the brother said, then you can't even make the case that there was African stealing within the continent. There were wars and there were prisoners taken. And when the Europeans came looking for the Moors with the curly hair, because I could go to a whole bunch of sources if I want to. I ain't going to do all of that. They were brought to these rulers and leaders and clerics, and they said, well, we have these prisoners, and what will you give us?
And family, Professor Truth did a great video that I'm gonna play later. I'm trying to find time to play this right here. But this will get played today.
Woman. She has two children, one at Vassar.
I was watching this earlier. Ooh, Professor Black Truth was this right here. So this will get played sometime today in whole. This is 27 minutes. You could say 28 minutes. This will get played. This is a great read. He read it himself. So this is a great treat for you guys. I will play this in whole. This is Professor Black Truth video. There's this guy right here. You know, I've been watching him for a long time. He put in the work, man. This dude right here. If y'all don't know who he is, I will subscribe to his channel. This guy been putting in work as long as the Black Authority. He don't really go live. That's his link in the chat. He don't really go live like that, but he's the upload king. He has hella upload, but it's entitled "Why West Indians Like to Hate FBAs." This is great. Like his narration skills is dope. Yeah, but I'm gonna test that later. Okay, so let's get back to here.
And they gave the Africans a whole bunch of things: ammunition, alcohol, weapon, all type of weaponry. I mean, you know, different foodstuffs, et cetera, et cetera. So this was in fact the trade. The prisoners weren't property of the rulers. They were simply captives of the ruler. These Africans did not become property until they got to America and became chattel. So let's bring the brother back on, and hopefully he could contain. I don't like them trying to speak over us when we talk. I got you in the room, brother.
Peace. Look, I mean, for me, it's real simple. Like, to even have a discussion, you got to.
Wait, so before you go on, prisoners of war weren't property until America, all right? But they were captives, and African rulers traded them. So they were not property. So I kind of get Naeem's point. You can't steal something that's not property, all right? So yeah, so the word stolen wouldn't even, like, you can't steal, you only can steal property. So he was right. So prisoners of war weren't property until America. White people in America start to call them property, but they were captives in Africa, and African rulers traded their captives like Pokemon cards. Okay. Africans didn't invent racialized chattel slavery, but they commodified captives for sale. Okay. They did that. The commodification was already ownership once they exchanged them for foreign goods. So I guess it's kind of tricky.
Agree to listen, or it's not a discussion. So it's not lecturing anybody.
But they definitely traded us like Pokemon cards. All right. That's a fact. Like old baseball cards, Babe Ruth or somebody, Barry Bonds.
I came on because the brother asked me that I want to come on and discuss it. This isn't like something that I needed to do. I chose to do it. So the whole point that I come back to, if I say something is shallow, that doesn't mean it's wrong. Okay. What I'm saying is the shallow analysis, it negates the fact that, number one, and I was trying to go point for point, but I was only able to get to the first fundamental point, which is the brother, I guess, Naeem, mentions this concept of chattel. So you mentioned prisoners of war. Well, a prisoner of war, as you said, is a prisoner. A prisoner is not an object that you own. You can detain someone. That does not mean you own them. Okay. So that in and of itself, you are affirming my point. But the deeper level of analysis that I'm trying to make here is that, first of all, you had Moorish colonization of the Iberian Peninsula for 800 years. So there were so-called Black people, if you want to use American terminology, or Moors, if you want to go a little deeper into the history, that were all over Europe at that time. Okay. So even in the process of building Elmina in 1444, there were people that looked like us that were a part of that process. Juan Garrido, the person that discovered Mexico before Estevanico, was a Black man. So my point, this is the extended analysis of why it was shallow. The first one I started with was that African people don't believe they own each other. They believe that the idea of ownership belongs to God. So that was the beginning. The other part of it is to address this fact. You have 800 years of colonization of Europeans by Black people. Black people were a part of the slave trade on the continent of Africa, yes, but they were also a part of it in Europe. These are the elements that I made the initial statement, it was shallow. I'm not disagreeing with the fact that there's culpability and accountability for those Africans that were contributing to the triangular trade, because it was a triangular trade. I never disagreed with that. I never said that wasn't my point of view. My initial statement was that it was a shallow analysis. Why?
Okay.
Because, and just give me 20 seconds and I'll shut up.
Go
I
ahead,
promise you.
brother.
I promise you. My initial statement of it being shallow is because there's only one purpose in addressing history for Black people at this point, and that is to develop resolutions to the problems in the present moment.
Okay.
So ultimately, you will have compromised people that share your phenotype that work against you. And this has been the case since the Greeks first came into the Nile Valley. It has never stopped.
Okay.
You're all over the place, man. All over the place, bro. God, dog.
Two things right before you go, Logic. I just want to, two things. First thing I want to say is, brother, and maybe it's my own bias, right? But I haven't heard you prove the shallowness nor the childishness of what was said.
That's an opinion. You can't.
And you're right.
Disagree
That's
with that.
why. That's why I prefaced what I said with maybe I'm biased. You can't ask people to listen and you don't listen, brother. Now, the second thing I want to ask was like, what is your background? Where are you from? Are you an American? Like, is your family from Africa? You know, what is your background?
I mean, all of our families are from Africa.
You know what I mean.
My family
you know what I mean.
On the plantations of South Carolina and North Carolina. My great-great-grandfather came from South Carolina to Baltimore in 1890.
Okay.
My family's been in Baltimore since 1890. I know my lineage, bro. You see, this is the thing. You got to be humble.
No, stay focused. It was a simple question. It's a simple question.
You made mistake. You said
stay focused, dude. You answered the question satisfactorily. We don't have to go into this other thing, man. Come on now. Come on, yo.
Okay. All right. So Pete, right?
You answered the question. It was a great answer. Let's move forward.
Yeah, check it out, right? So before you got off the first time, you said that you disagreed with and thought it was shallow, that you said that the statement, well, for one, if you thought it was shallow, before you came up with that assumption, you should have asked, and can you contextualize this for me, brother? What do you mean by this, brother? Can you explain a little bit before you thought you knew what the brother was really talking about when he's made that statement? Because without context, you don't know what he's really getting at. Now, you made a lot of assumptions there. Now, two, you said that you disagree that Africans were stolen from Africa, right? That was the statement. Africans weren't stolen. They were traded, right? So you said that you disagree with that. But all of the stealing of people that you were talking about happened in Africa. You didn't provide one example where an African was stolen from Africa and taken to America, right? Stolen from Africa and taken and brought to America, right? You said they were stolen in Africa, and then you agreed that they was traded to Europeans, and then the Europeans brought them to America, right?
And so
you didn't prove us wrong in that regard. You kind of just
I'm not trying to be funny.
End of story.
Question, or is this a question? Or
no.
All right, so let me get back in here. Okay, so he said Africans don't believe they own each other. Ownership belongs to God. I think I readdressed that. Did I? The homies, army, and Oyo Empire built militarized slave states with markets where enslaved people were priced like livestock. Hello? Can I say it again? Did the family hear me? The homies army and Oyo Empire built militarized slave states with markets where enslaved people were priced like livestock. That's in Africa. So you can project, so you cannot project modern moral philosophy on 15th to 18th century African politics. Okay. Ownership existed. Otherwise, there's no way to explain how Europeans bought captives legally recognized by African sellers, right? This is a goofy argument that and a goofy rabbit hole that these Pan-Africanists are willing to go down. Now, I didn't know this rabbit hole was this deep. I mean, this is unbelievable. Now we're talking about the word stolen. Doesn't mean it means something else and traded. Oh my God. Oh.
You're being taught right now, brother.
No, I haven't asked any questions. So, and then
what am I being taught? You're telling me what I meant, and then that's the lesson.
No, I'm telling you what you said. You said you disagree with what
telling you exactly what you said, brother.
Yeah, you said that Africans weren't like that. I was wrong or childish in making the statements.
We're gonna be right and exact. What did I start with? I said I'm a person that deals with exact quotes. What I said specifically,
shallow and childish.
This is a shallow, perhaps even childish analysis. And even in that, hold on, I didn't say I disagreed. I said it was shallow. There's a difference.
But you didn't even get the context of the statement. So how do you know that?
I absolutely know the context and everything you said, because everything you've said, this is not a new idea.
No, but you don't know what the conversation was about. The brother just explained before he said it that it was a conversation that me and the brothers was having in private. You wasn't there. You don't know what we was talking about when we said that. And he said he wanted to make that post, and he made the post. You thought you knew what the conversation was.
You just explained it. You explained it for 40 minutes.
Oh, wow. So let me ask you another question.
So what do we disagree about? Let's be clear, because I've been told that I'm being taught. What is it
now we need to know what we disagree about. Now we need to know.
Disagree about.
Come on, man.
So you said your ancestors is in South Carolina. Am I wrong? South Carolina?
South Carolina.
Before that, the Senegambia.
All right, no, but I want to know about the South Carolina part.
Right.
All right, so when you had the South Carolina hit lineage knowledge, when you was on first, your avatar was of an African.
Breaking news, just in. I gotta insert this in. Okay, I gotta insert this in. Hold on. This is an African, right, from the diaspora. I mean, African of the continent. He's gonna explain why they sold us. Let's see.
Why did Africans sell their own people?
Ah, shit.
During a stick-up, when somebody puts a gun to your head and you give up your stuff, are you implicated in that robbery? The beginnings of the transatlantic enslavement can be found in the motivations of Europeans. The need for labor to work their newly appropriated lands in the Americas drove the gradual shift to humans as the main item of the unequal exchange across the Atlantic. It was violent from the beginning, and it remained violent for the duration of that relationship. From the beginning, there was resistance from the Africans. Over time, however, as in 400 years, the constant warfare by the Europeans.
Ain't that what I told Unc? I said they resisted. Oh, where you get that from? Like, all right, whatever. I didn't even argue that. Like, you just stupid, bro. I'll move on.
And their allies on the continent led to forms of collusion on the part of some Africans who ended up enslaving their own peoples and selling them to the Europeans.
Wait, run that back. I heard some slick talk.
Of that relationship. From the beginning, there was resistance from the Africans.
That part is true. That's what I read to Unc. I said, nah, they couldn't go in there and take it, steal anybody, kidnap, took anybody, right? I said, nah, they got beat up by the Africans. Where you get that from? Now, this is a Pan-African that doesn't know that. Like, just a stupid dude on the internet. I mean, that's not cool to be dumb. We're in the era of information, man. AI is on our hip. It's not cool to be dumb in 2025 on the worldwide net where everybody can see you. I told Unc, I said, yeah, they couldn't, because he tried to say malaria only was killing white folks. No, so were Africans. Africans was beating their ass. The white man wasn't strong in the 1400s. Where you get that from? Just a nut.
And it remained violent for the duration of that relationship. From the beginning, there was resistance from the Africans. Over time, however, as in 100 years, the constant warfare by the Europeans and their allies on the continent led to forms of collusion on the part of some Africans who ended up enslaving their own peoples and selling them to the Europeans.
Yeah, nah, he definitely watered it down. And you can't trust Africans telling the story. He watered it way down. All right, we're reading and learning something way more harsh and systematic than that.
Sculpture. Why wasn't it of like Prince Rivers or Robert Smalls or one of the great Black American heroes who are so important to our lineage and history? Specifically, South Carolina, Prince Rivers might be the greatest Black man ever born in the state. Why not have a picture of him? Why have some African sculpture?
Because that's my choice. I mean, that's a weird question.
That's why I asked you why you chose.
Because I chose to.
But
the significance, do you want to know? You're asking questions, so I guess I can answer?
I guess, can you?
Of course. So for me, I'm a Black social theorist. So I deal with Black consciousness as the cognitive framework, Black collectivism as the moral and social code, and holistic Pan-African as the universal and global political agenda. All right. There's a micro and a macro. I live in Baltimore City. I live in a city, well, technically not anymore, but the 7th largest predominantly Black city in America. So the day-to-day work that I do for my people is in my community.
Do you know
who however, my network is global. People from New York, people from LA, people from Florida, people from Georgia, people from Michigan, people from Mali, people from Burkina Faso.
Oh my God. All right, let's get to your argument, man. God damn.
I know I can speak for myself, and I probably could speak for the rest of my BTP brethren. We don't really agree with anything that you said here tonight, insofar as
So when they say BTP, that stands for be the power, be the power. That they rep that. That's the new thing. Freeman, be the power, BTP, whatever.
You don't agree with anything?
Hold on. Insofar as the debate topic is concerned, yet you have already said that you've fundamentally agreed with just about everything that we said.
That's the essence of saying something is shallow, bro. That's what I think you're missing. Because if I give you an analysis of something, it's just like when people say, well, Black people need to stop killing each other. That's shallow. It doesn't address all the factors that make that a problem. That's what I mean. Do I disagree that we should stop killing each other? No, I don't disagree. But to say that in a vacuum, or even to explain it as it's been explained. Now, the dude Logic, right? I listened to what he was saying. There is, and here are the points that I agree with so we can be specific. The idea that Black folks in America are the pioneers of Pan-Africanism. That's true. There can be no Pan-Africanism without Black Americans. That is true. African people, to some degree, there's an accountability for what they had done in the slave trade. That is true. Okay? These points I can agree with. Now, his perspective on being American, I have issue with. Won't go into it, but I disagree with that. But these other points I agree with. Do people from Africa come here and condescend and try to exploit the work of these indigenous Black Americans that have done all these different things for 500 years? Yeah, they do. And that's a problem. And some of them are arrogant in their way of looking at us. I agree with that. But to reduce the triangular trade to simply Africans trading Africans, that is shallow in my opinion.
Okay, we have a question.
Who said that?
Okay.
Nobody said that.
These are points that he's
nobody said
You
that.
should have asked before
That's
you
right.
that it was.
That's
You should have said, "Are you trying to capture the whole trade with this sentence?" You should have asked that question instead
It
of
was a definitive, though. In the original statement, it was a definitive. It said we wasn't stolen, wasn't being a contract.
Anyway, to make that statement is shallow. To reduce it to Africans, traded Africans, it was more complex. That's the Amawali stuff. Complexity doesn't erase the fact Okay, yes, Moors, Arabs, and Europeans had overlapping roles, but the Atlantic trade literally depended on African suppliers. One more time, because they want to deflect and bring you to redirect you to Moors, Arabs. Listen, Atlantic trade literally dependent on African suppliers. Both can be true. You're right. European created the global market and profited most. Okay. African elite supply captives. Complexity doesn't equal or equate to absolution. So stop. The transatlantic slave trade could not have been, it is nothing without Africans being complicit, right? There's no trend, there's no diaspora, right? There's no Foundation Black American, there's no Caribbean, there's no Haiti. None of that stuff is here if it wasn't for Africa's contribution in the Atlantic slave trade. Okay, that's a fact.
Traction for was not.
What came after that?
From Africa.
What
Okay.
else came after that?
Okay, keep going.
We were traded for goods by other Africans.
Okay.
Okay.
You gotta read the whole entire statement.
Reading the whole entire statement. Okay, I'm riding with you.
Who takes a pieces of part of
No,
the
bro. Listen. I read the entire phrase. The part that was shallow was the fact that you said we wasn't stolen from Africa.
That's the part you had a problem with. That's the part that made you.
That's the issue.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's what he's saying.
That's why I said it was shallow. Yeah.
That didn't make it shallow. That just got you
That's
and your
my
feelings.
opinion. I'm not looking to change what you feel or think.
I know it's your opinion.
I don't need to do that, but I've explained why I believe that was shallow. If you don't accept that, that's fine. I'm not mad at you. I don't have any animosity or malice.
Thanks for sharing that. Thanks for sharing that.
All right, thanks for coming through, bro.
Hold on, I got a question.
All right, go ahead,
question.
brother Josh.
Do you believe that let's just say, first off, would you consider yourself a reparationist?
But it ain't enough money in the world to pay that debt. We looking at realistically close to 700 trillion.
Okay.
Realistically, I'm just saying they don't have enough money in the world.
700 trillion. Yo, where are these Pan-Africans getting these numbers from? I heard Raymond Wimbush when he was on that Pan-African Dr. Mayat channel saying 777 trillion. Yeah, listen, I don't know what they're calculating. Like they're talking about the middle passage and listen, y'all work that out. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about 20 right now. Right now as it stands, our number is 20 trillion. America, the United States of America government owe us right now 20 trillion, and we will take installments, okay, yearly, annually installments, so the economy doesn't collapse, right, over a certain amount of years. And we're gonna consider inflation and all those other things that can water down our money. And you could throw some land at us, and not everybody want to go down south because of course they want to send us down there. But there's a reason why the South is poor and nobody's down there. Family, I got a video in my archives. Go look at it. It's entitled "Why Is the South Poor?" Okay, look at that. So everybody ain't in a rush to go down south. There's a reason why nobody wants to be in the rural South. Okay, and the reason why there's not a lot of success stories in the rural South. There's a reason for that. Okay, but installments and the land ain't always going to be in the South, because that's what they would love.
World to pay us back. But yeah, I want of course. Who wouldn't?
Oh, okay. All right. Well, when you say there's not enough money in the world to pay that debt, don't you think that they should pay some of it?
Hell yeah.
Okay,
they should give us everything they got. Now that's me being idealistic. In an idealistic sense, idealistically, everything is ours. Everything.
Okay.
The air, everything.
Meaning in this material world, in terms of all these natural resources that are used to make the world go round, right? Because of what we've done, we gave birth to capitalism through our free surplus value labor in the agrarian industrial complex of the Americas. Through these
But Josh, where you trying to go?
we made them rich. So
Yeah, all right, hold
everything
on.
they got came from our labor.
Okay,
No
And
doubt,
then the
no
rest
doubt.
of
You're
it,
right. You're right. Where you trying to go, Josh?
Well, I was going to ask, well, let's say America does pay that reparations. Are we going to, I mean, are you in opposition to us looking for some type of redress or some type of
hell no.
from
I'm 100%.
from
Like that's not even. Yeah,
Wait, you ain't let him finish. He's going somewhere.
I know the vibes, bro.
You don't know what he's saying.
You know the vibe.
He might.
He know the vibe.
He might know what you're saying and trying to cut you off before you say it. You
I
heard?
want to be able to say it. I mean, look,
ask him.
what's up with some dual citizenship? What's up with some not no right to lease some land at exorbitant rates? What's up with some, land grants or whatever? Some case, like for example, if people come to America, they can get some type of accommodation.
I can't hear him.
You went low, Josh.
If people, I had a call come in. If people come to America as refugees, they get accommodations. They get out. They get money per month. They get kind of a protected status. But America didn't necessarily owe those people anything. America was kind of helping those people out. But if we want to look at nations that already apologized for selling us, shouldn't we look to them for something instead of them saying over the year return, then we can come over and
Nah, you owe us something.
Tourism dollars. Don't you think that there should be some type of, if there's going to be some type of Pan-Africanist
right. Start with here's some land for you, FBA kings and queens.
Yes, I agree. That's why I said
build on
type of healing of
dual citizenship, where we apologize for selling
that
you.
we're owed from over there.
Yeah, I agree with you. And that's why I said earlier, I mentioned a phrase, and I don't know if anyone caught it, but I said holistic Pan-Africanism, which is different than the brand of Afrocentricity, beads, cowrie shells, and kente cloth. I'm not talking about that. Okay, a holistic Pan-Africanism, first and foremost, you got to address this. They didn't get decolonized until just recently, a few years ago. So you're dealing with people that they're very intelligent. There's very bright African people. However, our struggle here in America is much more advanced. We've had longer to develop an understanding of our enemy. Okay, so many times in Africa, what you see is them emulating the colonizer at the highest level. Okay, so with that being said, you have debts to IMF and World Bank that they don't even control the land that they stand on. And this is an elite group, not the masses of people. We're talking about those that have the bank accounts in Switzerland. So these are complex issues that if we're going to address them, we have to deconstruct them piece by piece. Because if we bring it back to America, my issue is we all don't agree in America.
Hold on.
Candace Owens, let me just say this real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
We all don't agree. Some of us might be like-minded, even though we may disagree on details. But you have some, and it really comes down to this, assimilationist and desimulationist. You have some people that want to roll with white folks at all costs, and you have some people that want the freedom, justice, and equality for black folks. There's a line drawn. And if we determine that that's a global line, we'll find people all over the planet.
That's what I want to get to, brother. Hold on. So when you say $700 trillion and
it ain't that much money in the world.
You speak about, I mean, it's a number that you put out there though. And you speak about, this global Pan-Africanism and holistic Pan-Africanism and the whole global problem. Are you saying $700 trillion for the descendants of American slavery?
I'm talking about those of us here in the wilderness of North America.
Yeah,
I'm talking about in the United States. Now, Africa's reparation, on the continental reparation, that's something else. The South American reparation, that's something else too. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, this is why I said holistic Pan-Africanism. I'm not dealing with substance based on superficial clothing or renaming yourself after one of the thousands of dialects in Africa. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this idea that if we have a mother and we're all children, right? I have 9 siblings, right? So we all have the same mother, but we have different relationships with our mother. My oldest brother has a different relationship than I do. but that doesn't change that I have expectations. However, where I come into the equation, I deal with what I'm dealing with, which is what the brother Logic said. And I agree with him on that point about, you know, it's not about this Afrocentrism that you glorify Africa in a vacuum and then you ignore what's been done here in America. That's not it. Because to do that would be foolish. And that's why I said when I start with David Walker was the first to make a literary document to critique and deconstruct white supremacy. And from that point, we can move forward from 1829. I'm talking about literary, where we can go back and look at the work. And we can see through Edward Wilman Blyton and go to Marcus Garvey. We can go all the way through to this present moment and see that there's some holes in our game in America.
All right. Look, brother, look, we gotta continue on with the program. Thank you for coming on, though, brother. I mean,
it's all good, bro.
Definitely.
It's Dr. Lab Tech one, by the way.
It's who?
Add that in there.
Say it again.
I said it's Dr. Lab Tech one.
Hi, Dr. Lab Tech one.
Outstanding. That's outstanding.
Yeah, good luck, Logic.
Thank you.
Good luck, man.
Thank you.
All right, brother.
I know you packing gymnasiums.
Facts.
All right.
So hopefully I'll.
Yeah, the dudes are funny. All right, but all right, go ahead.
See you there one day. So one thing was interesting about the
I got
brother.
some 10-ounce gloves. I'm just saying, but yeah, go ahead, bro.
I don't know what he was talking. You know,
he just
10-ounce gloves.
But you know, it's funny, man. The Pan-Africanists, they are really interesting people. And but do you see how scattered he is?
Oh yeah, all of them.
That's the problem with
looking kind of choppy.
So scattered. You got all of this fighting against racism. He talking about holistic Pan-Africanism. He jumping all the way to we gotta do this. Is the banks in Switzerland, and you see that? We can't organize a refined movement.
That's right.
Type of leadership. How can we have leadership like that? You see how hard that is? Come on, people. It's nonsense, man.
Right. And he was, I mean, definitely see that people when they can't really qualify their statements, they gotta go all over the place trying to redirect the conversation into other things. It was very simple. The question is, were Africans traded from Africa or were they stolen?
Simple question that they make. All of them make it complex. I'm so glad, family, you're in here and in here to listen to this and witness it. You see for yourselves that they purposely make a simple yes or no question complex in a way to romanticize Africa and minimalize Africa's role in the transatlantic slave trade. It's unbelievable, man. And some of us thought that the white man was the biggest liar, the forked tongue speaking person. You dig? Good cop, bad cop, all of these deceptive tactics. And now we're like, damn, did the white man learn from the Africans when they watched African slave system and lying? And you know what I mean? It makes you think like, damn, like these Almawali liars are pretty good. Look at this guy right here, long-winded unk. Like these guys are really good at lying. Like, I don't know, this shit seems more natural to them than a damn white man. So I don't know, man, but it's something with Africa and the white man that they kind of get along pretty well. Like they know each other, you know, joint ventures, LLC, LLPs, whatever business they got together, they got going on together. It's like a love and hate relationship, and we're in the middle of it. That's what I think.
People lying when they call it the transatlantic slave trade. Are they lying by calling it a slave trade or not? It's a yes or no thing, right? And either our people, our ancestors were traded from the continent to the Americas or they weren't, right? You could change it and say they were stolen, but the only evidence that he brought of any theft that occurred happened on the continent between the darker skinned people over there based on the wars that they were having or whatever conflicts or fights they were having and the prisoners that were taken as a result of that. Didn't prove anything. And there's nothing shallow or childish about telling the truth of what actually happened. We didn't, like I said, we're not the ones who came up with the term the transatlantic slave trade. We didn't put the word trade in there. Somebody else put that in there long before any of us came into the picture. So I don't understand. Like, this is why I say you can't change the history because it makes you uncomfortable. You can't change what happened because you don't like the way it sounds or makes. That's not how that works. That is not how that works at all.
Man, got 30 minutes.
You from South Carolina, and you don't know. First of all, I love all of our brothers and sisters that follow us in Far Education. You've heard us mention Prince Rivers again. If you're in the chat and you are from South Carolina, even if you're not from South Carolina, but if you're from South Carolina, you better know who Prince Rivers is the next time we have this program, because these are the type of standards that I'm going to have to start demanding of people who want to talk to us about Black liberation in America and call yourself someone fighting for Black liberation and whatnot in America. If you don't know the Black heroes, especially when you're from the damn state that they was born in and done some of the most historical work, some of the most heroic work for our people, then you can't talk to me. You want to talk to me? He spent 30 minutes talking about Africa. The man ain't spend 2 minutes talking about nothing American. But I disagree. Everything's from emotion with that whole American piece. What kind of nonsense? But you're still here in the place where my ancestors and Naheem's and Ali's and Josh and even that silly brother's ancestors, blood and bone built the damn country. But all you can talk about is Africa.
Exactly. Hey, Albert, can you do this for Dr. Lily? Can you pull up one of the articles where the African chiefs were apologizing for their people's roles in the transatlantic slave trade?
Let's get that. Please, let's get that.
Trade.
Let's read it. Let's see it for ourselves.
This is what I'm saying. Like, the fact of the matter is the trade happened. People can keep talking about, oh, they were stolen. Nobody volunteered. I don't care if they didn't volunteer. I don't care if they didn't volunteer. No, people don't volunteer to go to prison either. Nobody volunteers to go to prison, but they're considered property of the state. They're considered slaves of the state. Are you kidding? It ain't about volunteering and whether or not people. Come on, man.
So this is why, like, we be the power, right? We focus on power. You understand? And until you, if you want to talk about liberation, freedom fighting, white supremacy, or anything else, you got to understand power. So all of that philosophical shit you're talking about, like, you can't own people. Yes, you can. You mind if I can control your every movement, when you eat, when you don't eat, when you live, when you die, I own you, fam. You don't have no power in your life. You breathing because I'm allowing you to breathe. That's ownership. That's the power to own you. You can talk all that God only owns people stuff. And I don't know how you can speak and say Africans don't believe that. You don't know what every group of quote unquote Africans believe that God told them. So you don't have that much knowledge to say what every culture in Africa believes that God say they can and can't do. You don't know none of that. But whoever has the power to do it is doing it. If they say they own you and you ain't got the power to show them that they don't, then they own you. Period. That's real. I own you and tell you what to do, but you in your mind saying he don't own me.
Ooh,
but
Dr. Lily. Come on, Dr.
Lily. You go do that.
Dr. Lily.
Dr. Lily, stop, yo.
What you doing?
Man.
What are you
don't do
doing
that.
Here?
Take that comment down, man. That's embarrassing. Don't do that. Don't do that to the doctor.
Where was the exchange?
Oh man, come on, yo. Come on, man.
Hey, look. I mean, we had a good conversation tonight. I'm glad, we were able to have this conversation. We wanted to touch on several different things tonight. Peace, Barn Dog D. I see you in the chat. Peace to my pops. The God of Law Forever is in the building. He's tuning in right now. I want to just reiterate some things. We had a brother come on. He said that.
All right. So before they go, let me just say this. So the BTP point, be the power. That's the panelists. All of them together. Their point was ownership is power. If I can control you, if I can control your every move, I own you. That's correct. That's a correct rebuttal to the dude that called in on that Pan-African foolishness. Okay, so whether you call it captive, prisoner, or stolen, the fact remains Africans exercise ownership power by selling captives. When Dahomey exchanged POWs for muskets, that was a transaction. That was a buy and sell. So Europe needed Africa's participation, family. Without African middlemen, they could not have shipped 12 million of the diaspora, right, across the seas. No, watch out. Watch out. Move that off there. Okay. African rulers definitely profited. Okay, Dahomey, Asante, Yoruba kingdoms ran economies based on slave exports. Okay, and the apologies exist. Like they said, like I said, Benin 1999, Ghana 2006, chiefs have apologized for their ancestors' involvement. Okay, they want to do the whole semantics, kidnapped, stolen, taken, all that versus traded. All right, the Atlantic system was a trade. It wasn't a stolen thing. It was a trade thing. Okay. So family, they want to replace the word trade with stolen. You will hear a lot of them say they were took, kidnapped, stolen. They won't say trade. And I pointed that out. I pointed that out. They will purposely stay away from the word trade. Okay. So captives were stolen, they say, in intra-African wars, but sold, exported in transactions. So if they were stolen, family, like the brother Ali said, if there was any stealing going on, it was Africans stealing each other. Okay. But the white man wasn't part of that at all. The white man came to buy. Hey, if you guys want to do some black market thing here where you guys steal from each other, cool. But I just want to buy the stolen goods. Okay, so if there's any stealing going on, that was intra, right? The white man's like, hey, what y'all got going on here? Y'all stealing from each other? You know, there's no honor amongst thieves, I guess, here. Let me just buy some of the stolen good stuff so I can leave. Okay, so Pan-African denial is emotional, not historical. It protects a romanticized Africa, the victim narrative. And the bottom line is this: when Pan-Africanists like that, like these clowns say we were stolen, not traded, they're shifting blame to European alone. All right, I want y'all to know that. That's why it's important for us to shut that down. Trade means Europeans had to help. Stolen means Europeans had no help. Okay. And they're avoiding Africa's collaboration, Africa's LLP, Africa's multi LLC, Africa's joint venture, Africa's what did Steve Stout do? Steve Stout got a distribution deal. You know, they want to omit Africa's distribution deal with the European. You dig? They were the first label records, all right? Africans were stolen locally, yes, right, from each other. But they were exported globally through organized trade with the Europeans, and that's why history calls it the transatlantic slave trade. So I won't even push back on the stealing as long as they say it was Africans stealing from each other. That's why it's important to say who kidnapped you, who stole you, who took you, because all those answers better say Africans. And then you can say the person who bought you were Europeans. As far as that. All right. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to play this. I'm going to play this, family. Hold on. Family, I'm going to play this until I get to my destination. Check it out, because I'm going to do a rebuttal to this, right? I'm going to do a rebuttal. So this is the top coon, right? He wants to be Papa so bad, the Prince of Pan-Africanists so bad. He wants to replace Umar so bad. Okay, so bad that he calls himself a Pan-African nationalist. So he just added some new shit in existence and they get mad at FBA. Oh, FBA is new. So a Pan-African nationalist, that's not new. But there's nothing wrong with new. New means up to date, right? You got a new phone, new shoes, new idea. You dig? You got a new life. It's a new day. New means great. New means progress. Old means stagnant, not going nowhere, not innovative. You dig? Stuck in the mud, behind. So new is great. So he's going to attempt. He's going to attempt. I want y'all to stay with me because you know, when people talk about Garvey, that triggers me. So he's going to attempt to revise the history of Garvey and paint him as a hero to Black Americans, right? And I'm gonna come behind this and crush it. All right, crush it. So, but I'm gonna use this time to get to the location, maybe a Starbucks where I can chill out, relax, and dine in a little bit, go live there. So while I'm there, if you guys can be generous enough to look at the Cash App, not the super chat for this one. When I dine out, it's the Cash App. I'm going anyway, so I'm definitely gonna get a coffee, some donuts, whatever, something for my son. If you guys want to be generous and contribute to that, the Cash App is there, right there. But that's where I'm going. I'm gonna play this video until I get there. You dig? It's a nice day out here, so we're gonna stroll over there. And the rebuttal to this is going to be something to look forward to hearing.
Representing more than 60 organizations.
Wait. Matter of fact, I'm messing up. Hold on. I am totally messing up.
And the child was accepted.
Oh, no. So after I do a rebuttal, I'm going to play this, Professor Truth. I'm going to play this after the rebuttal. All right. And then we're going to get back to these African deniers. I got one more video of an Pan-Africanist denier of their role in selling us. So it's going to be a great day packed with information. This is one of those lives where you guys want to stay in touch. You don't want to miss this one. Right.
The death of a very close.
There's an aspect of grief
So I'm gonna play this until I get my thing set up. So hold on, bear with me.
that has to be experienced and embraced in order for us to truly recognize the wealth and the abundance, the way that our spirit is.
Okay, so by the way, she's supposed to be explaining reparations, how Africans should be involved in our reparations claim, how reparations should be race-based, not lineage-based. I'm only playing this until I get my device ready, then we out. I'm gonna play that Pan-Africanist Marcus Garvey garbage. So this is like a commercial.
Occupying our bodies influences our sensory experience.
So keep in mind, she's supposed to be talking about reparations. Look how lost she is.
Of the world. And I think there's a lot of wisdom there for us to tap into, because we have to be able to see both the microcosm and the macrocosm at the same time. And the macrocosm is a reflection of the microcosm and vice versa. So yeah, I feel like that's one of the major things that we have to contend with in our community. Like any way that we feel obligated to pull outside of ourselves, we have to ultimately go within and recognize like what wound, what void, what barrier, what blockages exist within ourselves that's characterizing our perception of this situation or this dynamic. Because it's like right now, I feel like I know that globally, a lot of us are experiencing mental health issues. And
Right. You are speaking of yourself right now, young lady. You are wild. Nothing you just said was on the topic of reparations. If she rants a lot longer, I'll do that later. That's funny to me. I love playing that one. But let me go ahead and do this right here. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna switch devices so I can continue on. All right. Where am I? Okay. All right, cool. Okay. Let me stop that. Let me share from here. So we're here now. It goes.
One weekend, 2 events, 70 speakers representing more than 60 organizations from.
So he's going to do a Marcus Garvey glazing revisionary of history. He's going to make Marcus Garvey become a hero. He's going to omit the dirt that Marcus Garvey did. He's going to paint. I mean, look, to big up Marcus Garvey in 2025, you got to do again, this is worse than what white folks do with their champions. How they clean up their image, paint them more whiter. This what they do for Marcus Garvey. Like, they're literally doing the same thing how white folks do their heroes that got a lot of dirt, a lot of slavery ties, own slaves. They want to clean them up. He's doing that with Marcus Garvey right here. So when he's done, I'm gonna come behind and cook him and debunk everything and show you who Garvey really was. Okay. So again, watch this. Give me a second to get to the diner. And once I get to the diner, I'm going to resume. All right. So stay with me. Thanks.
20 countries, 50 plus workshops, RBG Centennial Conference, a nation building event like no other. There'll be vending, arts and culture, speakers, panels, virtual workshops, and more. It's all going down August 8th and 9th, 2020. Across all social media, use hashtag RBG100, RBGCentennial.com.
Drop the mantle of the red, the black, and the green around me.
All right, family. All right, I get pumped up, Omowale, every time I hear the Honorable Marcus Garvey's voice. But peace and love, family. Welcome to another Truth to Power Talk with your sister, Dr. Ma'at. Thank you for joining another powerful discussion. And I have with me today another powerful guest, Brother Omowale. How are you, brother?
I'm doing good, Dr. Ma'at. Appreciate being on the platform today. Definitely looking forward to a really engaging conversation. So.
Absolutely, brother. And you and I have built before. You know, I remember we talked on Sinetta's platform probably about a year ago. And we were talking about, you know, Dr. Amos Wilson and Africanity and things of that nature. So I do have that video on my channel. So family, go in the archives and check out that beautiful discussion that I had with Brother Omowale. I think about a year ago, we had that discussion. And so again, brother, thank you so much for coming on the platform. I know, family, what you just saw, the trailer that you just saw, the promo video, was for the RBG Centennial Conference that's going down August the 7th through August the 8th. Do I have the dates correct, Brother Omowale?
It's August the 8th through the 9th.
Okay. August the 8th through August the 9th. So we have the RBG Centennial Conference. So, brother, tell us about that conference before we get into the life and legacy of Marcus Garvey.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So as you see, the red, black, and green flag is behind me. So 100 years ago in 1920, our ancestors got together under the leadership of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, where we held the first international convention of Negro peoples of the world. During that particular convention, which was held from August the 1st through August the 31st, on the 13th of that month, they issued what's referred to as the Declaration of Rights of Negro Peoples of the World. Within that declaration, Article 39 stated that the colors of the Negro race or the African race would be the colors red, black, and green. In addition to that, there were several other articles that were declared, but right now we're at a very significant moment, and that we're coming up on that 100-year anniversary. So as sons and daughters of Marcus Garvey, we want to make sure that we commemorate that moment, that we take the time to re-examine the past 100 years to learn the lessons from that period. But also plan, plot, and strategize our actions as a people for the next 100 years. So that's what this conference is all about. As the trailer stated, we have over 70 speakers. On day one of the conference, Dr. Julius Garvey, who is the son of the Honorable Marcus Garvey, will be one of our keynote speakers. But we also have panels on day one dealing with everything from education for self-determination to work around freeing our political prisoners, right? So we have Dr. Malefe Kete Asante speaking, Dr. Amma Mazama, Brother Leader Bendaka. The panel with our political prisoners, we have Sister Janine Africa, Baba Daruba Bin Wahad, and Baba Sekou Odenga. So if you're not familiar with any of those people who have played a significant role in our history, I would definitely encourage you to come out, support the conference, and hear what they have to say.
Absolutely. And I mean, and brother, do me a favor right now. Pull up that document, the document that you just talked about. You called it the Declaration of Negro Independence. Is that correct?
The Declaration of Rights of Negro People of the World?
Yes, yes. Do you have that online that you can pull up and maybe share your screen with us?
I don't have it online, but it's if you have the philosophies and opinions of Marcus Garvey.
I'm wondering if it's online, like if we can access it.
It may be. If you research it, if you just if you put in the Declaration of Rights of Negro People of the World, you should be able to find it right online. But I've never downloaded it or anything. I always reference the
book
when I'm looking for. I think it's page 35 or 135.
Yes, I'm looking at it right here. They
you
have
found it already.
Yep. That's what I was asking you, if you could pull that up. It's a Wikipedia article.
Okay.
Yeah, that shows it, and so I just want to show the people.
You want me to pull it up on my screen?
Yeah, if you could.
Let me search it for you really quick.
I'm looking at it. It's a beautiful Wikipedia article on it. And so, yeah, the Declaration of Rights of Negro Peoples of the World, and they show the actual newspaper from the Negro world.
Share my screen.
Okay.
All right. Let me know if you can you see everything here?
Yes, I do see it.
Yep. So this is it. Again, it was on August the 13th of 1920. And again, Article 39 of the Declaration, which you see they're calling out here, states that the colors red, black, and green, they will be the colors of our race, right? So this is a national symbol of race pride for the African race all around the globe. And this was significant because during this time, there was a song, a very popular song that was out called "Every Race Has a Flag Except the Coon." Yeah. So in response, to that, Marcus Garvey and the UNIA, who were in the process of forming a government, right, forming us into a nation, a government, so to speak, in exile, preparing for us to reclaim the land and to redeem Mama Africa. But when you see that flag behind me, that's not a protest flag. That flag is the flag of a nation of people, and by nation, I'm referring to all African, and by African, I'm referring to all Black people around the globe.
That's right. That's right. And so let's get into the life and legacy of the Honorable Marcus Garvey. And I want you to kind of walk us back in time. Let's go back to when he was born in Jamaica and what type of environment that he was born into in Jamaica and why he decided to leave Jamaica. So let's walk back in time. Bring us to that era. So let's talk a little bit about his life. So we know that he was born in Jamaica. I
Yep.
believe it was St. Anne's Colony, right?
St. Anne's Bay, Jamaica. That's
Yeah,
correct.
absolutely. So let's walk back in time. So let's talk about that particular environment that he was brought up in.
I mean, Jamaica has a very deep and rich history of resistance, right? Jamaica being one of the colonies of the British Empire, just like the American colony that was here. The only difference between us as Black people in the United States and the Black people in the colony of Jamaica is that the Europeans who were here rebelled against the crown, and they had a revolution, so to speak, to break away from what they referred to as the tyranny of the British Empire. And it's unfortunate that many of us as African people, we often identify ourselves, our identities are tied to the people who colonized us, right? So you have people to say, oh, well, I'm an American, or I'm this identity, or I'm that identity that ties to a particular colony. But our family in Jamaica, just like our family here in the United States, have a very, very rich and long history of resistance. Garvey actually descends from the Maroons of Jamaica. And if you know anything about the Maroons, these were a people that liberated themselves and escaped from slavery and formed what's referred to as Maroon settlements. These were communities, right? I won't go as far as to call them nations because they never matured or fully developed to the point of nations, but they were communities where our people could seek refuge from the slave system, right? So all throughout the slave world, Maroonage was very significant. So down in the in Jamaica or in the islands, they referred to those people as the Maroons, and the Spanish places like or just to back up really quick, maroon, as you know, it is really a bastardization, right, of the Spanish word cimarron, and the word cimarron, spelled Cimarron, means basically a runaway. Right. So when the English or the people from the UK or whatever you want to call it, the British Empire, they basically bastardized the word. So instead of saying cimarron, they used the word maroon. But it's the same thing in America when people talk about the Seminoles, right? The Seminole is just another bastardization of maroon. But I say all that to say that Garvey descends from the Maroons, born and raised, mother and father down there. What was I going to say? So I'm not a Garvey historian, right? So I wouldn't be able to give you much detail like about his mother and his father, but I can tell you about his journey, right? And from what I've read in Tony Martin's Race First. So before Garvey even started the UNIA, which was founded in 1914, the previous 10 years, and by the way, he was 27 years old when he started the UNIA, right? So from the age of 17 to 27, Garvey had traveled all throughout Latin America, throughout London, throughout the United States, Canada, and one of the things that he found is everywhere that he went, Black people were being subjugated and they were being dominated. And before he started the UNIA, he had read a book that was written by Booker T. Washington, and the name of the book was Up from Slavery. And Garvey quotes that when he read that book, he got it in his mind that he would be a race man and had committed himself to the redemption, right, and the liberation of our race, wherever we stood all around this particular planet, right? So, 10 years of just traveling everywhere and just understanding and connecting with Black people. But at the age of 27, he forms the UNIA in Jamaica. This is in 1914. He reaches out to Booker T. Washington because he wants to come to the U.S. to learn more about the Tuskegee Institute, because Garvey has the idea to create a similar institute down in Jamaica. But at the time when he arrives in 1916, and Booker T. Washington had transitioned in 1915. And he got here. He ended up, his initial goal was to do a tour throughout the southern part of the United States to raise money for his institute back in Jamaica. But upon that tour and upon arriving here, he recognized that there was a movement that was in motion, but Garvey had a vision that he was able to articulate, and because of that vision, he was able to really solidify all the component parts of that movement into what eventually turned into the most significant mass movement of African people all around the planet, which is referred to as the Garvey movement, right? So the organization that he started was the UNIA and ACL, which stands for the Universal Negro Improvement Association, and the African Communities League. So he comes here in 1916, and 1918 he charters a chapter in New York. In 1919, they start the Black Star Line Company. 1920, they host the first international convention of the world. From 1919 to 1920, the organization grew from about 1,000 members to about 2 million members. And that's just in a year's time span. But the first international convention of the world was so significant because they had 25,000 people convene on Madison Square Garden. They had parades all throughout Harlem. I mean, he really captivated the mind, the consciousness, and the spirit of African people, and he helped to once again reignite in us, right, that desire for liberation, for redemption, right? And when he used the term redemption, he really was speaking, you know, not just in physical terms, but in spiritual terms as well, because at its core, right, the character of the Garvey movement was a very spiritual one in and of itself. So I'll stop there.
No. I mean, I think that what you gave was a wonderful summary of that, and I want to get into some of the things that the UNIA accomplished. So I want to talk about the Black Star Line and how we were able to buy stocks and shares in that, and get into the Negro world, the newspapers, his nurses, and so let's talk about some of the things that they had going on, some of the programs that the UNIA offered.
Yeah. So the UNIA was, you know, one of the most comprehensive organizations that we've, you know, ever had. It was a government, it was commerce, it was culture, it was social. You know, when you talk about the different auxiliaries that it had within the organization, right? It had the African Legion, right, which was a military, you know, apparatus within the organization. It had the Universal Motor Corps, which represented military, but for our sisters. You had the Black Cross nurses. You had the juvenile division, or the juvenile league. So many different auxiliaries within the organization. In addition to that, you had the Negro Factories Corporation, and you know, within that, you know, so the model of the Negro Factories Corporation is a model that many Black movements after the Garvey movement tries to take on. So you look at like the Nation of Islam, where they have their stores and their laundry mats and the forums. Like all of this comes like out of UNIA, right? This is the blueprint, or the black print, so to speak, that Garvey laid down for us. So you had the Negro Dolls Corporation, where Garvey said, if our children are going to be playing with dolls, they need to be black dolls. You mentioned the Black Star Line. So what they often try to do is purposefully misread Garvey to tell you that Garvey had the Black Star, he got the ship so that he could take us back to Africa. And they try to call the Garvey movement the Back to Africa movement. But Garvey's movement was not about back to Africa, right? You can't, you cannot reduce what he was trying to do to that statement, back to Africa. The purpose of the ships were so that we could do trade among one another, right? So the crops that are grown in the islands can be sold to Black people in the U.S., and we can do commercial trade between Africa, the islands, and the United States. So Garvey wanted to connect us all, right? So we could do commerce and trade amongst one another so that we could be self-sustaining, right? Because he recognizes that in terms of our commercial engagement or our commercial activity, it needed to be international in scope. So Garvey had in his mind the need for us to redeem the African continent, and the only way for us to do that was through the vehicle of nation, right? So Garvey's movement was a movement of Black or African nationalism, and his the character of nationalism that he gave us was one in which we as Black people collectively, right, around the globe, provide our resources, provide our energy, and provide our talent for the development of a nation, what he referred to as a political superstate on the African continent that will be strong enough to protect the interests of African people wherever they are. So I think that was very significant work, and it's work that we are trying to carry forward, right? When we look at the theme of this particular conference, it's Garveyism and the renewed cry for African nationhood, right? So we are once again re-examining the significance of Garveyism and what that means for us in the 21st century. I mean, Dr. Amos Wilson wrote a great book about that, Garveyism in the 21st century, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
I have it on my bookshelf. I know, look, the people who I'm connected with, they know I'll roll my chair back like this and I'll lean on my bookshelf. But it's a thin green book.
Yes,
actually,
it is.
that you're referring to. So you're right. He sure did write the book. Dr. Amos Wilson. And he also talked about Garvey in his book, Blueprint for Black Power. But I wanted to add something to what you said, brother. He did set up a relationship with Liberia, right? And where some folks did decide to repatriate and go back to Liberia. Can you speak on that and what took place with that, brother, if you're familiar with that?
Well, he attempted to.
He attempted to. Okay.
He attempted to. Liberia, full stop, was an American colony. And Garvey's attempt to have Liberia be the settlement where the UNIA would essentially penetrate the African continent, he struck fear in the hearts of the colonial administrators. You got to remember that Liberia's neighbor is Sierra Leone, which is a colony of the British, right? And then you have French colonies bordering it, right? So all of the colonial powers were of one mind when it came to Garveyism, and their thought was that we cannot allow this particular ideology to penetrate the African continent, because if it stares in the hearts and minds of the African masses on the African continent a desire for the type of nationalism that Garvey is talking about, then it's going to mean trouble for the colonial powers. So as a result, so there are two schemes happening at the same time. You have Garvey and the UNIA that are attempting to gain access to the colonies on the African continent, but then you also have W.E.B. Du Bois and the NAACP that is attempting to gain access to the colonies on the African continent. Du Bois has no qualms about working with the State Department, right? So having the support of the United States government to basically undermine and sabotage Garvey and his initiatives on the continent. But in addition to that, the colonial government, meaning the Black government that was in, I can't call it a Black government. It's a white government that's being managed by Black people. And Liberia, they also were against Garveyism, because one, they were afraid that if Garvey comes to the continent, specifically Liberia, and he has success, then he can basically essentially challenge the legitimacy of the rulers there, because the masses of people are the ones who give authority, right, for you to basically rule them or to govern them, right? So if the UNIA in and of itself is a government, the Liberian government is somewhat threatened by that, right? So President King did all that he could to undermine Garvey and the Garvey movement. And President King was the president of Liberia then. And as a result of his assistance, as a result of him assisting the colonial powers, they rewarded him with a very nice banquet. You can read all about that in Tony Martin's Race First, where he talks about it's called Race First, the ideological and organizational struggles of Marcus Garvey and the UNIA. But he talks all about that episode where the president in Liberia assisted the colonial powers with undermining Marcus Garvey, and they celebrated him and threw him a nice banquet for keeping Garvey out of Liberia.
Because I know in Blueprint for Black Power, Dr. Amos Wilson said they had went over, they surveyed the land, they took engineers and scientists and different people over with them because people were serious about repatriating. But Baba didn't elaborate on, what took place with that. And so
They did, yeah.
Mhm.
Lady Henrietta Vinton Davis, who was the fourth assistant president general of the UNIA, Marcus Garvey referred to her as the most loyal and most significant black woman in the African race. But she led a party on behalf of the UNIA over to survey. And when they tried to send the equipment and everything, the Liberian government kept their equipment, kept their money, and not only did they steal the land, they sold the land to Firestone. And W.E.B. Du Bois actually helped to broker that relationship between Firestone and Firestone and the Liberian government. So we have to we have to keep in mind that these colonial governments and these black people who operate in these colonial governments, they are always anti-grassroots initiatives, because the grassroots are a threat to them, because it represents the might and the power of the people, and their role is to keep the people dominated and subjugated, and they're paid very well for that particular role. So they were completely against Marcus Garvey and the UNIA.
Absolutely. And what was the sister's name again that you mentioned, Brother Omawale?
Her name was Lady Henrietta Vinton Davis.
Yep, I'm looking at it right now. Professor James Smalls talks about Henrietta Vinton Davis a lot. He said that she was Garvey's number 2. She was basically the number 2 person, And so definitely. All right, brother. So what I want to go back. I know we talked about the Black Star Line, but I want to definitely build on that just for a quick second. What happened with that? Because I've read in a few books that that Garvey got taken advantage of as far as the type of ships that they were invested in. They weren't good ships. That he delegated responsibilities for different people who weren't I guess qualified to carry out certain tasks. And so he had someone go out and look at the ships. He invested in the ships. I heard that ships were poor qualities. Can we talk about the Black Star Line and what happened with that?
Yeah, the Black Star Line was sabotaged. Like, people tried to make it appear as though the Black Star Line failed because Garvey was incompetent in business, and that's like the biggest lie. Garvey unfortunately trusted people that he shouldn't have trusted. There's a dude, I think his name was Captain Cockburn or something like that. And you gotta forgive me, I'm just off of memory here. But he was an agent. So you had people that were purposefully working to to sabotage the Black Star Line. Funny enough, the Black Star Line also had some white captains. I have that written in here somewhere in my notes in one of the books, where the comment that I made was that it's interesting. It appears that Garvey was race first, but he wasn't race only. And the reason why I had wrote that is because the fact that he had used white sellers on the Black Star Line, who also, this is where I wrote it right here. If you can see in the margin of the book, it says
yes, I see your annotation.
Yeah, race first, not race only. And I wrote that because it was interesting to see that Marcus Garvey was willing to use the expertise outside of the race if he couldn't find it within the race in order to accomplish his goal. But if I remember correctly, and sometimes I pick this up and kind of peruse through it again. But if I remember correctly, the white people who he hired, I think that they assisted with sabotaging him as well. So yeah, so
and see, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, it kind of gives credence to the idea that you have to stick. I mean, even though your own, they say all skin folk and kinfolk, but it kind of make you feel like, well, maybe I should have not hired these outsiders, because, like you said, some of them did turn on them. I mean, your own people will do it, but
yeah. I think that it's a very complicated thing when you are trying to develop a nation, because certain and the reason why I put that annotation there is because I think about the need for us to acquire certain information and know-how to bring back to our people. sometimes that requires for us to go to our enemy. Like Dr. Amos Wilson would always say, you shouldn't only be reading books by Black people. You understand what I'm saying? You got to go out there and get the information that's needed to build your nation. So if there's a skill set that they have, like for example, when the Europeans were coming over here and they were getting allocated all these land grants, the government paid money to teach them how to farm the land so that they could survive. But if Black people were to lose their capability to farm, listen, I would not be above going to do an internship with the Amish to find out how to farm. You understand what I'm saying? So
absolutely.
We can't be so I don't want to use the word narrow because that just has negative connotations, but inflexible in our approach. You know what I mean? That's why I wrote that. I was like, yeah, Garvey's race first, but race first doesn't mean race only. You got to know when you have to go to your enemy to get certain skill sets so that you can use for the development of your own people, right? All of our enemies right now have satellites, up in the atmosphere. Where are the Black people who have the skill set to put the satellites up in the atmosphere? And I would argue that the people who have that skill set likely have received training from our enemies. You understand what I'm saying? So
absolutely.
You gotta know, like this thing is this is not middle school, right?
That's
this thing is trying to lead and develop and build a nation and talking about war strategy and tactics. This is a complicated thing.
That's right.
And Garvey said that, the skill set of statecraft, right? He says in the nation of 100 million people, you perhaps have 100 people who actually have that skill, right? So it's not a skill set that you often see. And I think that's why we lack appreciation for people like Booker T. Washington, right? Because they read diplomacy as accommodation. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't know. I'm going off on a tangent here, but like everything, when you're talking about nation, when you're talking about war, you're talking about strategy. You understand what I'm saying? So you can't be limited in your scope of things. So, and that's for me. These are the lessons that I glean from Garvey and glean from Garveyism. So,
beautiful, 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 brother. So let's talk about Garveyism, because you keep saying Garveyism, that word, and then when you contacted me and you said let's go live and let's do a build on Garveyism. What do you mean when you say Garveyism? I know we're talking about nation building, but like you said, nation building is a lot. And so let's get into that. Let's get into some of the tools we need to nation build, Garveyism. Let's talk about that ideology for a second.
Yeah. So Dr. Julius Garvey wrote a paper, I believe, in 2012. I think the name of the paper might be African Fundamentalism, where he talks about the four sacred and don't quote me on that, but I could pull it up for you because we study it with people in our political education course. I could definitely pull it up for you. But
hold on, wait a minute. You had the document on your paper? I mean, I'm sorry, on your laptop?
It's not on my laptop. It's in
or is it on?
I would have to open up the our classroom, our Google Classroom, to pull the document up. If you want me to do that.
Yeah, pull it up.
Hold on one second.
Yeah, pull it up. And I just want to say peace to everyone who's joined us tonight. Brother Shakara Speaks. He said, I'm missing DMX and versus Snoop Dogg to be in the building. But Brother Shaka, thank you so much, brother, for joining us. I see Brother Cohen Davis is in the building. Brother Zane, he was the first one to get in the building. Brother Robert Rand, I love myself some Robert Rand. Peace and love to you, Brother Robert Rand. Sister Juju is in the building. My big brother T is in the building. And I see New Black Knowledge. He slid through to say peace. I see Brother Wesley is in the building. Peace and love to you, brother. And who else do I see? I see that brother. Where are we? I think I skipped the name. I saw Fitzroy. Hold on. Let me look. Yep, Fitzroy. Brother Fitzroy Young. Peace and love to you, brother. And I see we have, I don't know how to pronounce this. I don't know if that's Gia or Gaia. University in the building. Peace and love, family. Thank you for joining us, family. At this time, take a moment to share this video. Please share this video, family. And if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, head on over to YouTube, because I know that there are people watching on Facebook, but head on over to YouTube, subscribe to my channel, hit the notification bell so that anytime I go live, you get notified. And family, on Saturday, I have Baba Walimu Baruti. Baba Baruti will be in the building on Saturday to talk about African liberation and African nation building. So you don't want to miss that. We're going to go live on Saturday at 8:00 p.m. So again, subscribe to my YouTube channel, hit the notification bell so that as soon as I go live, you will be notified. Brother Omawale, do you have the document, my brother?
I have it up, but I just unshare it really quick just so I can say that Baba Baruti will be one of the speakers at the RBG Centennial Conference. I can send you the link if you want to drop it in the chat. But he'll be the closing speaker on day 2 of the conference. He's given us a message on the need for African manhood and disciplined warriorhood. So that'll be day 2 of the RBG Centennial Conference. Baba Baruti will be speaking there.
Beautiful.
All right, so let me share my screen really quick.
And I see my French brothers and sisters are in the building. Peace and love to you. Peace and love. Hotep to my French brothers and sisters in the building. So I'm going to add this to the screen.
All right, so
Alrighty.
This is our Google Classroom for AI affiliate. This is the last. We have a reorientation program that we do for all of our new members. And it's basically just some political education 101. And the reason why we refer to it as a reorientation program instead of orientation is because we want to let people know that when you come into an organization, you already have an orientation. And chances are, if you grew up in a white supremacist society, you are oriented in a way that is not centered on yourself. So most likely you have a Eurocentric approach and analysis. So we want to reorient you so you can be properly located. So as a part of that, we have a 6-week course that we put all of our members through. And module 2, we deal with Garveyism and nation building, right? Because we are a Garveyite organization. So we want to give them an introduction so that they can at least understand what this nation building and Garveyism thing is all about. So as a part of that, one of the essays we encourage folks to read was written by Marcus Garvey Jr. It's called Garveyism and African Racial Reconstruction. So when you talk about Garveyism, he talks about what he identifies as the core tenets of the philosophy or the ideology, and those being the significance of African identity, African pride or race pride, African self-reliance, African economic power, and African unity are the 5 tenets that he speaks to. And if I can highlight them here so you can see, right? So African unity, economic power, right? So us doing trade with each other, self-reliance, meaning do for self or being self-determining, race pride, very significant, and African identity, right? Identity is something that we are often very, very confused on as a people, but that represents the nexus that everything else in the movement is built upon. But even beyond that particular essay, Dr. Tony Martin refers to the sacred principles of Garveyism. He refers to them as race first, race pride, self-reliance, and nationhood. He refers to those as the sacred principles of Garveyism. So when we're talking about Garveyism, first and foremost, we are talking about race first, right? Race first, meaning race is essential to our ability to organize ourselves and defend and protect ourselves against our enemies, right? Garvey says, in a world of wolves, one should always go armed, and race first is our greatest defense. So that's very significant. So we're always talking about race first. Right after that, we're talking about race pride, meaning love of self. And the way that you build love of self is to have knowledge of self, right? Garvey says if African people knew who they are, if they knew that they had a sovereign power that was, if they knew the sovereign power that exists within them, He says, but within 24 hours, we would have a new nation, we would have a new people and a new race and a racial empire to be built upon. So that's race pride. Then it's do for self or self-reliance, right? So self-reliance is another way we're talking here about, you know, you really self-determining, meaning, you know, if you want liberation, you have to finance your own liberation. Your liberation is not going to come from getting grants from your enemies or getting funded by Nick Cannon's best friends, his new best friend.
So wait a minute, brother Omawali. We shouldn't be fighting for reparations. Is that what you're saying, brother Omawali?
Yeah. So there are two types of reparations, and first of all, our enemies don't have enough money to pay us reparations for what they took from us. They could never repair. But there are two types of reparations. You can get what's referred to as moral reparations, or you can get punitive reparations. So moral reparations is when you're making an argument and you're saying, listen, you did me wrong, and you should feel bad about what you did to me. So as a result of you doing me wrong, you should do something to repair, you know, and make right what you made wrong. That's moral reparations. You're arguing from a moral perspective. Then you have what's referred to as punitive reparations. Now, punitive reparations come as a result of a war, right? And it happens when you sign articles to sue for peace, right? Peace treaties and things like that. Okay, we fought a war. I've eradicated you, but the war ain't over until you sue for peace. So as a part of you suing for peace, I say, okay, here are my terms. You and your descendants have to pay $100 million every month for the next 5,000 months. And if you don't pay this, then this is what I'm going to do to you. Do you agree or do you not agree? And they say, I agree. Okay, we just signed the deal for reparations. That's called punitive reparations, right? So if you look, you know, at Germany, for an example, and this is why, you know, after World War I, Germany was so fed up with the Jewish community, right? Because one, they felt like the Jewish community led to them losing the war. But in addition to that, because Germany essentially attacked the other European nations, they made Germany pay punitive reparations. And the cost of that was so damaging that it completely ruined the German economy, because the goal with making them pay those reparations was so that they could never build themselves back up again. But then a dude named Hitler, who was a German nationalist, he rose to power and he spoke to and it's so funny when you study Hitler. He considered himself to be building a spiritual movement, which is very, very interesting when you study the inception of what Hitlerism was. Like, I mean, we know that the swastika is a symbol that they appropriated from ancient people, because even, you know, up until like the 1920s, even I want to say as far as the 1930s, you see the NAACP and their organ called the Crisis Magazine. Most of their articles have swastikas, you know, in the and the header of their article. So it's like, yeah, you have to understand and know these things. But I think I just went off on a tangent there. I was supposed to be talking about Garveyism,
but it's all good.
And I started talking about Hitlerism. So now people are going to be saying that Garveyism and Hitlerism are the same, and that's not. It's not what I'm saying.
No. We got it, brother. We caught it. We caught it. And so, brother, at the RBG Centennial Conference, where can they purchase tickets? Let's talk about the website. I believe your website is rbgcentennial. Is that .com, .org?
It's .com. So I'll share the screen really quick just so I can show you. So this is the website. It's www.rbgcentennial.com. So that's Centennial, CENTENNIAL.com. And you could just, you know, click on the link for tickets, but this tells you everything about the event. We're using hashtag RBG100 to promote it on social media. So definitely, you know, assist with their promotions if you can. But, you know, it's a 2-day conference. Day one focuses on the past 100 years. So we are examining the political and cultural movements that really gave character to us as a people during the 20th century. So, the movement to free our political prisoners, the movement to build independent Black institutions. So we have some very unique panels set up on day one, breaking those things down. We have 5 breakout sessions scheduled over a 2-day period. And during those breakout sessions, you'll have 10 people presenting simultaneously during those breakout sessions. So day 1 deals with the last 100 years, and day 2 deals with the next 100 years. So if you look at day 2, it's all about strategies, right? Strategies for defending the land, articles for self-determination, strategies for African victory, strategies for healing the nation, strategies for feeding and protecting the nation. So we have like I said, a whirlwind panel of speakers, of lecturers, of presenters, and we just confirmed yesterday Dr. Julius Garvey will be speaking on day 1 of the conference. So you can definitely go here to get your tickets. If you click on the link, it'll take you to the Eventbrite page, and we have a early bird special that is going until the 1st of August. So you can come here to get your tickets, and definitely, let us know if you have any questions.
All right, beautiful, beautiful, brother. Thank you so much for that. And I just appreciate and applaud what you and your team are doing to commemorate the 100th year anniversary of the RBG. And so I definitely tip my hat off to you. And as I stated in our meeting about a week ago, I said you all are very organized and very professional. So I think this is going to be a wonderful, wonderful experience. And family, I will also be speaking on nation building. I think I'm going to be speaking on the 8th. I go on the first day.
Yes,
and
you
so,
are.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah. And we got to get more sisters into this knowledge. I know that you and I kind of had a conversation offline, and I hope you don't mind me sharing it with the audience.
I don't.
But he and I had a conversation about just how we need more sisters involved in the movement. We definitely need more sisters. And when I think back to like the Black Panther Party, and I look at even the UNIA, the sisters were right there at the forefront of the movement. And so we just need more sisters to get involved in this, definitely. And so I know you were telling me we had to have a sister, so we needed to get you on there, Dr. Ma'at, because
let me let you know. So we pride ourselves in the fact that our sisters are heavily represented all throughout the conference. So we have 6 panels. 5 of the panel moderators are sisters. We have we have 5 breakout sessions, right? So that's 10 people presenting during each of the 5 breakout sessions. There's at least 2 sisters presenting during every breakout session. When you look at the main speakers, right? So the individual speakers presenting during the main session, the Black woman is heavily represented. There's no such thing as building a nation.
That's right.
If we're saying that we are, race first, we're saying that we're African centered, we're saying we're trying to build a nation, then how can you build a nation without
a woman? So, that's a fact.
So that's, I just want it to be purposeful. And in fact, on day 2 of the conference, we have a panel. It's called Our Women and What They Think. And that panel is a tribute to Amy Jocks Garvey, who was Marcus Garvey's second wife. She wrote a column. She edited a column in the Negro World, which was the magazine, the newspaper of the UNIA. She edited a column in the Negro World for several years, and the name of that column was Our Women and What They Think. So as a tribute to her, we have a very special panel on day 2 of the conference where we're going to have nothing but sisters on the panel. 5
Beautiful.
sisters, very hard-hitting, and they're going to be speaking directly to the nation. So
this is going to be, I'm telling you, and I remember you articulated that to me. You said, we got to get the sisters, and you said, that's why I'm reaching out. We need the sisters on board with this. And so, like you said, it's no such thing as building a nation without the woman. The woman gives birth to the nation. How you gonna have a nation and you don't include the female? And so that's why, it's very important that, that it's very important that the sisters are involved in the movement. So again, brother Omar Wiley, thank you for coming on, brother. I feel like you dropped a lot of jewels. You got to come back. You got to come back. You got to come back.
I appreciate you having me. I apologize to the family. I'm usually a lot more energetic than this. I was up to 4:30 in the morning yesterday for my brother Shaka Ra. I had
I might have joined too early. My guy, hold on one second. I might have made a big mistake. Hold on. Did it go off, family? Did the Marcus Garvey presentation go off? I can't tell. I could tell. Hold on. Oh, so he went on a he went on a tangent. Sammy, that's all he can do is go on a tangent. Wait, so he went off? Hold on. I'm trying to catch up to where he left off at. It sounds like that's what you're saying, the Guardian Hitlerism. All right, hold on. I'm just trying to find out. Was it over or did I cut him early? But if he's doing a Garvey and Hitlerism, you could tell he's all over the place. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna cook that dude. You know what? This is the perfect time. As I'm getting situated, it's the perfect time. So, was he done with the presentation? He's anxious. All right. Yeah, I guess he would be. Okay. All right. So he was here. So now he's almost done. I think he got 10 more minutes. All right, hold on. He's right here. He's almost done. I don't want to took what he didn't say. Hold on. He's almost done. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing when you're supposed to be digging up your old G and you go off on a tangent. That's embarrassing.
yeah, you have to understand and know these things. But I think I just went off on a tangent there. I was supposed to be talking about Garveyism,
but it's all good.
And I started talking about Hitlerism. So now people are going to be saying that Garveyism and Hitlerism are the same.
No, people are going to say that, dude, you're unfocused. You have a nothing burger from Garvey. You couldn't even say on glazing Garvey. There's not information. There's no available information that allows a Pan-Africanist to glaze on Garvey. It's just not available. So we kind of get why you went off on a tangent about Hitler. It's a nothing burger. I'm gonna put my mic up. My volume, my mic will be better. I just got set up these names. Got coffee and bonus. All right. So let me finish it, then I'll get them.
And it's not what I'm saying.
No. We got it, brother. We caught it. We caught it. And so, brother, at the RBG Centennial Conference, where can they purchase tickets? Let's talk about the website. I believe your website is RBG Centennial. Is that .com, .org?
It's .com. So I'll share the screen really quick just so I can show you. So This is the website. It's www.rbgcentennial.com. So that's Centennial, CENTENNIAL.com. And you could just, click on the.
Wait a minute. Did you say purchase tickets? Oh, is he quote unquote tempting the community? Like everybody's allowed to practice black economics amongst black people, except for certain issues. These guys are hilarious. Hate in the pocket watching.
A link for tickets, but this tells you everything about the event. We're using hashtag RBG100 to promote it on social media. So definitely, assist with their promotions if you can. But, it's a 2-day conference. Day one focuses on the past 100 years. So we are examining the political and cultural movements that really gave character to us as a people during the 20th century. So, the movement to free our political prisoners, the movement to build independent black institutions. So we have some very unique panels set up on day one, breaking those things down. We have 5 breakout sessions scheduled over a 2-day period. And during those breakout sessions, you'll have 10 people presenting simultaneously during those breakout sessions. So day one deals with the last 100 years, and day two deals with the next 100 years. So if you look at day two, it's all about strategies, right? Strategies for defending the land, articles for self-determination, strategies for African victory, strategies for healing the nation, strategies for feeding and protecting the nation. So we have like I said, a whirlwind panel of speakers, of lecturers, of presenters, and we just confirmed yesterday Dr. Julius Garvey will be speaking on day one of the conference. So you can definitely go here to get your tickets. If you click on the link, it'll take you to the Eventbrite page, and we have a early bird special that is going until the 1st of August. So you can come here to get your tickets, and definitely, let us know if you have any questions.
All right, beautiful, beautiful, brother. Thank you so much for that. And I just appreciate and applaud what you and your team are doing to commemorate, the 100th year anniversary of, the RBG. And so I definitely tip my hat off to you. And as I stated in our meeting about a week ago, I said you all are very organized and very professional. So I think this is going to be a wonderful, wonderful experience. And family, I will also be speaking on nation building. I think I'm going to be speaking on the 8th. I go on the first day.
Yes,
and
you
so,
are.
Yeah,
Yes, you are.
And we got to get more sisters into this knowledge. I know that you and I kind of had a conversation offline, and I hope you don't mind me sharing it with the audience.
I don't.
But we talked. He and I had a conversation about just how we need more sisters involved in the movement. We definitely need more sisters. And when I think back to like the Black Panther Party, and I look at even the UNIA, the sisters were right there at the forefront of the movement. And so we just need more sisters to get involved in this.
So family, she just told on herself. She's all involved with this guy. So when she interviewed him the first time, and when she asked all those questions about ADOS and FBA, she knew his position. She knew she was gaslighting him, putting batteries in his back to talk trash about us. So she just exposed herself. She's in line with this guy. She's on tour with the Nothing Burgers. Nobody ever showed up. There's no video. Knows that there's no video of these events because nobody in the audience. These are Nothing Burger events. Like she said, not even no sisters. A sausage party. That's it. 4 guys, and that's it. No sisters. Nothing Burger. But she wasn't impartial, right? She's aligned with this guy, and she kept asking him questions about FBA and ADOS in a fashion that he could only say something negative. You dig? But she just exposed herself as a clown that we knew she were, that we knew that she was. Okay.
Definitely. And so I know you were telling me we had to have a sister, so we needed to get you on there, Dr. Ma'at, because
No. Let me let you know. So we pride ourselves in the fact that our sisters are heavily represented all throughout the conference. So we have 6 panels. 5 of the panel moderators are sisters. We have 5 breakout sessions, right? So that's 10 people presenting during each of the 5 breakout sessions. There's at least two sisters presenting during every breakout session. When you look at the main speakers, right? So the individual speakers presenting during the main session, the Black woman is heavily represented. There's no such thing as building a nation.
That's right.
So they're trying to build a nation. Oh my God! We doing a plebiscite babble. So this is one of the speakers right here, by the way.
I've also been thinking about this current era within the context of the Kali Yuga, which is what the ancient Indian, Hindu, and Vedic people described as this current planetary cycle. And Kali is a Hindu goddess. She's the goddess of time, death, and war and transformation. And Kali Yuga refers to this current degenerate cycle of, all of this disease and betrayal and theft and the lower expressions of humanity. And considering how disorganized and disconnected we are collectively within the Black community, I feel like there's an aspect of grief that has to be experienced and embraced in order for us to truly recognize the wealth and the abundance that we have access to. And
She's one of the speakers. Here's a small sample size.
That is rightfully ours. And it just seems like we're on a rise, but at the same time, when you look at what's happening globally, not just with our human species, but also with non-human species, a lot of animals and insects are going extinct. There's a lot of deforestation happening across the planet, just a lot of death, a lot of life being eradicated and deleted, literally. And I think that affects us in psychological ways and also spiritual ways that we may not be conscious of. But I feel like what it creates is it makes us feel backed into a corner, essentially. And that's the feeling that I think we really have to confront and contend with. In what ways in our lives, individually and collectively, do we feel like we're backed in a corner? Because I've been thinking a lot about urban cities as manifestations of the European consciousness coming out of the Black Plague, and how they were experiencing, a lot of disease. That's why there was the scramble for herbs in the motherland and the theft of our ancestral plant medicines, because they were just trying to desperately survive. And what I understand our current situation to be is that we're currently being governed by people who are still trying to survive. They're still trying to survive. They're not really thriving in the way that they've sold themselves to be thriving. And I came across this statement recently. Somebody said, they know they're not the ones in power, they're just trying to survive. So what that creates for us is that because we're essentially the food, right? We're the source of energy that they're using to survive, that creates limitations for us, and it causes us to feel caged in. And I think that we can see that play out in a lot of different ways, in this very literal dynamic between, indoors and outdoors.
Like, you know, like, so like if we're saying that we are, you know, race first, we're saying that we're African centered. We're saying we're trying to build a nation, then how can you build a nation without
Without a
women?
woman,
So,
that's a fact.
so that's, you know, I just want it to be purposeful. And in fact, on day 2 of the conference, we have a panel. It's called Our Women and What They Think. And that panel is a tribute to Amy Jocks Garvey, who was Marcus Garvey's second wife.
Outdoors, and just a lot of people not really spending time in nature, not being outside, not being comfortable even with the idea of living outdoors. And like I see this in a lot of my family.
2 of the conference, we have a panel. It's called Our Women and What They Think. And that panel is a tribute to Amy Jocks Garvey, who was Marcus Garvey.
Members. And this is something that I experience as well with my moon being in Cancer, and that being the sign of the home, just feeling like having this tendency of being shut inside myself. And that can be useful, you know, like that can be a form of protection to stay within yourself. That's why there's the turtle. That's why, you know, crabs and other sea creatures have shells. Like there is a reality to the purpose of having a shell for protection. But when the shell becomes a cage, when the shell becomes a prison that we become trapped in, that limits our ability to see the possibilities that exist outside of ourselves, or if it becomes a comfort zone, then that's when it becomes an issue. So I feel like that's what we really need to
informed. Let's go back to this commercial. That's not a good example of what we're looking forward to. We're not going to buy a ticket based on that.
Garvey's second wife. She wrote a column. She edited a column in the Negro World, which was the magazine, the newspaper of the UNIA. She edited a column in the Negro World for several years, and the name of that column was Our Women and What They Think. So as a tribute to her, we have a very special panel on day 2 of the conference where we're going to have nothing but sisters on the panel. 5
Beautiful.
sisters, very hard-hitting, and they're going to be speaking directly to the nation. So
This is going to be, I'm telling you, and I remember you articulated that to me. You said, we got to get the sisters, you know, and you said, that's why I'm reaching out. We need the sisters on board with this. And so, like you said, it's no such thing as building a nation without the woman. The woman gives birth to the nation. How you gonna have a nation and you don't include the female? And so that's why, you know, it's very important that, you know, that it's very important that the sisters are involved, you know, in the movement. So again, brother Omowale, thank you for coming on, brother. I feel like you dropped a lot of jewels. You got to come back. You got to come back. You got to come back.
I appreciate you having me. I apologize to the family. I'm usually a lot more energetic than this. I was up to 4:30 in the morning yesterday for my brother Shaka Ra. I had to pre-record a lecture for him that aired on his channel earlier today. The lecture was
nah, dude, you got no energy because there's no energy in glazing Marcus Garvey. Like there's no great history about the guy. Okay, that's just it. That's just like you had to really force something to speak on Marcus Garvey, and it didn't hit. It didn't hit at all.
what was it, Shaka Ra? It was I'm forgetting the name of it. It was called the Pan-African Costume Ball and the Climate of Confusion. That was the lecture. So I recorded it last night. It was 2.5 hours of content. I didn't finish preparing it until yesterday evening. So I was up until 4:30 in the morning. Then I had to wake up at 8, you know, for work. And then, you know, Brother Shaka Ra kept me on his channel for about 6 hours talking about the lecture. So I just had a really long day, but I'm incredibly thankful for Dr. Ma'at bringing
You should have
me
rescheduled it, bro.
onto her platform. I'm incredibly humble for all of the excitement around this conference. I haven't reached out to anyone that has given me a no. You know, so the
Really?
caliber of people that we have. For
You
me,
definitely
the
reach out to two then.
integrity of this event was important.
No, no, no,
So we
no.
don't
See,
have
no,
any
no, 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 no. That's
preachers
not gonna work.
in this
That's
event.
not.
All the
Go to
people
we're
at
gonna
this
break. Go,
event
go
are
over there.
doers.
Go over
These
there.
people
Over there.
are doing really good work in our community around nation building. So I said, I want everybody who's doing something to have this platform to demonstrate to the community what they are doing. I don't want the preachers and the talkers. So the integrity of this event really meant everything to myself and the other organizers, because we have an army of organizers behind the scenes. And what's very unique is that on the planning committee, you have 6 men and you have 6 women. You have a male co-chair and you have a female co-chair. So I'm the lead organizer, the male co-chair, and
I
then our
bet you
sister
are.
Tahira, she's my co-chair, and she's over the finance, right? So it's just like in the house, the woman controls the economy, she controls the finance, and or at least that's how it is in my house. Y'all might call me a simp for it, but I get a nice check and I send it right over to my wife and let her manage and kind of like.
Hey, yo, that dude said, build a nation. There, yo, he said what he trying to do is build a nation. You're right, yo. We have nothing in common, yo. We have absolutely nothing in common. Build a nation. Look how delusional they are. You got a nation in Africa. Why don't you go link up with those people? Why you want to build a new nation? Africa is so great, right? Go link up with the Africans. They already got a nation. Kenya, Ghana, Nigerians. So many citizenships you can get that with that nice check.
Pay everything as long as I'm fed and I have my little stipend. I'm okay with that. But our household economy works that way. And if you understand economics, the word economy comes from a Greek word that means household management. So you know.
What about the Pan-African word? What you guys? Why are you relying on white people? Okay, family, now it's time to fact check. Okay. Wait. Let me get my son cartoons up and ready. He won't bother me too much. Then we will get started. While I do that, let's have some entertainment.
You know, deal with mentally, and that's the portal toward liberation.
Wow, that was really, you said a few things there, Sister Alexis, that were very profound for me.
Stop.
The piece that,
and it sounds like a
What is so profound about this?
simple concept, but I feel like it's very complex and it can be difficult for us to fully understand because we're not oriented into like the original, we're not fully integrated into the original African worldview, the original African cosmovision, like the scientific way that our spirit exists in our bodies, and how the way that our spirit is occupying our bodies influences our sensory experience of the world. And I think there's a lot of wisdom there for us to tap into, because we have to be able to see both the microcosm and the macrocosm at the same time. And the macrocosm is a reflection of the microcosm and vice versa. So yeah, I feel like that's one of the major things that we have to contend with in our community. Like any way that we feel obligated to pull outside of ourselves, we have to ultimately go within and recognize like what wound, what void, what barrier, what blockages exist within ourselves that's characterizing our perception of this situation or this dynamic. Because it's like right now, I feel like I know that globally, a lot of us are experiencing mental health issues. And I've also
What is so profound about this?
Manage our little economy together. There's only one pot in this household. Her resources go into it. My resources go into it. We meet and we strategize how those resources are going to get deployed. But this ain't like a, it truly is one. So for me, it was a very comfortable thing to have my sister Tahira manage all the finances, and she will call me like, "Why are you spending money that you ain't tell me you was going to spend?" And it's good because you need somebody. That's what Henrietta Vinton Davis was for Garvey. She was on those finances, so you need that.
Absolutely, and you're not being a simp. It's about what works good for your household. It's about
Yeah,
your
yeah.
household and what. No.
I don't even like to use the term because to me it's a term that chumps use. But I know how these YouTube audiences can be. So I shouldn't have to give a what's the word? See, I'm having brain farts right here. I shouldn't have to give a
explanation or
an explanation. Yeah. So it is what it is. But I only say that to say that if you look at the planning committee, it's 6 sisters and it's 6 brothers who are working diligently to pull this thing together. So it's a full team of us.
Well, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much, Brother Omawale, for coming on again. I mean, you dropped a lot of jewels. This was a beautiful build tonight. So family, go to rbgcentennial.com to get your tickets for the conference. The conference will be August the 8th through the 9th. And so again, they're going to have activities and speakers and all things going on all day long. So family, be sure to support this monumentous event. All right. So I'm going to share the trailer one more time, brother. I mean, this promo is beautiful.
Just remember that a centennial by definition only happens once in a lifetime.
That's
You're
right.
only going to celebrate a 100-year anniversary once in your life. So don't say to us, well, we'll take part in this.
Damn microphone. All right, let me read Taya. Taya said, oh, they're gonna end up in some nature boy type thing. Yeah. I could see that. Yeah. If you following Garvey's blueprint, you are planning to leave the country. All right. That's all Garvey talked about. All right. So let's go back and unpack this. All right. This shouldn't be a difficult thing to do. He made some wild statements.
Conference. So, brother, tell us about that conference before we get into the life and legacy of Marcus Garvey.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So that riders of the Negro race for the so as sons and daughters of Marcus Garvey, but also plan, plot, and strategize conference on and Baba you to come out support the conference
and what is the conference supposed to do? Like they always have conferences, like ever since 1900 in London, the Pan-Africanist conference. They've been having a conference family for literally over 125 years. Look at this.
Wait, no.
Look at this. 2025, 1900, 1945, 1919. Look, 2026. We need that year ain't even come yet. God, yeah, look, 2026 conference. It did the year did. Oh, you can't see it. Look at this. 2025, 1900, 1945, 1919, 2026. That year didn't even come yet. All right. So the first Pan-African conference was held in London, England, from July 23rd to the 25th, July 1900. Family, literally 1900. We're in 2025, and they're still having conferences.
And hear what they have. Any of those people who have played a significant role in our history, I would definitely encourage you to come out, support the conference, and hear what they have to say.
125 years later, family, and they're still having conferences. This is why nobody can ever rock with them now. Produce nothing, it's a lot of talk, a lot of selling tickets, selling wolf tickets, a bunch of charlatans. Everybody's competing to be Papa. And another conference.
Absolutely. And I mean, and brother, do me a favor right now. Pull up that document, the document that you just talked about. You called it the Declaration of Negro Independence. Is that correct?
The Declaration of Rights of Negro People of the World.
Yes, yes. Do you have that online that you can pull up and maybe share your screen with us?
I don't have it online, but it's if you have the philosophies and opinions of
it's a Wikipedia article.
Okay.
Family, what is it with? Like, this is a serious question, and this is important. We got to stop. It's okay to reverence somebody, okay, that's long and gone, right? It's okay to reverence them. We could revere Harriet Tubman. We could revere Frederick Douglass, Rosa Parks, whomever, right? Don't do that. Put that over there. You can do that, but to say you're going to copy their blueprint in 2025 is just retarded. You're setting yourself up for failures, coming up short, misleading people, disappointing people, and not living up to your mission and goals. Family, that's why I said it's religious talk where they holding on to somebody ancient, old. No, we're in 2025. Right. There's people in front of us today. Some of us are those people. Guess what? We have the same information, those you revere and more. Because that person is long and gone, and we have the information. We know their strategies. We know their tactics. And we got modern 2025 tactics to deal with this modern world. So these guys keep going back to Marcus Garvey, the FDMG, all this stuff, man. Stop, bro. Modern era.
Yeah, that shows it. And so I just want to show the people.
You want me to pull it up on my screen?
Yeah, if you could.
Again, it was on August the 13th of 1920. And again, Article 39 of the Declaration, which you see.
This guy pulls up he pulls up a Wikipedia.
And they're calling out here.
And I'm not saying Wikipedia is bad. I'm thinking he has something. He has no website to go to. He just exposed himself. No website, no nothing. This should be on his website, right? Don't you want to attract people to your website where you promote your conferences and you have your old conferences there, you have your new conferences there. This is embarrassing. No website. All this fancy talk, no website.
That the colors red, black, and green, they will be the colors of our race, right? So this is a national symbol of race pride for the African race all around the globe. And this was significant because during this time, there was a a song, a very popular song that was out called "Every Race Has a Flag Except the Coon." Yeah. So in response,
You hear her? Yeah, family. She is so trash. Like the same way I've lost all respect for James Smalls from his flip flopping, I lost the same respect for Dr. Maya. This coon here, I never had respect for him, so there's nothing to lose. But for her, I lost all respect. I got no respect for her. And I'm talking about as a person, yes. I'm talking about her information and scholarship, if you want to call it that, her research and her podcast. As a person, of course, I respect people, but I don't have respect for what she stands for. She's a flip flopper. Tyron Luong exposed her earlier. She's a flip flopper. She's a grifter. Like he said something deep. Look at this.
a song, a very popular song that was out called "Every Race Has a Flag Except the Coon."
So of course he's trying to act like we don't have a flag, like the American flag isn't ours, and we're that coon. Okay. Really trash. Really trash. And she
Yeah. So in response, to that, Marcus Garvey and the UNIA, who were in the process of forming a government, right, forming us into a nation, a government, so to speak, in exile, preparing for us to reclaim the land and to redeem Mama Africa.
Okay, so that's the part one to catch. That lie right there. Listen to this.
To that, Marcus Garvey and the UNIA, who were in the process of forming a government, right, forming us into a nation, a government, so to speak, in exile.
Okay, family. Why do they lie? Why lie? Why lie? Okay, he said presenting the UNIA as a functioning government in exile, while a unified nation. Oh wait, go on.
Preparing for us to reclaim the land and to redeem Mama Africa. But when you see that flag behind me, that's not a protest flag. That flag is the flag of a nation of people. And by nation, I'm referring to all African. And by African, I'm referring to all Black people around the world.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, family. The UNIA was not a functioning government in exile on no way, shape, form. All right. With the unified nation, okay, that overstates the reality of the UNIA. The 1920 Harlem Convention and flag matter symbolically to the UNIA, right? And what Garvey is pushing, that sham. But UNIA had no sovereign territory. They had no recognition, no tax base, no treaty power, and no standing army. It was a mass movement, not a state. It was a mass movement, not a state. Okay. Okay. So let him lie some more. Hold on. Let me fast forward it. That's lie number one. Lie number one. He just lied right there. He just lied. For what? For what? Anybody can dig this stuff up, man. There's no need to lie.
So before Garvey even started the UNIA, which was founded in 1914, the previous 10 years, and by the way, he was 27 years old when he started the UNIA, right? So from the age of 17 to 27, Garvey had traveled all throughout Latin America, throughout London, throughout, the United States, Canada. And one of the things that he found is everywhere that he went, Black people were being subjugated and they were being dominated.
That's not what he thought. Okay, no Black people are at that time. The only Black people were in America. Okay, nope. Can't pull that over on us.
And before he started the UNIA, he had read a book that was written by Booker T. Washington, and the name of the book was Up from Slavery. And Garvey quotes that when he read that book, he got it in his mind that he would be a race man and had committed himself to the redemption, right, and the liberation of our race, wherever we stood all around this particular planet, right? So, 10 years of just traveling everywhere and just understanding and connecting with Black people. But at the age of 27, he forms the UNIA in Jamaica. This is in 1914. He reaches out to Booker T. Washington because he wants to come to the U.S. to learn more about the Tuskegee Institute, because Garvey has the idea to create a similar institute down in Jamaica. But at the time when he arrives in 1916, and Booker T. Washington had transitioned in 1915. And he got here. He ended up, his initial goal was to do a tour.
Family, what we're not going to do, and what I'm not going to allow, all right, even people who say they're FBA, Adolf, I'm going to check Freeman a little later. I'm not going to allow us to lie. Like, we don't got to lie, man. Like, let's just be like, we'll get further with the truth. All a lie going to do is be used as a deflection mechanism for white supremacists, or tether, or some, whoever. So that's why we try to stay honest as possible. We try to stay correct and accurate as possible. No lies, man. We're going to just keep it thorough, keep it real, so we can keep pushing. Lies is going to keep. I'll stick it. I'll put it on the ground. Lies is going to keep you from going forward, because people are going to hold you to that lie. So you might have a great movement, you have great momentum, you might have just accomplished something really great, and all they're going to do is bring you to that lie. Hey, great accomplishment, Shun C. But can I ask you about this lie you told? That's always going to keep happening. So there's no need to glorify FBA history, and no. We're going to stay as accurate to history as possible, and we're going to push from there. But we're not going to lie like this guy.
Throughout the southern part of the United States to raise money for his institute back in Jamaica. But upon that tour and upon arriving here, he recognized that there was a movement that was in motion, but Garvey had a vision that he was able to articulate, and because of that vision.
Hey, who said that? Born Enemy says, so Garvey chubby ass. He says, so Garvey chubby ass was going to go around and save all Black people. Right? Come on, man. He's everywhere. He's in the whole entire diaspora. And his last stop was in America, the United States of America. And he just seen how the wretched condition Black folks were in. He was like, wow, I must save them. Meanwhile, the first wretched condition he seen Black folks in, hey, sit down, man. Sit down.
He was able to really solidify all the component parts of that movement into what eventually turned into the most significant mass movement of African people all around the planet, which is referred to as the Garvey movement, right? So the organization that he started was the UNIA and ACL, which stands for the Universal Negro Improvement Association and the African Communities League. So he comes here in 1916, and 1918 he charters a chapter in New York. In 1919, they start the Black Star Line company. 1920, they host the first international convention of the world. From 1919 to 1920, the organization grew from about 1,000 members to about 2 million members.
No. I Spy, don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't try to say something and leave. That's what tethers do. Tethers flee. Okay, let me take your wrench until you can. No. You can't. You're not allowed to say nothing and flee. Okay, so she's under the, or whoever it is. I don't know if it's a she or he, but I Spy. No. We're not gonna allow you to do that. No. Before you leave, click this link. Okay. Because I don't know if I read your comment correct or whatever, but maybe I read, maybe I misread it. That's why when I go in on a live, I don't read the comments too much because sometimes I come half into the conversation. That's why when people are going at it with each other in the chat, I don't involve myself because most likely I didn't catch it from the beginning. So I don't know who's right, who's wrong. So I leave it alone. But it looked like I Spy said something. It looked like I Spy said something about Africans selling Africans or Africans selling us. It sounds like to me that I Spy was against that notion. So I Spy, you can clear it up. And I will apologize if I read that wrong. But it sounded like to me that you were under the impression that Africans didn't sell us, that the white man came and stole us. Under the while Africans were asleep, white man came in and stole us. So that's what it sounds like to me. So I took your wrench because of that, because you left and you weren't clear. Like family, before you do things like that, like be very clear in what you're saying, where it can't be misread. But it sounds like I Spy. Look, I'm gonna go copy the comment and paste it. And you tell me what you guys. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna share my screen. Okay, you tell me what you think. Okay. So let me know if I'm tripping. And again, I apologize if I'm tripping. I'm human. I can make a mistake, but I'm open though. Okay. So the comment was, can't be honest if your understanding of Negro history in America is based on African soldiers. Okay, so can't be honest if your understanding of Negro history in America is based on African soldiers. That's mistake number one, and it means you aren't truly studying the history. Now, I don't know how to take that because the way I took it was, if we're saying Africans sold us, we are the ones that made that historical mistake, and that means we are not truly studying history. So right after that comment, I Spy says, "But y'all have a good day. I'm out." So it looked like they said something slick and was leaving. You dig? But it can't be challenged. Again, I could be wrong. But what you guys think? I'm tripping, or that's exactly what they said? Am I tripping? Because I don't want to jump the gun. Yeah, but I'm not gonna forget. So if you come on tomorrow, next Tuesday, next month, if you come, let's say July 2026, I'm not gonna forget. I'm gonna definitely be waiting on you to explain that comment. Okay, so Shun C said that's not what they're saying. Shun C said he's saying that if someone's understanding of Black American history starts at African sold you into slavery, then their grasp of history is shallow and misleading. Yeah. I took his wrench because, family, be very clear in your communication so it cannot be taken a certain way. Because I see people in the chat, some of y'all say something crazy, and then other lineage folks be like, ho. And you become on their radar. They be like, hey, I'm biased. Watch this person right here. And then I start watching. And then I might say, okay, nah, they're good. They just miscommunicated. So yeah, so we're gonna give I Spy. I didn't block him or nothing like that. I just took his wrench until he can explain that comment because we're trying to be on code over here. Like we don't want any confusion over here. Africans did sell us because that's the name of the topic here, like the name of the title, the video is African sold FBAs to white people. We can't be Pan-African. So I know that's going to ruffle some feathers for some people. And I'm thinking that it's going to ruffle feathers of people who don't have a wrench, who are Pan-Africanists solely, and they don't acknowledge their FBA ancestry in this country at all, their ethnogenesis. So Rich Religion LA said they probably read the title only and then commented. Right. And that's why I took their wrench, because over here we're smart. We don't read titles and make comments. We will kind of like try to listen what's going on. And then but if they just check out my last 3, 4, 5 lives, like they know I've been on this. Matter of fact, shit, if they check out my lives for like the last couple months, I've been on African Soldiers. Matter of fact, that's one of the answers I ask Tethers and Pan-Africans once they come on the channel. Hey, who sold us? You dig? To right off the back, I want to know that. So yeah, so that person we just got to come back and clear the air or stand 10 toes on that, and then ask for the link.
And that's just in a year's time span. But the first International Convention of the World was so significant because they had 25,000 people convene on Madison Square Garden. They had parades all throughout Harlem. I mean, he really captivated the mind, the consciousness, and the spirit of African people, and he helped to once again reignite in us, right, that desire for liberation, for redemption, right? And when he used the term redemption, he really was speaking, you know, not just in physical terms, but in spiritual terms as well, because at its core.
Okay, so he's just gonna rewrite Garvey's spiritual too.
Core, right?
Say accomplished. So I want to talk about the Black Star Line and how we were able to buy stocks and shares.
Yeah. Get into that so I can cook y'all. But family, he said Garvey travel, saw global Black oppression, found a UNIA explosive growth to 2 million members. The membership numbers are inflated, right? Anybody can Google this. Anybody can Google it. They're inflated and they're often repeated in UNIA propaganda rallies, right? Including inactive, duplicate members or honorary members. Like they inflate that number like anybody does. Anybody want their group to be more than what it is, right? But even friendly historians, people who are friends of the Garvey movement, the UNIA movement, note their members were far less than the milieux. Okay, so that is a fanatic claim. The movement was visible and significant during its time, but the largest movement of Black people in history, when you say that, okay, like at that point, you're gaslighting, you're glazing, you're not being honest. Okay, that is tagline marketing. There's no audited membership in the millions of the Garvey's movement. Okay, so that's another undocumented, unfounded lie. Okay, we would love for him to show us the documented proof of 2 million UNIA members. Like, come on, man.
And that and get into the Negro world, the newspapers, his nurses, and so let's talk about some of the things that they had going on, some of the programs that the UNIA offered.
Yeah. So the UNIA was you know, one of the most comprehensive organizations that we've, you know, ever had. It was a government, it was commerce, it was culture, it was social. You know, when you talk about the different auxiliaries that it had within the organization, right? It had the African Legion, right, which was a military, you know, apparatus within the organization. It had the Universal Motor Corps, which represented military, but for our sisters. You had the Black Cross nurses. You had the juvenile division or the juvenile league. So many different auxiliaries within the organization. In addition to that, you had the Negro Factories Corporation, and you know, within that, you know, so the motto of the Negro Factories Corporation is a motto.
Family. Oh God. Oh, the lies. Oh my God.
Model that many Black movements after after the Garvey movement tries to take on. So you look at like the Nation of Islam, where they have their stores and their laundry mats and the forums. Like all of this comes like out of UNIA, right? This is the blueprint or the black print, so to speak, that Garvey laid down for us. You had the Negro Dolls Corporation, where Garvey said if our children are going to be playing with dolls, they need to be black dolls. You mentioned the Black Star Line. So what they often try to do is purposefully misread Garvey to tell you that Garvey had the Black Star. He got the ship so that he could take us back to Africa. And they try to call the Garvey movement the Back to Africa movement. But Garvey's movement was not about back to Africa, right?
It
You
wasn't.
can't, you cannot reduce what he was trying to do to that statement, back to Africa. The purpose of the ships were so that we could do trade among one another, right? So the crops that are grown in the islands can be sold to black people in the U.S. and we can do commercial trade between Africa, the islands, and the United States. So Garvey wanted to connect us all, right? So we could do commerce and trade amongst one another so that we could be self-sustaining, right? Because he recognizes that in terms of our commercial engagement, or
this guy is really revising the history and legacies of Marcus Garvey. Like, he's just making shit up. This is sad. Like this is worse than any white person did for their heroes. This is really sad.
our commercial activity, it needed to be international in scope. So Garvey had in his mind the need for us to redeem the African continent, and the only way for us to do that was through the vehicle of nation, right? So Garvey's movement was a movement of Black or African nationalism, and his the character of nationalism that he gave us was one in which we as Black people collectively, right, around the globe, provide our resources, provide our energy, and provide our talent for the development of a nation, what he referred to as a political superstate on the African continent that will be strong enough to protect the interests of African people wherever they are. So I think that was very significant work, and it's work that we are trying to carry forward, right? When we look at the theme of this particular conference, it's Garveyism and the renewed cry for African nationhood, right? So we are once again re-examining the significance of Garveyism and what that means for us in the 21st century. I mean, Dr. Amos Wilson wrote a—
Oh boy, then they go to Dr. Amos Wilson. Oh my God, all they do is dig up the past. People 100 years ago, Garvey. People damn near 30 years ago, Dr. Amos Wilson. Oh boy. All right. But he needs some straightening. But he said a lot. He said UNIA's auxiliaries and Negro factories, quote. Okay. And he said that equals blueprint that work. That's what he said. All right. So family, listen. Revising history. This is really sad. This is easily documented, easily researched, easily debunked. The Negro Factories Corporation and many side businesses burned cash and collapsed quickly. None of them stood up. None of them worked. None of them was representatives or symbolic of blueprints that work. Okay, Garvey diverted Black Star Line, BSL investor enthusiasm into stores, a restaurant, a printing plant, a hotel plan, a doll venture, etc. But most were short-lived. Most of those endeavors were short-lived and unprofitable. They didn't produce any money. The spread looked like scale. The books told a different story. Okay. And by the way, all of those endeavors, you know those stocks he sold for the BSL, the Black Star Line, all those stocks, investments was supposed to go into the BSL ships. He funneled that money into this stuff. Those investors never knew that money was going to a restaurant, a doll venture, a printing plant, a hotel plan. They thought that money was going to what they were promised it was going to, and tourists, steamships. Okay, the Black Star Line was about steamships. They were told they were leaving America to Africa. So why the hell would they want to invest in stores in America, a printing plant in America, a hotel in Dalvich in America, if they're going to Liberia? So he was he was going to do one of those Trojan horse things, right? Y'all know what the Trojan horse is? He was going to use those steamships as a Trojan horse for Foundation Black Americans. He was going to pile y'all ancestors in those, send them to Liberia, but he ain't going to be in those ships. He's going to be in America. And he was hoping that those ships make land in Liberia, and the Liberian president just arrest all of y'all and then put y'all to work, and right immediately in Liberia. And why he lived fat in America, right? With all those investments. Right. Yeah, but all of those businesses were short-lived. They collapsed. They burned cash. They were all nothing burgers. They were not profitable. So let this dude lie to you.
Wrote a great book about that, Garveyism in the 21st century, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
I have it on my bookshelf. I know
Oh yeah, you know she got it. You know she got it.
Look, the people who I'm connected with, they know I'll roll my chair back like this and I'll lean on my bookshelf. But it's a thin green book.
Yes,
actually,
it is.
that you're referring to. So you're right. He sure did write the book. Dr. Amos Wilson. And he also talked about Garvey in his book, Blueprint for Black Power. But I wanted to add something to what you said, brother. He did set up a relationship with Liberia, right?
Oh my God. All right, so we're going to touch on that too. So now Garvey set up a relationship with Liberia. But before we do that, okay, so he said they lied. The Black Star Line wasn't a go-to back to Africa. It was commerce. So this is the repackage they want to try to sell us on today. All we ever known of Garvey, even, when we were young, we didn't know shit about Garvey. But what we did know was that it was back to Africa time. Okay. Now all of a sudden it's not back to Africa. And family, the reason why they're saying that, the reason why they're trying to repackage as it wasn't about back to Africa, because they know in order for them to promote Garvey, they got to promote back to Africa. And they're not trying to go back to Africa. So they're trying to justify staying in America while promoting Marcus Garvey. Okay. But Garvey pitched commerce and he pitched return to Africa. I don't know how we can just dismiss that. He pitched commerce, but he also pitched simultaneously return to Africa. He pitched them where they both can happen, right? Commerce and back to Africa. We're going to do both, but we're going back to Africa. Everybody knows that. Anybody who ever heard his name, you're going to tie Marcus Garvey to going back to Africa. But now all of a sudden it's about Black Wall Street. Come on, man. So he did promote repatriation to Liberia. He had parades and he had speeches, family, that sold that dream. He has documented speeches that talked about repatriation back to Liberia. Okay. He also sold stock to finance the ships. He sold stocks to finance the ships to go back to Africa. So that never happened. The business plan and Exodus, okay? The business plan and the Exodus promise were blended. They were blended, which multiplied risk. If ships fell, both commerce and repatriation fell, because the ships would be used for this fake international commerce thing and repatriation. Okay. So now they're going to make this disgusting lie where Marcus Garvey linked up with the president of Liberia. Listen to this.
Garvey in his book,
and this demon right here, Dr. Mayat, she knows it's a lie. But she's going to allow this dude to lie on her platform. Yeah, she is a demon. Like, she's way worse than what I thought she was, because she's doing this shit intentionally. Like she's trying to sabotage our self-identification, delineation, momentum. We're bringing these guests on her shit to lie. Listen to this.
For Black Power. But I wanted to add something to what you said, brother. He did set up a relationship with Liberia, right? And where some folks did decide to repatriate and go back to Liberia. Can you speak on that and what took place with that, brother, if you're familiar with that?
Well, he attempted to.
He attempted to. Okay.
He attempted to.
He never attempted. Wait, matter of fact, before I lie, let's look it up. So before I press enter, how do you sell stock on a dream that he's going to bring you to Liberia to repatriate with just an attempt to contact the Liberian president? Family, is that not scamming? You just sold tickets. Okay. Look at it this way. Look at it like the 4 songs I got, FBA influence. Just imagine if those songs hit big and there's a real artist behind that to sing those songs, okay? How can I sell tickets to Madison Square Garden? I sold tickets. You guys bought them. And now I'm going to attempt to negotiate with the people who runs Madison Square Garden. How do I sell tickets first to pack the house and then attempt to speak to the people who can make Madison Square Garden a reality for me? How do you sell the tickets first? How do you sell the stocks first? And then attempt to speak to the, at best, which I don't think he did that. But let's say if that's true. How do you sell the stock first and lie and say, hey, we're going to repatriate? America's terrible. There's no justice here. We're leaving this. Sell tickets, sell stocks, and then make an attempt. So now an attempt means, so what does that mean? That means it came up short, right? But he still sold stocks. He sold, family, he stole stocks off. He sold stocks often and often and often. He didn't sell stocks one time. He sold stocks often and often on the dream that people are going to repatriate back to, or repatriate to Liberia. Okay, I'm gonna press enter now. Okay, so it said yes. Okay, whatever. So that's why I entertained that possibility. Yes, Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association did attempt to engage with the Liberian government, offering loans for land and resettlement in 1920. However, Liberian President Charles King eventually refused cooperation with Garvey's movement following pressure from British and French colonial governments and influence from W. Du Bois, who worked to undermine Garvey's plans by portraying them as a threat. Again, how do you sell stock and you didn't secure the venue? How do you get a no, but the stock's already sold? The dream is already bought. How do you sell stocks how do you sell stocks to something that cannot happen, will not happen, but the dream is already bought? That is scamming by the very definition. All right. So now tell us more about this attempt.
Well, he attempted to.
You're going to do an A-B. All right. All right. So let me look at the chat. See if we're on one accord. Okay, so here, first class citizen said, exactly, Ron, great assessment. Liberians were Louisianans that got duped. Scam Central. You would think that I would set that up first. So obviously he didn't understand white supremacy, which most non-FBAs don't. And we try to tell them about white supremacy. We are the only ones that experience white supremacy. We are the only ones who still experience it. We've always experienced white supremacy because we're the only ones who experience systemic racism. Them folks govern themselves. Okay? There was nobody white saying no to them. There was nobody white pulling them over, locking them up, hanging them. There was nobody white burning crosses on their land. Okay, so we're the only ones who experience white supremacy. So when he came to this country and undermined our black activists that was on scene already, W. Du Bois is one of them, A. Philip Randolph, Chandler Owens, and a whole bunch of other people at the time doing their thing. I think A.J. Gaston was around in Alabama. So for him to, I think even Madam C.J. Walker was operating at this time. So for him to ignore all of us, don't want to learn about white supremacy, but believe he just can snap his fingers, and just get us to Liberia without a serious negotiation and then sell stocks. He sold a hell of a dream, got the money, and then said, all right, let me try to go and secure Liberia. That is some Dr. Umar shit. Dr. Umar got to school and they said, okay, let me try to operate this thing. What I got to do? You know what I mean? Oh, shit, I need inspections. Oh, I need that. I need an HVAC. What else? Oh, shit, I need this. I got to pay taxes. So these guys take the money from the people. They purchase something and then they figure out the details later. That's scamming. That's scamming. All right, so now let's go ahead and lie to us, Amawali.
On that and what took place with that brother, if you're familiar with that.
Well, he attempted to.
He attempted to. Okay.
He attempted to. Liberia, full stop, was an American colony. And Garvey's attempt to have Liberia be the settlement where the UNIA would potentially penetrate the African continent, he struck fear in the hearts of the colonial administrators. You got to remember.
He struck fear in them. Okay. Yeah, they feared him, but all of our FBA activists, they were not feared. They were taken lightly. Now they over here restructuring America literally by having America change laws, thanks to A. Philip Randolph and some other folks. Like they got America changing laws and policies within the country. They're reshaping America from 100% racist country to about 90%, 85% racist, 80% racist. All of that is a real threat because they would love to just be 100% outright racist. All right, our activists is making them control their racism to a certain degree. We're making them take the pill, take the medicine, where they can't be outright disrespectful and racist. They got to bottle it up to some degree. We're making them take their medicine. But Marcus Garvey was the person they feared.
That Liberia's neighbor is Sierra Leone, which is a colony of the British, right? And then you have French colonies bordering it, right? So all of the colonial powers were of one mind when it came to Garveyism, and their thought was that we cannot allow this particular ideology to penetrate the African continent, because if it stares in the hearts and minds of the African masses on the African.
This is his projection. He's lying. This is what he's saying.
African continent, a desire for the type of nationalism that Garvey is talking about, then it's going to mean trouble for the colonial powers. So as a result, so there are two schemes happening at the same time. You have Garvey and the UNIA that are attempting to gain access to the colonies on the African continent, but then you also have W.E.B. Du Bois and the NAACP that is attempting to gain access to the colonies on the African continent. Du Bois has no qualms about working with the State Department, right? So having the support of the United States government to basically undermine and sabotage Garvey and his initiatives on the continent. But in addition to that, the colonial government, meaning the black government that was in I don't want it's not I can't call it a black government. It's a white government that's being managed by black people. In Liberia, they also were against Garveyism because one, they were afraid that if Garvey comes to the continent, specifically Liberia, and he has success, then he can basically essentially challenge the legitimacy of the rulers there because the masses
What? This is fantasy talk.
of people are the ones who give authority, right, for you to basically rule them or to govern them, right? So if the UNIA in and of itself is a government, the Liberian government is somewhat threatened by that, right? So President King did all that he could to undermine Garvey and the Garvey movement. And President King was the president of Liberia then. And as a result of his assistance as a result of him assisting the colonial powers.
Wait. So if the president did all he can do to first of all, what people, what country on this earth will allow another government to settle where they have jurisdiction? Like what he's saying is a bunch of hot mess that he didn't really think it through and nobody challenged it. What government will allow another government to share jurisdiction or fight for power? Like this is just stupid, man. I'm sorry. I was trying to say nice words. This is just stupid.
They rewarded him with a very nice banquet. You can read all about that in Tony Martin's Race First.
Oh my God, another book
where he talks about it's called Race First, the ideological and organizational struggles of Marcus Garvey and the UNIA.
Another book. Yeah, every time they talk, they just hold up more books to buy. And who's it written by?
He talks all about that episode where the president in Liberia assisted the colonial powers with undermining Marcus Garvey, and they celebrated him and threw him a nice banquet.
Wait, I don't care about that. I want to know if that was the case. Like, shouldn't Marcus Garvey have found that out before he sold one stock? Family, am I missing something? I don't care about the president of Liberia. Let's say if he's a snake, a demon, a devil, and he's a bootlicker of white supremacy. I don't care. What I care about is if you relied on a bootlicker to make your dream become true, and you had this black nationalist dream that you knew he would never side with because he's a bootlicker, that means that you purposely still sold stocks under a false pretense. Like you scammed people. Am I missing something? Am I by myself? You didn't secure Liberia because you're claiming the president was a bootlicker, whatever. Then why are you selling wolf tickets to financial Black Americans that you will get them in Liberia? So family, that's why they're running from the Liberian aspect of Marcus Garvey's dream. They're trying to act like, oh, nah, it wasn't about Africa, because they see that this makes no sense. It's a contradiction. It shows that he's a scammer. So they're trying to revise history right in your face. No different than the white man. They're trying to revise history to make Garvey look like he didn't scam anybody. And when they were so it's like, okay, so why were they buying stocks then? Look, his explanation just leads to more questions.
For keeping Garvey out of Liberia.
Because I know in Blueprint for Black Power, Dr. Amos Wilson said they had went over, they surveyed the land, they took engineers and scientists and different people over with them because people were serious about repatriating. But Baba didn't elaborate on, what took place with that. And so
because he was lying, okay? Dr. Amos Wilson was lying. That's why he didn't elaborate. He was lying, okay? Well, guess what? That was 1998. There was no YouTube. It was YouTube, but it wasn't. No. No. There was no YouTube. YouTube, no. 'Cause I remember I got on YouTube about like 17 years ago. So yeah, I got on YouTube about yeah. So there was no YouTube, and at that point, I think it was all about Ask Jeeves. Google wasn't even big at that time. It was Ask Jeeves. Yahoo was big. AOL was big. Black Planet was just coming around. Yeah, so at that time, you could just say what you want to say, and there was no way really to fact check you in real time. The fact checking would come years later, but by that time, you didn't sold thousands of books. You sold thousands of books at that time. So yeah, so Dr. Amy Wilson lied. Yeah, she's definitely lying. And let me go to the bunker. Okay. So he said a political superstate in Africa will protect us worldwide. Family, no African government, that means zero. No African governments invited UNIA to found or find a superstate. He lied. Garvey, as I said, never secured an African sovereign partner. Without land, law, or allies, the superstate was rhetorical, not implementation pathway. They're just great talkers and they produce nothing. Garvey did not produce Liberia. He talked about it. He had parades and meetings and conferences about it. He had many conferences, but he never secured Liberia. So to sit there and say he attempted to negotiate with the Liberian president and he said no thanks, whatever. What they're trying to do is erase Garvey's own diplomatic failures in Liberia's agencies. Okay, so Garvey did not first secure binding written concessions from the Liberian government before selling the repatriation vision. Family, this is something that they cannot ignore. This is something we need to ask all of them. Okay, matter of fact, I might do a whole Garvey expose video with a PDF. All right, because I can't stand this goddamn tether. So again, Garvey did not first secure binding written concessions from the Liberian government before selling their repatriation dream. Liberia repeatedly balked. By the mid-1920s, it prioritized Firestone's rubber concession 1926 and explicitly shut the door on UNIA settlers. One more time. Liberia repeatedly balked. By the mid-1920s, it prioritized Firestone's rubber concession 1926 and explicitly shut the door on UNIA settlers, and he continued to lie and sell stocks. UNI members who tried to sell in Liberia were turned back, deported. A predictable outcome when you don't have formal entry guarantees. So a couple UNI members were like, damn, Garvey. Now look, they went rogue. Garvey never sent them, by the way. They got tired of Garvey stalling. Like, yo, what's up, man? We're ready. We sent you millions of dollars. We're ready to go back to, go to Liberia. But he kept stalling, making excuses. So a crew of sellers took it upon themselves to sell to Liberia to get it popping. And they were turned back around. They were deported. And that's when they found out the truth. So those salesmen were no different than like Malcolm X when he went to Mecca and found out what he found out. Well, these two salesmen went to Liberia and found out the truth. When they were deported, they asked hella questions. And those Liberian officials said, yo, who the hell is Garvey? No, RBG, UNIA, he about to have it popping. He about to own and rule Africa. They said, okay. Well, listen, y'all got 1 hour to leave my country, or we're going to to kill you. Okay. And they took their crazy ass back to America. And they joined the Garvey Must Go campaign, by the way. Okay. All right. So that's scamming. That's scamming. To sell stock, to sell a dream about Liberia, and you never sealed the deal. That's scamming. That's why I can't stand that Tether. I hate him. That's why his name triggers me. Because he wasted time. He's a time-wasting Tether. All those FBAs could have been helping A. Philip Randolph get things popping. Can't stand that Tether.
He did, yeah. Henrietta, Lady Henrietta Vinton Davis, who was the fourth assistant president general of the UNIA, Marcus Garvey referred to her as the most loyal and most significant black woman in the African race. But she led a party on behalf of the UNIA over to survey, and when they tried to send the equipment and everything, the Liberian government kept their equipment, kept their money, and not only did they steal the land, they sold the land to Firestone. And W.E.B. Du Bois actually helped to broker that relationship between Firestone and Firestone and the Liberian government. So we have to keep in mind that these colonial governments and these black people who operate in these colonial governments, they are always anti-grassroots initiatives, because the grassroots are a threat to them, because it represents the might and the power of their people, and their role is to keep the people dominated and subjugated, and they're paid very well,
absolutely,
for that particular role. So they were completely against Marcus Garvey and the UNIA.
Absolutely. And what was the sister's name again that you mentioned, Brother Omawale?
Her name was Lady Henrietta Vinton Davis.
Okay, he just made up a whole lie. And by the way, Dr. Maya is still welcome to my podcast. Even though I know she's a liar, glazer, grifter, she's still welcome to defend herself. She's still welcome. I didn't close the door. No. Yeah, we can make a bus. Yeah, so I didn't shut the doors on her like the way the president of Liberia shut the doors on repatriation. The door's still open for like a Maya come through and defend all this.
Yep, I'm looking at it right now. Professor James.
I like to hold Pan-Africanists responsible and accountable to the evil that they help contribute to, and also their own evils that they put out there.
Smalls talks about Henrietta Vinton Davis a lot. He said that she was Garvey's number 2. She was basically the number 2 person, and so definitely. All right, brother. So what I want to go back. I know we talked about.
I got to refresh. Hold on. Why is it stuck?
Building? But like you said, nation building is.
Why is it stuck on peace run? Give me 1 second. Okay, cool. Okay. The Cash App wasn't like visible. In case folks feel a little charitable today. It is a great day. I ain't gonna cap. Yeah.
It's a lot. And so let's get into that. Let's get into some of the tools we need to nation build. Garveyism. Let's talk about that ideology for a second.
So Dr. Julius Garvey wrote a paper, I believe, in 2012. I think the name of the paper might be African Fundamentalism, where he talks about the 4 sacred. And don't quote me on that, but I could pull it up for you, because we studied.
Oh no! I got to back up. We're too far. We're too far.
Elaborate on what took place with that, and so
they did, Henrietta, Lady Henrietta, on behalf of the UNIA, over to survey, and when they tried to send the equipment and everything, the grassroots are a threat to them because it represents the might and the power of the people, and their role is to keep the people dominated and subjugated, and they're paid very well
Absolutely.
for that particular role. So they were completely against Marcus Garvey and the UNIA.
Absolutely. And what was the sister's name again that you mentioned, Brother Omawale?
Her name was Lady Henrietta Vinton Davis.
Yep, I'm looking at it right now. Professor James Smalls talks about Henrietta Vinton Davis a lot. He said that she was Garvey's number 2. So she was basically the number 2 person.
But they're glazing over his second wife. What's going on here?
The Black Star Line, because I've read in a few books that that Garvey got taken advantage of as far as the type of ships that they were invested in. They weren't good ships. That he delegated.
Okay, so here you go. So now nothing is Garvey's fault. The tether. Everything is the Foundation of Black Americans' fault that he employed and worked with. Is everybody's fault but his. I get it. Is Liberia's fault. It's not Garvey's on that. The ship failed. It's the CIA fault. It's the FBI fault. It's J. Edgar Hoover. It's Foundation of Black America. Garvey is squeaky clean. He did nothing wrong. Just like Africa is squeaky clean. They did nothing wrong. Everybody is wrong, but Marcus Garvey and Africa.
Responsibilities for different people who weren't I guess qualified to carry out certain tasks. And so he had someone go out and look at the ships. He invested in the ships. I heard that ships were poor qualities. Can we talk about the Black Star Line and what happened with that?
Yeah, the Black Star Line was sabotaged. Like, people tried to make it appear as though the Black Star Line failed because Garvey was incompetent in business, and that's like the biggest lie.
So Garvey was miraculously a great businessman. Like a family. Where in Garvey's biography? Where in his background? Where he a businessman? Where did he know how to operate ships and can maintain ships? Where did this information magically come from?
Garvey unfortunately trusted people that he shouldn't have trusted. There's a dude, I think his name was Captain Cockburn or something like that. And you gotta forgive me, I'm just off of memory here. But he was an agent. So you had people that were purposefully working to sabotage the Black Star Line. Funny enough, the Black Star Line also had some white captains. I have that.
Yeah, he hired them. Nobody black that Garvey employed can sell a ship, stupid. That's like a family. When Jay-Z bought a jet, do you think Dame Dash was flying it, Memphis Bleak? Hey, right door. Do you think Rihanna was flying it? He hired the qualified person to do it, whether they white or black or whoever. But in the early 1900s, how many black sailors you think existed that can steer a ship? Of course you had white captains. The hell is wrong with this guy?
Written in here somewhere in my notes in one of the books, where the comment that I made was that it's interesting. It appears that Garvey was race first, but he wasn't race only. And the reason why I had wrote that is because the fact that he had used white sellers on the Black Star Line, who also, this is where I wrote it right here. If you can see in the margin of the book, it says
yes, I see your annotation. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, race first, not race only. And I wrote that because it was interesting to see that Marcus Garvey was willing to use the expertise outside of the race if he couldn't find it within the race in order to accomplish his goal. But if I remember correctly, and sometimes I pick this up and kind of peruse through it again. But if I remember correctly, the white people who he hired, I think that they assisted with sabotaging him as well. So yeah, so
And see, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, it kind of gives credence to the idea that you have to stick. I mean, even though your own, they say all skin folk and kinfolk, but it kind of make you feel like, well, maybe I should have not hired these outsiders, because, like you said, some of them did turn on them. I mean, your own people will do it, but
yeah. I think that it's a very complicated thing when you are trying to develop a nation, because certain
He said it again. He said, when you're trying to develop a nation, what nation was Garvey trying to develop? Family, this is all over the place. How are you going to repatriate to a nation as a nation? How is that possible?
The reason why I put that annotation there is because I think about the need for us to acquire certain information and know-how to bring back to our people.
Absolutely.
Sometimes that requires for us to go to our enemy. Like Dr. Amos Wilson would always say, you shouldn't only be reading books by Black people. You understand what I'm saying? You got to go out there and get the information that's needed to build your nation. So if there's a skill set that they have, like for example,
called Babel. God. Oh boy. What am I gonna do with this one? So this is a one called story that avoids management facts. Okay. Succinct on the air. Good job. So BSL, which is the Black Star Line, it overpaid for old, defective ships. Maintenance, insurance costs spiked. Inexperienced management, weak accounting, and promotional over-promise plagued operations. One more time. Overpaid for old, defective ships. Maintenance, insurance costs spiked. Inexperienced management, weak accounting, and promotional overpromise plagued operations. Garvey was convicted of mail fraud in 1923 for how BSL stock was sold. Again, Marcus Garvey was convicted of mail fraud in 1923 for how Black Star Line BSL stock was sold. He was deported in 1927. So claiming only he was sabotaged ignores court records and BSL's own paper trail. Yes, informants and dirty tricks existed. But even without them, BSL's aging fleet plus sloppy governance was a time bomb. Okay, it was a nothing burger. So this is one of those projects that really didn't need informants. J. Edgar Hoover was like, damn, I wasted resources on this one because this was doomed from the very beginning. This is the one time where the government felt like they wasted resources on informants. They're like, damn, man, this was going to blow up regardless. Okay. So he said he even hired captains and white captains and all that type of stuff. Those hires did not solve BSL's core problems. Using outside expertise is fine, but it didn't fix the capital, ship quality, and governance issues. Competence, not color, sank the company. So it don't matter if there's an alien selling that ship, it was going to sink because it was old, outdated, and not maintained. Okay, so it didn't matter who you hired to sell it, steer it, to be the captain. It wasn't going nowhere. All right. So they, in short, the UNIA talked a great one, but they delivered nothing, obviously. No durable institutions, no bank of scale, no lasting ship line, no territorial beachhead, no legal migration corridor to Africa, nothing, burger, nothing. So let's recap how we got here. Garvey left Jamaica because his apparel there was limited. I'm sorry. He left Jamaica because his appeal there was limited. The mass base he found was in Harlem, not at home. That matters when someone claims he led his own people. Interesting. So he didn't lead his own people because he wasn't in Jamaica. Okay. So he preached a foreign strategy to Black. Hold on.
Example.
Let me pause on this real fast and let me play this before I delay any further. Okay. Before I delay any further, let me play this. Then I'll come back to Garvey. I'm almost done cooking on him. Almost done. So this is Professor Truth. Okay. Why West Indians like to hate FBA. This is a dope article. Check this out.
Good. Now, by the way, if that name Negro Digest, if it doesn't even sound remotely familiar, there's a reason for that. It's a very old publication that went out of print a long time ago. The article that I'm going to read for you in its entirety was written by a man named Lennox Raphael, who was of West Indian descent, and he felt moved to expose and call out the rabid anti-FBA hostility from the West Indian immigrants. But that's only half of the reason why I want you to know about this article. The other half of the reason is that this was published in November of 1963. That's before the Voting Rights Act or the Civil Rights Acts were passed. It's before the Immigration and Nationality Act of 65, which lifted the immigration restrictions on Black immigrants, was passed. What were the attitudes of these Caribbean blacks towards foundational Black Americans before Kamala Harris's allegedly Jamaican father came here to cruise for non-blacks?
Let me go back. I think I missed some things. I think I was on mute.
Reason is that this expose and call out the rabid anti-FBA hostility from the West Indian immigrants. But that's only half of the reason why I want you to know about this article. The other half of the reason is that this was published in November of 1963. That's before the Voting Rights Act or the Civil Rights Acts were passed. It's before the Immigration and Nationality Act of 65, which lifted the immigration restrictions on Black immigrants, was passed. What were the attitudes of these Caribbean blacks towards foundational Black Americans before Kamala Harris's allegedly Jamaican father came here to cruise for non-black sex? What were their attitudes before the likes of Candace Owens' people got here and the Eric Holders and the Kristen Clarks? We know what the attitudes have been of the Caribbean immigrants who came after 65. But this Negro Digest article, written by a man of West Indian descent, documents what it was before 65, and that this anti-FBA hostility has a long track record. You'll be disgusted by what you hear, but of course not surprised. In fact, the article reads as if we, the New Voices of Black Media, wrote it, even though it was written before any of us were even born. And I should also mention that the person credited with having brought this article to people's attention is a Twitter account under the name Strictly for My NGZ, so salute to them. Now, the title of this article is To Be or Not to Be an American Negro. Some West Indians resent being called Negroes, and yet they are not accepted as white, and they're too well off here to go back to the islands. My aunt was very happy yesterday. I hadn't seen her so happy for a long, long time. She had become an American citizen. Proudly, she unwrapped the letters from the governor and the mayor and showed them to me. Her happiness seemed so pathetic, so wanting of something which is essential to happiness, belief, that I felt sorry for her. Imagine, she said, hugging me effusively, the governor and the mayor wrote me. Me! That's a fine action on the part of the governor and the mayor, I told her, handing back the standard informal letters which bore the signatures of the two officials, stamped by anonymous clerks. Well, you can stay here for the rest of your life now, I told her. She turned on me as though I had cursed her. Who? Me? Not me and these people. I can never be an American. But you have citizenship now. That doesn't mean anything. Citizenship doesn't mean much to her, she says in an effort to cover up what really means so much to her. A woman past 50 here in the USA for 5 years. She doesn't want to be considered an American Negro. As a matter of fact, she's ashamed of being an American Negro. And this is the standard neurosis of the average West Indian immigrant. He or she does not want to be considered an American Negro. Subconsciously, they believe that the white man prefers them as non-American Negroes. In short, she wishes to be the white man's favorite nigger, and he may well be happy because he seems to be succeeding in dehumanizing himself. This is the color complex of the West Indian Negro, one who doesn't understand the fight for freedom in America, one who doesn't wish to understand it, and one who, even understanding it, doesn't have any sympathy for it. It's a further chapter in the history of the international black man's effort to escape from his skin and his being. I have yet to meet a West Indian Negro who doesn't feel he is better than the American Negro and, therefore, equal to the American white with whom he wishes to associate. Not everybody born in the West Indies can be a Sidney Poitier or a Cleveland Robinson, two of the many West Indians who have entered the mainstream of American life. The majority, whether they come from Jamaica, Trinidad, Barbados, or Grenada, or any other part of the Caribbean, seek to degrade the American Negro. Somebody once said that the immigrant was a mad dog in search of any bone, and every time he found a bone, he would cross a bridge, look down in the water, see a larger bone, drop his own, and run down the bank of the river to be deceived by his unquenchability. Well, the immigrant Negro in America seems to be the mad dog with a bone in his mouth, constantly dropping it and finding others throughout this long search for an identity. Some time ago, I met a Jamaican in a Greenwich Village bar. I asked him whether he had become an American citizen. No, and never. Soon he was lashing out at the defects of the American Negro and pretending to be holier than they in the castle of his unpopular skin. They are animals, he said. They are this and they are that. I challenged his statements. Oh, you wouldn't know, he parried. You have to work with them. He works with them, with some civil rights organization in New York. This young man is about 26 years old. He came here 3 years ago to study engineering. Now he works part-time with this civil rights organization. But what can he do in the interest of civil rights, buried down as he is with such prejudices? Back in Jamaica, his father is an executive member of some branch of the government, his uncle is an internationally respected writer, and in his island home, he's a prince in a shoe, and nobody dares call him nigger or any name to that effect. But here in New York or any other part of the United States, he struggles. He's a black man, a Negro. So, in order to retain an identity which can set him apart from what he considers the irresponsible mob, he stays in his Caribbean closet. I'm from Jamaica, he says when you meet him. But he doesn't even have to say it. The exact preservation of his accent will warn you. However, that still won't be enough. To show you how much he's not a part of the American dilemma, he will criticize American Negroes, even going so far as to openly call them niggers. And, as soon as his studies are finished, he intends to return to his island home and become a small bureaucrat. He is not unlike my aunt and the thousands of other aunts there are. My aunt rents a room from a Trinidadian, a woman who is an American citizen, a woman who has children born in America, but a woman who would never stand to be called an American. Because once you make her an American, you make her an American Negro. This woman spends her time thinking so many things of the American Negro that, in attempting to be such a generous thinker, she generally manages to outsay those whites who think the worst of any Negro. They have no morals, she says, because they drink beer out of cans. They don't know how to rear their children. They are lazy and without ambition. We came here, she said, meaning the thousands of West Indians in the States, and in so little time we have educated our children and bought so many apartment houses here in New York. But they, the American Negroes, talk of the South. Why don't they leave the South and come here? You tell me. I told her that hundreds of Negroes leave the South every week in search of a better life, but to no avail, my words falling on deaf ears. She will not rent her rooms to an American Negro without the recommendation of someone she respects. Years ago, she sent her daughter to a predominantly white school, and the child was accepted as an American Negro, which she in fact was. When she discovered that, she branded the child, to the child's protests, by putting gold bracelets on her wrists, bracelets being then a mark of West Indianism. I was talking to another woman. She has 2 children, one at Vassar and the other at Dartmouth. We were discussing the Negro child's search for an identity in America. "Oh," she said proudly, "my children never had those problems. You know, their father and I were born in the West Indies." Immediately, she seeks to unmake their Americanhood. She tells me not to think of them in the context of the average boy or girl because their parents are from the Caribbean. It's the same with almost every West Indian parent in the States. The majority of them believe that the British system of education is much better than the American, and some of them translate their belief by sending their children to study in the islands or in England. One of their standard complaints is that the American child who doesn't have the good luck to grow up in the home of West Indian parents ends up being badly behaved and ambitionless. Children in America, they say, are badly behaved, not like kids in the West Indies, kids who never say no, kids who are completely dependent on their parents, even while in their 20s. They like this type of spineless child, but not the fast-moving American child in this tense and unfaithful society. They believe that the American Negro is ambitionless and uneducated, and they maintain this belief even in the face of strong proof of the contrary, because it's part of the chain of beliefs which helps them to pass their days in another country, a crutch to lessen their insecurity. They want to see the unfavorable, so they see it. "I have never been segregated," says one who has spent 30 years in the white man's kitchen, cleaning his floors and suffering humiliations. "And I don't see why there should be so many demonstrations and so much unrest. I know white people, and they're not so bad." She is serious. "Yes," I tell her, "I know that you know the white man, but you know him too well, so well that you have forgotten yourself." But I'm a fool, she doesn't listen, and I realize she will die believing the same thing, so may God bless her. In the West Indies, everyone jostles for the chance to come to America. Everyone. It's the extensive gold mine waiting for intrepid diggers, and those who are here are generally teachers, civil servants, nurses, skilled persons, and students. They come because they want a better life. They come to study, or they come to work. Usually they do both. But there are also those who do nothing. They come out of a society where to be black is a disadvantage. Once here, they start working. Some of them get good jobs. Others work as porters, waiters, etc. But regardless of what they are doing, they send exaggerated reports of comfort to their island homes, while they suffer what they accept as temporary indignities. The porter seldom identifies himself with the successes or failures of the American Negro. Since he can't get a better job, he offsets the temporary indignity by joining societies and lodges and becoming a leading member. One thing he always says: he is much better off in the West Indies. He may return to live there after some years away, but usually he stays here, on his very tenuous montage, thinking that the fact that he came to America as an immigrant and not as a slave makes him so different from the Negroes whose forefathers were brought here in chains 300 years ago. There is no valid reason for this hysteria and false pride. The fact that the American Negro may have laughed at the African or West Indian several years ago is no justification for sniping for the sake of enhancing one's position in no man's land. We play into the hands of those who hate us most whenever we naively seek to dish out the same medicine which we have been swallowing for so many centuries. Yet, the tragic part of all this is the fact that we are all guilty in some way or the other of this very subtle crime. My aunt is a victim of this society which seeks to put man in different cells of his imagination and milk his essence, what little he has left of it, to divide him and then rule him. And when she tells me she is better than an American Negro, I tell her that what you are is always your constant companion, and you can only run so far. That when we amputate one leg to improve our gait, we stumble and fall into the dust of our souls. Now again, that was published in November of 1963. It was written by a West Indian immigrant, and everything that he wrote there basically was a Cliff Notes version of the entire message of the black media against the tethers and the tetherism that they bring here. Everything from the old stale talking point of we're doing better in a short time. Well, yeah, when you go from a country that has no economy at all to a place where you can at least get a minimum wage job, I sure hope you can do something with it. All the way to the lies about, oh, those black Americans, they're like animals, I tell you. These are people who are actually taking their own self-hate and trying to project it onto someone else. I guess that's how they live with themselves. Now, obviously, I'm not referring to every single person from the West Indies to a man. The writer of that article is proof that it's obviously not everyone, but the problem is it is the majority. And we don't do ourselves any favors by closing our eyes and shutting our ears to that fact. This stuff has been going on before 1965. This is a prevailing attitude that they brought here with them. And as the writer said, it's based on nothing, and yet they do it because it makes them feel good. See, that's what happens when people have to flee from their country. When they choose to do that, how do they feel better about themselves? How do they look in the mirror and not see a failure? Well, what they do is they try to find somebody to dump on. But what happens when you decide to dump on the people who were the only ones who tried to help you? We would have to invent a new vocabulary to properly describe the kind of skullduggery and backstabbing that's been going on, which is exactly what the black media did. We invented new terms to properly encapsulate all of this backstabbing behavior and all of this treachery. I've already broken down for you how that talking point about the immigrant who surpasses the native-born Americans is a socio-political fiction. It's not actually true. Most immigrants, Caribbean or otherwise, do not own townhouses or have big businesses. That's an absurd exaggeration. They always take a handful of exceptions and then try to explode that into a lie that, oh, this is everybody who comes from this group. Don't dream. As this article pointed out, a lot of those individuals who come here try to find some way to get into the kind of circles and the kind of places where FBAs happen to be at. Just yesterday, we talked about a guy who had been in the country 25 plus years. This guy lied and claimed that he was a citizen, and yet somehow this man was allowed to get his hands on a doctorate, and he was allowed to become the school superintendent for a number of school districts. Given his background, it clearly wasn't because he was the most qualified. It's because the white powers that be, they looked at him and thought to themselves, this guy could be useful to us. And so he was, in more ways than one. But that lie that a number of these black immigrants like to repeat, that they heard from the white supremacists or from bootlicks like Thomas Sowell and other assorted morons, that, oh, these immigrants, they're just better than black Americans because of a superior culture. And they hear that stuff and they're thinking to themselves, oh, so that's the ticket, huh? That's the lick, isn't it? Oh yeah, I go ahead and repeat these talking points. Now I know who to dump on, and this will ingratiate me to the masters, right? When you point out that foundational black Americans also own townhouses and businesses, the tethers immediately move the goalposts and they say that, well, all black Americans should be owners of townhouses, etc., even though most black immigrants are not, even with all the government and corporate support they receive. Even though many of them are supposed to be educated before they get here, why is it that their education never goes to empower their home countries? How come they haven't figured out that trick yet? White supremacy has had long experience with weaponizing immigration against black Americans. It is actually a time-honored tradition for at least the last 200 years. And this is extended even to black immigrants. And these immigrants know it. The same way the Irish knew that even though they were being horribly oppressed by the British in Ireland, once they made it to the United States and met the cousins of those same British oppressors, there was a social policy of whiteness that they could gain access to, if they made it clear they would uphold the racial hierarchy. This article documents that even before the policy changes brought about by foundational black Americans in the 60s, you have immigrants from the Caribbean and also Africa who were bringing an attitude of contempt and disdain with them. Yes, there were riders, a number of them. But white power had long ago learned to identify a compliant and subservient Negro and weed out the ones who might be troublemakers. When these people run around with their accents and they're constantly talking about where they came from, they'll tell you where the hell they came from before they even tell you their name. What they're doing is they're trying to audition to white power. They're trying to advertise to the white powers that be that, hey, I've got no connection to those messy, troublesome FBAs over there. Hey, massa, you can trust me. That's the unspoken part, though for a number of them, like Candace Owens and others, they say it openly. But what truly amazes me is people sitting here having the nerve to form their mouths to say that foundational black Americans have no ambition. Who the hell are they trying to fool? These are people who came to the U.S. and their accomplishment was to get a job, as if that's never happened before. Perhaps for them it hadn't. But what they really mean is that they failed to build an economy at home that would have sustained them financially. So in order to feel better about having to flee to where black people did build an economy, they trashed the people who opened doors for them and who made it possible for them to have opportunities and rights, the kind of rights they don't even have at home. And yet, as this article explains, they want to disassociate themselves from the people and the freedom struggle that made their so-called success possible. They love to claim, oh, racism, what racism? I don't see any racism around here. And why are they demonstrating and causing problems and all this? Why are they sitting here just agitating? I mean, there's nothing wrong with America. These white supremacists, why, they're just fine. There's barely a single hour that passes by that doesn't have some black immigrant claiming that racism isn't such a problem. And they come from a place where racism doesn't exist because, hey, in our countries back home, everyone's black. So, we don't really see racism in America. And then white society gives them their wake-up call, such as when Caribbean immigrants like Botham Jean and Akai Gurley and Patrick Dorisman are killed. And then suddenly they see racism everywhere. Well, that is until they realize, ooh, I still want to be in good with masses, so I forgive them regardless. All the anti-FBA hate, all the performative extremist rhetoric from them. They put on a pathetic display of denying reality. And the audience for their little sideshow isn't us. It's the dominant society that they're desperate to get in good with. And they hope that if they can just heap enough scorn on us publicly, then Zaddy will notice their shameless bootlicking and throw them a bone. And they actually think that this kind of behavior is smart. This has been going on for several generations now, well before the 60s. It explains their backstabbing behavior towards us when they get here, but it also explains why nothing ever got popping back in their home countries. It's just a fact. Builders don't hate, and haters don't build. This article was written over 60 years ago. I have to repeat that because you need to understand that this was before all the social and policy changes of the 60s. These people that this writer was talking about, they came over in the 1950s and earlier than that. And this was the attitude they brought with them. This is why they're ready to break their necks and jump out a window to tell everyone that they're Jamaican or Trinidadian or Barbadian or African or whatever. They understand the rules of racism, and they recognize full well that the reason that white power let them into the U.S. wasn't because it liked them. They did it because white power could weaponize immigration against us to maintain a racial pecking order, and as far as they were concerned, they'll play along with the divide and conquer strategy. That is, if they can get a few butter biscuit crumbs out of it. But you notice that not one of these self-described successful and ambitious West Indians ever lifts a finger to rehabilitate their home countries. Not even one. The Candace Owens and others can try to play the game of exalting their home countries, but just because these good white folks don't sit there and laugh in their faces doesn't mean that they're fooled. The dominant society fully recognizes these tethers for what they are, useful idiots. Tools for white supremacy, meant to be used and then broken. How does the tether live with the lie that they have become, though? Well, they do it by never looking at it. No black American has ever done anything to them, and yet they want to be the first to attack us. Why? Because above all, we remind them that they can never be white, which is what they really want. When we talk about opportunity and success, to the tether, these words mean the opportunity to finally be accepted as white. And success means that they successfully shed being black, and now they get to be bona fide Europeans. It's like the racial equivalent of Pinocchio. The problem for the people of the West Indies and for the Africans is that they never came to terms with why it is that their countries and the places that they eventually were dragged to became such easy prey for their oppressors. Why is it that these very individuals who love to brag about their alleged education and how in their countries, why everyone in the government's black, we know what it means to grow up and see that there's a black attorney general, black prime minister, black this, black that. How come all of these excellent, extraordinary minds never translated into these countries becoming the Singapore of the Caribbean? How come they can never get to that point? Spoiler, it wasn't because of black Americans. Though the way that these guys obsess over trashing us, you would think that we were the ones who colonized Africa and dragged these people in chains to the Caribbean. Isn't it amazing? These people, they think to themselves that they're better than foundational black Americans, even though they went through the exact same enslavement process, because apparently their slave ship made it to port first, so that makes them better. This is precisely the kind of infighting that they've practiced in their home countries for untold centuries, and now they've brought that same chaos here. There were a lot of black people who were overly optimistic, even naive, thinking to themselves that, hey, we've got that revolutionary spirit, it's just a matter of everybody else feeling comfortable enough to say it. It didn't occur to black folks for the longest time that maybe the reason that these other folks are not and have never been interested in overthrowing white supremacy is because they have always wanted to be part of it. When somebody has all of this deep contempt for you when you did absolutely nothing to them except for help them, when you have somebody who talks about you like a dog and regards you the exact same way that the white supremacists do, then what is your response to that kind of anti-black hostility to be? Well, I'll tell you what you shouldn't do. You shouldn't decide that you're going to just close your eyes to the truth and hope to yourself that maybe you can shame the tethers into showing respect for you and for themselves. Anti-black racism is based on lying images and false narratives from the white media. But for those trying to become white adjacent, they know that the extent to which the dominant society will throw them a few bones isn't based on how well they adhere to reality, but rather how slavishly they adhere to the narrative. This article points out that these tethers infiltrating our organizations and our groups and trying to find ways to destroy us from within, this isn't something that only came up in the last few years with Essence. This isn't even something that only came up since the 1960s. They've been doing it before. That's why I place special emphasis on how the writer of the article pointed out that there was this young man in Greenwich Village, 26 years old, and talking about black people as if he had been raised by the Klan. As the article pointed out, before there was a civil rights division in the DOJ, you had tethers like him infiltrating these civil rights groups. A pathetic worm who fled from his home country because he was too incompetent and too cowardly to build it up. And then he comes to the United States and he has the nerve to actually call foundational black Americans animals. No, we're not animals, though in his case he would qualify because he's certainly a snake. That's why he slithers on his belly for everything he wants. People like him, they hate foundational black Americans, but they won't hesitate to use our organizations to boost their own profile and to use us as a springboard to elevate themselves. You see, that's what they were doing back home too. That's the reason why they didn't build home up, because they sit there and exploit and take advantage of their own countrymen as well. That's the way that they do things. This article is just another data point. It is another piece of documentation showing that the problem of tetherism predates the 1960s. That's part of the reason why it's so deeply ingrained into the culture of these places. And this is the reason why Pan-Africanism could never work. It was damned to fail from the very beginning, because it was torn apart by its own internal contradictions. Pan-Africanism's a nice fantasy, but you can't live in a dream world. How in God's name are you going to have Pan-African anything or unity with people who call you animals, individuals who go out of their way to demonize you and try to degrade you, individuals who will shamelessly, ruthlessly try to take advantage of you, slithering their way into your organizations so that they can try to use you to benefit themselves, who will gladly sell you out to your historical enemies in a heartbeat, and then they'll sit there the whole time saying that your enemies were the good guys all along. How the hell are you going to have unity with that? But that's exactly what black people tried to do for the better part of a century. And the lies and the talking points and the feeble rationalizations that these tethers use, as you can see, they haven't updated their playbook in decades. But then again, they don't have to. White power is the same old, same old. Now, this article is from the November 1963 issue of Negro Digest. It's available to read for free on Google Books. The link's going to be in the description. This goes to show that, as Dr. John Henrik Clarke said, all history is a current event. Everything that has ever happened continues to happen. And I would add to that if you want to break these cycles, you better start doing something different than what you've done in the past. Now, facing up to an unpleasant reality is unpleasant in the near term, but the truth of the matter is you'll adjust to it. But if you decide that you just can't let it go, then the only thing you're going to be is tethered to a lie. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Brian Ellis, Sakina Collins, Diane Crowder, Christopher Pittman, and Mark Singleton. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
What you guys think about that? What do you think about that? Deep information, right? Okay, so give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. I got so what do we have here? You look at some comments. Fire, right? Yeah, yeah. So Professor Truth, Professor Black Truth, you know, he's been around as long as Jason Black. I don't think he goes live, but he always uploads videos and like he's a great narrator, reader, whatever you want to call that. Like he's great at that. And I remember when I couldn't tell him, I remember when I first got exposed to his channel and the Black Authority. I actually got exposed to their channels at the same time. So like they confused me a lot of times. I thought they were the same person. Okay. It took a while for me to distinguish, like, oh, these are different people. You feel me? But I thought it was the same person. But yeah, I used to really, really watch all this stuff. But like a lot of research I do, they don't permit that time like that. There's no way I could watch. Well, his videos be short and quick, so I love that. So it's easy to keep up with him. They're like 30 minutes. Like he rarely does an hour video. You know, so he does quick ones. I like that. But I can't keep it. I can't keep up with everybody. Everybody doing hour, 2 hour videos. Every time Yvette Cornell, they go live, they do 2 hour videos. Can't keep up with everybody. And then I'm trying to see where our enemies, you know, I'm trying to keep track of our enemies so we can stay a step ahead of them and their tactics. All right. So I think my screen has frozen. My screen did freeze. All right. So let me go ahead and finish up on Marcus Garvey. Okay. So as I was saying earlier, Garvey in Jamaica versus the US, right? So his accomplishments in Jamaica versus his accomplishments in America. So he left Jamaica because his appeal there was limited. They were not trying to hear none of that shit he was talking. All right. The mass base he found was in Harlem, not at home. That matters when someone claims he led his own people. Hold on. So that matters when someone claims they led their own people. We're not his people. So he never led his own people. He wasn't Moses because Moses led his own people. Moses was an Israelite. He led the Israelites. Marcus Garvey didn't lead anybody. He scammed people. Matter of fact, he did lead. Whoa, I got to write this down. Garvey is a leader, right? He's a that's what he is. That's what he is. He is a leader. He's a misleader. Okay. Garvey is the #1 leader in Black America. They are absolutely right, but he's the #1 misleader. He's a misleader. He misled his followers. Okay. He told them if they buy stocks to where he could purchase steamships, that he would get them to Liberia, where they would avoid racism in America. As a whole point. What was the point of him staying here? Now, these Pan-Africanists and these tethers want to rewrite history and act like, no, he wasn't trying to leave America. Then why? Okay, listen. You can't live in America under Jim Crow without fighting against it. That's why we had civil rights activists fighting against it. Before Marcus Garvey got here, when he got here, and when he got deported, we were still doing that. Because we understood there's no way you can live in America without a civil rights movement. Okay? So if you're not going to do that, then you will have to leave. So Marcus Garvey wasn't interested in joining our civil rights leaders because people like him don't join ongoing successful movements with momentum. Okay. Then leave it. No. You can't do that. You can't do that. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. One second. Okay, yeah, this doesn't work. It's no good. Yeah. So he wasn't interested in joining ongoing movements where they're successful. So people like him with these large egos, they like to start their own thing. They want to reinvent the wheel. You got a lot of these cult leaders. Dwight Malachi York was another one. They don't join stuff, but if they do, they leave right away because they got to be the leaders. So these Amawalis, these Professor James Small, they got to be the leaders. They're all competing to be. They're all competing to be Papa. Okay, they want to be Papa. So Marcus Garvey, he wanted to be Papa. He didn't want to join an ongoing successful movement with momentum. So he came with repatriation, right? He wanted to, because again, don't forget in Jamaica, they don't experience Jim Crow. They don't experience systemic racism because they are governed by their own people. There's all black folks there. All right. So he wasn't used to this. He's like, yo, I'm getting up out of here and y'all coming with me. Now that his movement failed, now all of a sudden he wasn't trying to leave America. He was trying to stay in America and deal with commerce in America. Yeah, because there's no way you can live in America under Jim Crow comfortably. Stop doing that. Okay, so there was no way you could live in America comfortably under Jim Crow. So he would have had to join the civil rights movement like Malcolm X ended up doing. Stop doing that. Okay, so he couldn't do that. He couldn't see himself being led by Negroes, niggas. So he wanted to do his own thing, and he failed and flopped. Okay, so he preached a foreign strategy to Black Americans. And none of us was talking about repatriation to Africa. Okay, so from Frederick Douglass through Reconstruction to the NAACP with W. Du Bois to Unionists with A. Philip Randolph, we fought for citizenship, rights, and power here. Marcus Garvey with his tether babble and his mass exodus pitch, he clashed with our mainstream Black political program. That's a fact. He clashed what we were doing. Okay. We had no mass desire to repatriate. All right. Large scale repatriation never materialized. Interest was aspirational. This is talking about Garvey. All right. His large scale repatriation never materialized. Interest was aspirational, not operational. When two UNIA men tried Liberia, they were deported, and Liberia then barred UNIA arrivals. Okay. Garvey pitched repatriation to Liberia and took in stock money without binding Liberian government approval. That's not sound governance. That's becoming a charlatan and scamming. Okay. How about meeting with the KKK in 1922? What about that? Garvey met with the Klan leadership in Atlanta. He was praising, he was glazing their honesty about separatism because he believed shared segregation goals helped his program. So the Klan was all about, okay. No, it doesn't work. You got to pause it and go back to cartoon. That doesn't work. Keep saying that. So that doesn't work. Okay. So, but he, 1 second. 1 second. 1 second, family. Okay, so as I was saying, he was a segregationist, and so was the Klan. So he felt like they should link up together and get things popping. So he couldn't link up with no. Listen, family, this is deep. He couldn't find no common interest with no foundational Black Americans at all. Zero, no activists. But he could link up with the Klan. He found more of a Kamara. Oh, no, put that back. Okay, leave it. You don't got it. You can leave it there. Trying to get my son settled because he's about to crash out on me. Okay. Let me go back to where I was. Okay. So again, in Atlanta, he met with the Klan. He was praising their honesty about separatism because he believed they shared goals. All right. He couldn't get along with no foundational Black American activist, not one of them. But he found more in common with the Grand Wizard, Clayton Bigsby. He found a camaraderie with them. That's crazy. That's crazy. So these Pan-Africanists got to answer that. So what they would say to that is that that everybody else just was, I guess, coons or something like that. All right. Anyway, it's just so much that they got to deal with their lives. All right, that they can't answer to. So this was not hard-nosed diplomacy. It was catastrophic politics that alienated Black leaders and rank and file, fueling the Garvey must go. This is after he met with the Klan in Atlanta and glazing them. Okay, so the Garvey must go campaign started. A. Philip Randolph, Chandler Owen, Du Bois, and others. It handed opponents a moral cudgel. Okay. What about Heber Harrison and other Black critics? So an early ally of Garvey was Heber Harrison. He was a Harlem radical. He broke with Garvey and blasted UNIA's cultist tendencies in financial handling. This is Heber Harrison. He was not an informant. He was not somebody linked up with J. Edgar Hoover. He was a dedicated member, an ally, a UNIA member of Garvey. He stood with Garvey, but he realized this ain't going nowhere. He broke away and he called him a cult leader and said he's horrible with finances. And that wasn't envy. It was a serious Black intellectual criticism from inside the movements, okay? From inside the movement, from within. Don't do that, man. Yeah, you did that. Don't do that. No, leave it. I think that's all right. What else? Okay. So they would say Garvey moved masses. Yes, he did. They would say he injected pride. I would say pride, sure. I'll say foolish pride, but pride is pride. They would say he popularized Pan-African symbolism. I would say he did. Stop. Get up. They would say he helped globalize African consciousness, whatever that means. But the romantic version skips the failed Liberia diplomacy, BSL, Black Star Line, mismanagement, the KKK fiasco, inflated membership numbers, and thin institutional legacy. So some of you guys can admire his spirit all you want, but you got to be honest about the outcomes. He failed. Nobody failed him. He failed them. Again, nobody failed him, like how they want to spin it. He failed them. He's a loser. Everywhere he went, he failed. He started the UNIA in Jamaica. He failed. He came to the United States, got a little momentum, but he failed. He got deported, went back to Jamaica, failed. Then he left there and fled to London and failed there too. He's a 4-time failing loser. And nobody can pick up where he left off at because it's a failed nothing burger. Are we clear on that? Can we move forward now? Can we move forward? Okay. Oh, all right. I think my screen frozen. 4-time loser. You know how they say Mayweather, 5-time division champion. Pacquiao, 8-time division champion. Terrence Crawford, 4-time division champion. Well, they'll say Marcus Garvey, 4-time nationalist loser. 4 times. Okay. Now I got something else. I got another popper. Okay, I got another popper. I got another popper. Hold on. Somebody else came to my attention. Okay, so I think I got another failed popper. Let's see. Okay. Oh boy. Here we are. All right, somebody sent me this. Okay, come on, you can not. No. Come back. All right. Okay, so let me see where we at. Yeah, so he's a misleader. He is a leader. Garvey is a misleader. He misled his people. He lied to them. Okay, so we have another Papa who wants to join the bandwagon. All right, so let me see. Somebody sent me this to review. So let's review this. Somebody sent me this to review, so let's review it. Let me put my Cash App handle back in there in case somebody want to Donate. Let me see. But yeah, he's definitely a leader. He's a misleader. Okay, let me put that there. I'm about to grab another. I'm about to grab a hot chocolate. They be having this air blasting. I had Google before. I said, they blasting the air on purpose because they know I don't like this damn code. All right. All right. So I think it's two people. I don't know which one is the Papa. He looks like he's a Papa. Look, all these books, all the books. They gotta have the books. Look, this is to intimidate you to don't debate them. Look at all these books. Why? Okay, yeah, he got to be the Papa. Why all these books, man? Why? What's the point? Nobody's afraid of that. It's all garbage. These are written by Pan-Africanists. These are self-published authors. These books are not peer-reviewed. All the books. Okay, but what are you gonna? What do the books say? All right. So somebody sent me this in an email. I appreciate y'all sending me some content. So this might be the last video until tonight. All right. So let's look at it.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
Okay, so what is he going to say?
Most of us are familiar with the slave trade. An estimated 12 million people were transported in chains from Africa to the Americas over a period of about 340 years. The transatlantic slave trade was a sort of an industry. It basically was more than that, however, because it was a catastrophe. We refer to it today many times as something called a maafa, and maafa means disaster in Swahili. And so the transatlantic slave trade, why was it so horrific?
I remember they had me buy into the whole maafa thing. I remember I was saying maafa at one point. That was a Pan-Africanist trope. I remember saying that. I'm like, yeah, the maafa, man. Yo, the maafa, man. But like that didn't stick. I was saying about 3 months later, I stopped saying that. That didn't stick.
Mothers and fathers from the children.
Yo, who else was saying maafa? Be honest.
And it was terrible because so many people lost their lives, and it still has certain effects today, psychological effects, economic effects. We can go on really, and so I think this is very important for us to have these kind of discussions to understand exactly what was taking place during this time, and how can we navigate in the present with this information. So I put together an article on the subject some years ago, and I just recently had this article put up on our website at blackresearchersunited.net. And as I introduced the article, I was reminded of this time when I had spoken to a prince, an African prince, actually a Yoruba prince from Nigeria, who I was taking classes with here in the United States. We were in a class together. It was U.S. history, I believe, to 1877. And in this class, there was a lot of information being shared about the history of the slave trade. However, I spoke to this gentleman sometime after the class was over, and what he shared with me is he believed that based on the history that was shared throughout his family, orally, that the transatlantic slave trade did not happen the way that we learn about it in schools here. According to this prince, he believed that, whenever the history books, the textbooks, and, the professor spoke about the trade as this process in which African people were selling other Africans, he said it didn't happen like that at all. He said instead, what was taking place is that the Europeans came to Africa, to the continent, and took us away in chains, dragged us, screaming.
Wait a minute. Wait, so he's not. So who? Get up. Get up. So wait, so whose position? Wait a minute. Who's talking?
And
wait. Hold on. I'm a little confused now. So he is the person denying the trade? I'm a little confused now. Okay, let me let him talk then. All right, so now I'm confused.
Took us to the.
I'm confused now on the positions of each person. I thought the Kwanzaa gear guy was the one who, oh my God.
Are just getting ready to get right back into the action. We're getting ready to rumble. Joining us, it is Black History Month here in the United States, and our subject for our rumble, our research debate.
I thought the Kwanzaa looking guy with all the books believed we were stolen and not sold. Okay. I'm confused now. So I want the guy in the suit to talk now.
Is African participation and resistance during the time of the slave trades. So the question that is currently on the table for the first round of this debate, which is today, the question is, did Africans sell other Africans into slavery? That is the question. Did Africans sell other Africans into slavery? So, most of us are familiar with the slave trade. An estimated 12 million people were transported in chains from Africa to the Americas over a period of about 340 years. The transatlantic slave trade, it was a sort of an industry. It basically was more than that, however, because it was a catastrophe.
Yeah, I heard that. Shit. I'm bugging. But I didn't click that fucking button. Can't stand these computers, man.
Most of us are familiar with the slave trade as over a period of industry, a MAFA. The transatlantic slave trade, why was it so horrific? It tore mothers and fathers from it. It's terrible because certain effects today, we can go on, really. And so I think this is very important for us. And how can we navigate in the present with this? Is there an article on the subject? This article put as I introduced the article, spoken to a prince, an African prince, actually a Yoruba prince from Nigeria, who I was taking classes with here in the United States.
Wait. So he's saying he spoke to a real Wakanda prince? Shit. Family? This ain't gonna go well. I don't like how it's starting. You spoke to a prince.
We were in a class together. It was U.S. history, I believe, to 1877. And
so a Nigerian prince was taking U.S. history classes. Okay.
In this class, there was a lot of information being shared about the history of the slave trade. However, I spoke to this gentleman sometime after the class was over, and what he shared with me is he believed that based on the history that was shared throughout his family, orally, that the transatlantic slave trade did not happen the way that we learn about it in schools here. According to
I bet he would rewrite that history from his. I bet his homeland would rewrite the history.
This prince.
Hey, that's why I want to look into a case for reparations from the African countries who already admit that they were involved, and even the ones who did not admit. I'm gonna look into how we would go about that in 2025. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna shake things up a little bit.
He believed that, whenever the history books, the textbooks, and the professor spoke about the trade as this process in which African people were selling other Africans, he said it didn't happen like that at all. He said instead, what was taking place is that the Europeans came to Africa, to the continent, and took us away in chains, dragged us, screaming to the slave ships.
Okay, so I hear the context now. I missed that earlier. He's talking about a classmate, ex-classmate.
This is what he was saying. He said, "This is my, recollection of his thoughts." He said, "Just think about it for a second. Imagine how it would have looked to us, a group of Africans, to see someone who's part of our family, a family member, walking with chains on their neck and chains tied around their feet. It would have been very upsetting to us. We would have said, 'Hey, wait, hold on. What's going on here? What is happening? Are you okay? Why do you have these things on you? Who has done this to you?' And so he said, if you hear them say that Africans sold other Africans into slavery, don't believe that. It's all a big lie." And so, I decided to undertake some research on this subject. I wanted to figure out.
So maybe he is the Kwanzaa guy that I thought he was.
Exactly. What is the truth? What does the research say? What do
Okay, so an African Nigerian Wakanda prince told you it didn't happen like that, and that was enough for you to research that direction? Wow. Like these people, they really literally worship Africans. They really do. They worship Africans in Africa. I told you before about the religion of Pan-Africanism, where Africa is the God and the promised land. Africa is the promised land. Africans are the God, the angels, and the wicked people are Europeans, and we are the dumb, Foundation Black Americans are the dumb, lost people that they got to come convince and save from the wicked. That's the religion of Pan-Africanism, how I see it.
What does the source material say, right? There were a lot of people who lived during this time who shared their experiences. And so I really wanted to get to the bottom of this. What exactly is the truth? Okay, and so that's part of the reason why we're here today, to get some, just to have some discussion on this subject and to really get some answers. And I hope that those of you who are joining on Facebook, on YouTube, when we're streaming this later, I hope that this also resonates with you, that you get some kind of answers that maybe you're looking for on this subject as well. And so there's a quote, Brother Myrie. It's a quote that's very popular. I'm sure you've heard it as well. A quote by Chinua Achebe, who was a Nigerian author. In his novel Things Fall Apart, he wrote, "Until the lion learns how to write, every story will glorify the hunter." So what are your thoughts on that, Brother Myrie, as we think about the perspectives that are involved in this story, understanding, okay, maybe some of the source material is written by persons who were not part of the process of victimization, right? A lot of it was written by people who actually did the enslaving, right? Actually bought and sold human beings, right? So how do we navigate that, Brother Myrie, as we try to understand the actual history of what was taking place?
This is a really good question. And I think I want to start with, we obviously have to consider the biases of the sources that we are reading, but we also have to be able to read through our own biases to see where we can find the facts, especially since many of the people who were writing on these issues had access to original source material. They had access to ship's logs from the European traders who showed up on the Gold Coast. And they said who they bought their slaves from. Right? We also have to consider the way that the story is being told. Because the transatlantic slave trade is such a colossal crime against humanity, there is significant investment in divesting oneself in, and when I say divesting oneself, I don't mean but I mean the culture from the Genesis. You often hear this used as a talking point to be apologists for Americans, saying, "Oh well, Africans sold their own people. They don't know how to protect themselves. Europeans know how to protect themselves." Forgetting that Europeans were slaughtering each other on mass, right? Or during the Napoleonic Wars, or insert any number of wars that happened in Europe over the last 500 years.
True.
So the other problem is that the question itself is oversimplified. So when we say, did Africans sell other Africans into slavery? I mean, if you look at it on its face, if a European slave trader shows up on the coast of West Africa and he provides firearms, gunpowder, gold, well, not gold because they had tons of it in West Africa, but, other materials to a person who is African, who in response provides him with slaves, that is an African person being involved in the slave trade, right? There's no way to get around that. But when you oversimplify,
and that's whether or not they were coerced, right?
Well, and that's the other question, because if you look at kingdoms like the Dahomey, right? The Dahomey during the period of colonization and slavery, so between the 1500s and the early 18th century, they expanded significantly during that period, and much of their expansion was due to the acquisition of firearms from Europeans. And how they got those firearms was by providing prisoners of war to Europeans in exchange for those weapons. So it's not to say that they were coerced. Maybe the situation that they were in required them to get access to these firearms, and this was the fastest way to do it. Right? But nobody was literally, this wasn't a situation like between the kingdoms of Makuria and the Abbasid and the Rashidun Caliphate, where the Rashidun says, provide us with 300 slaves every year or we'll invade you, right? That isn't what happened with the west coast of Africa, not at least until the 19th century. So we have to consider that, but we also have.
Okay, so the Kwanzaa guy was the goofy. Okay.
Have to take a look at the biases of the people who are writing it and compare it to what physical evidence is there. Because that's the other problem when we look at studying history. People like to craft narratives, but the narratives always have to be held up against what the physical evidence says. So you could, for example, all of the written accounts of the Battle of San Juana, to go to something outside of the slave trade, are written down by Europeans. So we have a very biased European perspective. We have Lord Chelmsford writing very dismissively about the Zulus before he goes to invade. But then when you look at how everything bore out and compare to what he said, you can determine what he said to make himself look good versus what actually happened in that situation. Right?
Right.
That, in my view, is what's important to say. So I'll tie this off because I don't want to monopolize the whole conversation. But in short, yes, we have to consider who is telling the story, but we also have to look at the physical evidence and what other sources say. If multiple sources are saying roughly the same thing, then we should probably consider the fact that might be the case.
Right.
But
okay. You see how they try to leave it as, and this is the Pan-African coons, yo. They can only see it as these Pan-Africans. Like they can only see it as, oh, the white man saying it, so it must be false. And oh, you're proud to be an American. Okay, you must be trying to, coon, this you massa. Like that, like their conclusions are stupid. We got all these accounts about what happened, and they're all pretty much mirroring each other. And you're going to dismiss all the accounts, all because of the white man tells the story. No, there's other stories being told too, and they're not by white people.
Also have to remember that there is always nuance connected to that. It's never exactly very same.
Right. Yeah, I certainly agree. I believe that that we have to be careful about the sources that we're pulling from, and the sources we're really reading on this subject. But also, like you said, if multiple sources are saying the same thing, then hey, that could be a clue that what's being described, there's some validity there, right? There's a saying that where there's smoke, there's fire. Not to say that's always the case, but I think it's very important for us to consider. Another thing too, Brother Mari, is that sometimes one source is quoting another, and that's the reason why you have multiple sources saying the same thing. So
got my second hot
you gotta
shot.
be careful
Cold,
with that as
cold
well.
advantage.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. And that's why we have to compare it to the physical evidence.
Yes. So, when I think about the evidence, right, what physical evidence might there be today on this subject? Because there's, clearly, even when it comes to the evidence of the Middle Passage, how many slave ships, how many, archaeological
he's deflecting.
findings are there that deal with the slave ships? Just recently, they've discovered the Clotilda slave ship, the remains, but that's just one of very few. I think maybe there's just a handful of them. So where can we turn for that physical evidence?
Well, there's a lot of places. So if we want to look at physical evidence, these are the types of things we're looking for. We are looking for buildings or infrastructure. We are looking for records. We can look at DNA evidence. We can look at
All right, let me chime in real fast before they go too far in that. I got to chime in. That's the whole point of playing this. This is the last video, by the way. Okay, so he said the Nigerian prince that was in his U.S. history class. Now, this is a prince. This is a gazillionaire, right? This is a gazillionaire prince who's making all his money, who has all the resources, but he has to come all the way to the United States to take a U.S. history class to learn about African studies. Oh my God, this is crazy. And he claimed, okay, so this is anecdotal. It frames the slave trade as if Europeans just simply stormed Africa, chained everyone, and dragged them out. All right. It dismisses the massive role African intermediaries played. All right. Oral tradition from one Nigerian family doesn't equate to historical consensus, right? Oral traditions can preserve memory, but they can also rewrite history to absolve accountability, right? And shame. There is, like the brother was saying, Adam, there is overwhelming documentary evidence from European logs, African oral accounts, and enslaved Africans like Aloada Equiano, confirming that Africans captured and sold rivals, war captives, debtors, and even criminals to Europeans. Even African rulers like King Alfonso I of Congo, 1526 letters to Portugal, okay, complained about his own people selling subjects illegally to the Portuguese. Right? That's not European storming villages. That's African elites participating. You want? Okay, good job. Okay, so this is what they want us to believe, that they just stormed Africa with chains and everything. Okay, get your cartoon good. Okay. Even okay, I said that. Okay. Second, the Pan-Africanists suggest we can't trust European records because they were written by enslavers, but he ignores corroborating evidence from African rulers, letters, e.g., Congo, Dahomey, as Adam Myrie just said, enslaved Africans' autobiographies, Equiano, Atoba, Kugoano, physical slave forts, Elmina, Cape Coast Castle, built specifically for holding captives sold to Europeans, archaeological evidence and ship logs documenting sales. So multiple independent sources, okay? Multiple independent sources, African, European, Afro-Diasporic, say the same thing. African elites engaged in trade with Europeans. Where there is consensus across sources, it cannot be simply be dismissed as bias or European history, right? The victor gets to tell the history. He tried to soften Dahomey's role by saying they only traded captives to get firearms for survival. That's still active participation, not coercion. Okay, it's misleading to claim Europeans forced them. No European army occupied Dahomey in the 17th century. How are you talking about? Dahomey actively expanded its wars to capture slaves precisely because of the profits from the trade. Dahomey's kings admitted openly that the slave trade was their economy. King Gezo, pause, early 1800s said, the slave trade is the ruling principle of my people. It is the source of the glory of their wealth. He bragged about selling, interselling. All right. African states like Dahomey, Ashanti, and Oyo increased slave raids. First time we're reading raids in here. They increased slave raids. What is raids? Well, what are raids? Okay, raids are what they call kidnapped, took, stolen. That was Africans participating in slave raids only because Europeans created a high demand market. So they created slave raids. Slave raids are equivalent to fishermen going out to sea in those ships and casting out nets and nabbing salmon or whatever. That's what slave raids were. That's going out into the Africa and nabbing Africans. They weren't forced. They were exploited. They weren't forced. They exploited the situation. Wait. Okay.
Evidence. We can look at economic evidence. So, or for example, money. So we know, for example, that we have slave castles in West Africa. That's already our first indicator that that the slave trade happened. The second is that we have records from Africans themselves about the wars that they were fighting at that time. You have, for example, some villages from the period that had built their huts in a special way to protect themselves from slave traders. They would sort of make the adobe houses but make them extra thick so that small firearms couldn't get through them. And then there'd be a small door that they could crawl in under the bottom. And so if somebody was trying to crawl into their hut under the bottom, they could attack that person before they get in. That's an example of people who are self-protected. And then we can look at manifestos. I've actually physically held in my hands a record from a ship that had a list of all of the slaves that they had purchased from a dealer in Cuba. I think it was Cuba. And you have the names, the condition, determining whether the person was born in Africa or born in the West Indies, and then that will tell you that that's another indicator of the trade. Another indication as well is we can look at what the histories that aren't directly connected to the coast will say. So if you look at the history of the kingdom of Zaria or Zozo, depending on how you want to call it, while for the most of their history they were not a coastal kingdom, the slave trade was a major part of their economy because they were selling slaves north to the North Africans. And then as they expanded closer to the coast, it is on record that that is what they would do after a battle. All of these prisoners of war, they had to go somewhere. They weren't going to reintegrate them into their society. So they had to either imprison them, kill them, or sell them. And it made more sense for them to sell them so that they could get firearms, horses, and other materials so they could continue their campaigns of expansion. So these are all the different types of evidence outside of essays and books that we can look at to give us a picture of what was going on.
Yes, yes. I love that you mentioned those structures, those physical structures that were built. In some places on the continent of Africa today, you can still see the walls that were constructed, by these different communities to protect themselves, right, from their neighbors, from different conquering kingdoms and empires that were expanding during that time. And so I definitely believe the evidence is there. We just have to be diligent, in
let me provide a link. I'm gonna provide a Zoom link, but it's mainly for those who disagree. If the link is for those who believe there was no trade slave. I mean, the Africans were not part of the slave trade, or if they want to minimize European influence, or I'm sorry, not minimize African involvement in the slave trade. This link is going to be for you.
Doing the research that's going to to unearth these very historic documents and structures again, and the literature that's available. It's important also to recognize, I think, that even besides the physical evidence, there is, of course, the evidence that is oral, right? A lot of the histories of Africa were preserved through that oral tradition. And so there are a number of books, I think, which are very instrumental in, helping us to understand some of that heritage that has been preserved over time. There's an excellent scholar out of Howard University, Ana Lucia Araujo. I hope I'm saying her name correctly. She's written a number of books on basically her experiences talking with people who were descended from enslaved people, talking with people who were descended from the enslavers as well. So she's basically gone to Africa, she's gone to Benin, to Angola, she's gone to places in the diaspora, places like Brazil, and she's had conversations with persons who've told her, hey, my great grandfather was a slave trader, and people who've said, hey, my grandmother, she had told me about some of those experiences during that time. And I think that's something that cannot be ignored.
I have no idea what he's talking about, but oral tradition is valuable, but it often shields ancestors from blame. First, modern descendants sometimes reinterpret their family history as we were all victims, right? Ignoring uncomfortable truths. Claiming Africans didn't know, right? My phone is ringing. Oh my God. Anyway, they'll leave a message. But claiming Africans didn't know ignores evidence that many coastal Africans knew exactly what was happening, since they saw captives branded, chained, and shipped. They know. Okay, enslaved African writer Equiano Venture Smith stated clearly Africans captured them and sold them. These testimonies matter because they came from victims, not enslavers. Okay, so that debunks your whole the white man thing. African oral history itself admits complicity in places like Ghana, Benin, and Nigeria. Descendants of slave trading families still acknowledge their ancestors' role. I don't know what's going on here. I don't see what is he holding on to.
At a lower position in terms of development, right? And as a matter of fact, I have another book here. This book right here, The Destruction of Black Civilization by Chancellor Williams. This book really goes into that, how Africa was at, a very high state of development, of civilization, before their encounter with Europeans, with outside communities, Arabs as well, and how these processes, through the slave trades, through war, through colonization, really changed that dynamic. What would you say to that? How, based on your research, how do you
I hate when it does that.
Analyze that question? Where was Africa before the slave trade, and what was happening in Africa during the time of the slave trades, which basically enabled this process to take place?
Well, I think the first thing we have to understand is that a slave trade existed in various parts of Africa in various different incarnations at various periods in time. For example, the slave trade into the Middle East is thousands of years old, going all the way back to at least the 7th century, or even earlier than that. So we do have to consider that as well. Mind you, that particular slave trade wasn't race-based; it was religion-based, and that's a whole different thing to look at. But if we're looking at the decline of African civilizations, this is how I would explain it. Europe, prior to its expansion into the Americas, because now we're talking about a global economy, we're looking at an area that was basically consuming a lot of products from outside of Europe. So we're talking about spices. There was a point during the 15th century when almost 2/3 of the gold circulating in the European market came from Mali's mines. We're talking about the early trade in arquebuses, in the early 1500s, and the Moroccans, I believe, brought that into West Africa when they had tried to invade Mali. We are looking at an extensive trans.
Yeah, these are my standard Zoom provided
relationships
shades.
between East African kingdoms
I'm incognito,
and empires as
so
far
I
as
can't
China.
be recognized by
This is
tether
what we're
so
looking at, this
easily.
economic powerhouse. But herein lies the problem. A lot of the wealth that a lot of, well, I'm going to say mostly West African kingdoms had acquired had a lot to do with trade, not directly, but indirectly with Europe. When Europe arrived in the Americas, they no longer had a need for goods from Africa. Needed, because now they're able to exploit the indigenous people and acquire silver, gold, send ships full of silver and gold back to Spain, for example, who now, because of expelling all of the Moors, no longer had a trade conduit through most of the world, and the prices were high. And so now, where once 2/3 of the gold in your mines was flooding the European market, now you have all of this gold and nobody's buying.
Right.
So that is going to cause things like inflation, because now you have all this extra gold sitting there. You're going to, now your kingdom is weaker. So now another kingdom that maybe trades in other items that are in demand in North Africa and in Europe will now expand. So they will look to take your land. And now you have to find a way to get into that competition. So, Africa at the time of colonization and the earlier to the mid part of the slave trade, up until it sort of reached a fever pitch, was in a serious period of transition. I mean, as soon as the taps sort of got cut off to the European market, and there was no more of a conduit. I mean, they were still obviously selling to the Turks and selling to parts of Asia, but West Africa specifically was too physically far and had too many intermediaries between, say Timbuktu and the trade ports of the Adran Empire, right? And so that is sort of how I would explain it. That was what was happening in West Africa. So the first step to being underdeveloped was the fact that their key foreign market was no longer interested in their goods. Then now your key foreign market now is interested in a particular good that you have, but that good is now human capital. And so now, these kingdoms that were fighting because resources were getting scarce now have all of these prisoners of war. And jails were not a major thing that you had in West Africa. Once you fight a war and you win that battle, either they accept you as the ruler, or you sell them off in slavery, or you have to execute them, right?
You're referring to African society or European society?
African society specifically.
Okay.
In Europe, they had prisons and they executed people. That's what they did in Europe. Or they press ganged people into sending them to the colonies in order to basically get some work out of their labor, get some labor out of it. And we can talk about penal colonies later, but in West Africa specifically, because it's hard to say all of Africa is the same, because the trade markets in Eastern Africa,
my camera is frozen.
People were making a lot of money, and they were not too concerned with competing with Europeans or trying to sell to them because they had a whole other market on the other side of the world. But in West Africa specifically, the trade goods that you had were no longer interesting to your former market. Now it's human capital, because they need to use labor to build up these colonies. And then what ended up happening is, as the Europeans were maybe.
All right, so let me just jump to the bottom line. All right. So they like to say Africans didn't see themselves as one people, so it wasn't Africans selling Africans. You heard Unc stupid ass say that when I was at the beginning of the show. So I think the first video I played was myself and Unc. So if y'all go to the beginning of the show, you'll see a stupid ass saying, "No, Africans didn't sell Africans because they were tribes and kingdoms," like this dumb shit like that. Stupidity like that's why nobody takes them serious. Nowhere on the net. That's semantics. That's literally semantics. Because if I sat there and said, those tribes, the Congo, the Nigerians, the Ashanti, the Oyo, are they all Africans? He's going to say yes. So I'm like, so why I just can't say Africans, so Africans? Why I gotta, again, stupidity, man. That's why, again, he's one of the dumbest guys on the net because of arguments like that. So whether they identified as Yoruba, Unc, Igbo, or Fanti, from today's perspective, it was Africans enslaving other Africans. Yes, at the time, in the 1600s, that's not how it would have been seen. Not internally, but from a European's perspective, he's looking at like they're selling each other. And they called you Africans. So they're like, yo, these Africans are selling each other. Okay. Again, it's if you want to, I ain't doing that. The reality is Africans sold us into chattel slavery across the Atlantic. It's okay. You got to hold that. Identity differences don't erase that. So even if Igbo sold Yoruba, the homies sold EU, they were still Africans by continent and phenotype. And that is why Europeans targeted them specifically, because they were selling each other. The Pan-Africanist framed it as prisoners of war being sold. You heard Omawali. So this is the angles that they're coming with. Not really the king's own people, right? But that still means Africans captured and sold us into slavery. It don't matter, man. That doesn't matter to us. They don't matter. So saying that they were criminals or war captives or pagans, it doesn't absolve the practice. It just explains who was targeted, and we don't care. They're all Africans. In the sense that you guys want to argue. Equiano himself admitted he was kidnapped by fellow Africans. See, he was kidnapped. He wasn't kidnapped by white people. So when I use the term they were kidnapped, stolen, or took, you got to ask who took them, who kidnapped them, stole them. Because if they say Africans, okay, continue. If they say white folks, oh, no, 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 let's stop right there. Historian John Thornton confirms that POWs, debtors, and rivals were the primary supply of slaves in West Africa. Europeans didn't have the manpower to capture millions themselves, 12.5 million, right? Equiano and others clearly say Africans sold us. How do you go against that? Equiano wrote, I was kidnapped by Africans, not by Europeans. He literally said that. He literally made a distinction. Okay. He said, I was kidnapped by Africans, not Europeans. That's firsthand testimony. Other narratives, Ignatius Sancho Odoba Cugoano also confirmed African elites sold captives often for liquor, textiles, guns, K2, and fentanyl, and scissor. Okay. They'll argue Africans were coerced because Europeans had advanced weapons. Bullshit. Because in the 1500s through 1700s, Europeans didn't military control Africa. Most stayed on the coast. Africans negotiated and willingly traded captives for goods. There were power dynamics, yes, but not European occupation. Okay, so the coercion argument applies later in the 19th century. You know, the Berlin Conference, the scramble for Africa, not the height of the slave trade, no coercion. So for 300 years, the transatlantic slave trade was sustained by African capture and sale of us, not European raids inland. It was tether raids inland. Okay, so the Pan-Africanists admit, but they have to admit the truth here, okay, that it is what it is. All right, because in Africa, they've seen how we see it today, all skin folk and kinfolk. You dig? That's how, you know, the tethers felt that sold us. They thought, yeah, you look like us. You got skin like us, phenotype like us. Your ancestry, you know how they do, your ancestral genes, DNA goes to Africa. Well, so did the ones that you sold. What did that mean? You still divided them, right? You still were divisive. What does that even mean? Okay. They were able to distinguish, divide, and delineate between themselves and the ones they constantly sold. They didn't see the ones they sold at themselves. So they undermine themselves. They're in denial. Africans did not see us as their kin. Okay, then they sold others. Then we were the other. Okay, so anyway, prisoners of war, criminals, debtors, and rival ethnic groups. This is confirmed by African rulers, letters, enslaved Africans, autobiographies, ship logs. That ain't my phone. Ship logs. What else? And forts still standing today. Okay, Europeans lacked the numbers to raid inland. Africans control supply. Europeans control demand. It was a deadly partnership. It was an LLC. It was an LLC. It was an LLP. It was multi-membership LLC, multi-membership LLP. It was a joint venture. It was a damn, I had his name earlier. It was a damn. Who does Dame Dash hate? It was a distribution deal. My boy that got Nas and Jay-Z his Doc Carter's. What's his name? Steve Stout. It was a Steve Stout deal. Okay. Distribution deal. That's what they did. They went in business together. Okay. So whether Igbo, Yoruba, Dahomey, or Congo, from the perspective of the Atlantic slave system, it was Africans selling us. Okay, their own. Oral tradition often downplays shame. Written records, cross-verified with African testimony, show complicity. Just like then, outsiders exploit division. Happens now. Outsiders they're trying to exploit our division amongst the lineage. And I'm saying we ain't letting that happen. That's why I don't allow for too many debates with FBA versus Adolf versus Freedmen. Nah, not here. Do that on your own time, because we're not doing that. There's too many ops out there to start fighting inland. Okay, you see what happened? You fight inland, white folks come scoop you up and start a transatlantic slave trade. Right, so you don't fight with yourself when there's an op on the shores on the coastline waiting to pounce on you. You dig it? Okay. So I'm pretty much done. But I see the chat. I see a dude named Boss is in the building. Okay, Boss, you can cook on the big screen if you want. Hold on. All right. Does anybody want the link before I get off to argue against today? Okay, because I got to get out of here, but I will hold the line for and not Pombo, not you. Any op but Pombo. Okay, Pombo is a mulatto, and he come with that mulatto confusion. I'll pass, but the boss, if you want to hop on, click that link. If not, I'm going to be out. Those subscribe if you haven't subscribed, like if you haven't liked. If you want to support the channel, you can hit the Cash App hashtag right there, my name. There's a super chat for the next live. You can support then, now, whenever. Many ways to support. Whatever's on your heart, support that way. But make sure you do support. That's one thing we lack too often is support. Okay. We don't want to be like the Pan-Africans, right? We don't want to be having conferences, but no real tangible support. Okay, I'm tired of being tired of the big screen. I'm already okay. All right. Well, the boss, I'm gonna see you 4:19 tomorrow PM. I'm going to time you out for 24 hours, my guy. All right, family, we are out. I'm so glad you guys appreciated the live. I know you did. You stayed with me for all these hours. I'm out, man. I'm out. Like I said, support one way. It don't matter if it's financial. It don't matter if you're liking or subscribing. Just support. Don't just come here and leave without liking, subscribing, or doing something that's supportive of the effort, right? It's all about the lineage. I will try to be back live about 8 o'clock, 8:30. I'm gonna start coming live a little earlier. No more like the 9:30s and 10s. I'm gonna try not to do that. All right, family, peace. Love you guys. Love the lineage.